गंगा किनारे बसे उस इलाकों में काफी काम हुआ। इससे नमामि गंगे अभियान को भी काफी मदद मिली। पूज्य अम्मा, उनके प्रति पूरे विश्व का श्रद्धा भाव है। लेकिन मैं एक भाग्यवान व्यक्ति हूं, पिछले कितने ही दशकों से पूज्य अम्मा का स्नेह, पूज्य अम्मा का आशीर्वाद मुझे अविरत मिलता रहा है। मैंने उनके सरल मन और मातृभूमि के प्रति विशाल विजन को महसूस किया है। और इसलिए मैं कह सकता हूं कि जिस देश में ऐसी उदार और समर्पित आध्यात्मिक सत्ता हो, उसका उत्कर्ष और उत्थान सुनिश्चित है। साथियों, हमारे धार्मिक और सामाजिक संस्थानों द्वारा शिक्षा, चिकित्सा से जुड़ी जिम्मेदारियों के निर्वहन की यह व्यवस्था एक तरह से पुराने समय का पीपीपी मॉडल ही है। इसे पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप तो कहते ही है, लेकिन मैं इसे परस्पर प्रयास के तौर पर भी देखता हूं। राज्य अपने स्तर से व्यवस्था खड़ी करते थे, बड़े बड़े विश्वविद्यालयों के निर्माण की में भूमिका निभाते थे, लेकिन साथ ही धार्मिक संस्थान भी इसका एक महत्वपूर्ण केंद्र होते थे। आज देश भी ये कोशिश कर रहा है कि सरकारें पूरी निष्ठा और ईमानदारी से मिशन मोड में देश के स्वास्थ्य और शिक्षा क्षेत्र का कायाकल्प करें। इसके लिए सामाजिक संस्थाओं को भी प्रोत्साहन दिया जा रहा है। प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ पार्टनरशिप करके प्रभावी पीपीपी मॉडल तैयार हो रहा है। मैं इस मंच से आह्वान करता हूं, अमृता हॉस्पिटल का एक प्रकल्प देश के दूसरे सभी संस्थाओं के लिए भी एक आदर्श बनेगा, आदर्श बन के उभरेगा। हमारे कई दूसरे धार्मिक संस्थान इस तरह के इंस्टीट्यूट चला भी रहे हैं, कई संकल्पों पर काम कर रहे हैं। हमारे प्राइवेट सेक्टर पीपीपी मॉडल के साथ साथ स्पिरिचुअल प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप की वो भी आगे बढ़ा सकते हैं। ऐसी संस्थाओं का संसाधन उपलब्ध करवाकर उनकी मदद कर सकते हैं। साथियों, समाज के हर वर्ग, हर संस्था, हर सेक्टर के प्रयास का नतीजा होता है। ये हमने कोरोना के इस काल में भी देखा है। इसमें भी जो स्पिरिचुअल प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप रही है, आज उसका मैं विशेष रूप से जिक्र करूंगा। आप सभी को ध्यान होगा कि जब भारत ने अपनी वैक्सीन बनाई थी तो कुछ लोगों ने किस तरह का दुष्प्रचार करने की कोशिश की थी। इस दुष्प्रचार की वजह से समाज में कई तरह की अफवाहें फैलने लगी। लेकिन जब समाज के धर्मगुरु, आध्यात्मिक गुरु एक साथ आए, उन्होंने लोगों को अफवाहों पर ध्यान न देने को कहा और उसका तुरंत असर भी हुआ। भारत को उस तरह की वैक्सीन हेसिटेंसी का सामना नहीं करना पड़ा जैसा अन्य देशों को देखने को मिला। आज सबका प्रयास की यही भावना है जिसकी वजह से भारत दुनिया का सबसे बड़ा वैक्सीनेशन कार्यक्रम सफलतापूर्वक चला पाया। साथियों, इस बार लाल किले से मैंने अमृत काल के पंच प्राणों का एक विजन देश के सामने रखा है। इन पंच प्राणों में से एक है गुलामी की मानसिकता का संपूर्ण त्याग। इसकी इस समय देश में खूब चर्चा भी हो रही है। इस मानसिकता का जब हम त्याग करते हैं तो हमारे कार्यों की दिशा भी बदल जाती है। यही बदलाव आज देश के हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम में भी दिखाई दे रहा है। अब हम अपने पारंपरिक ज्ञान और अनुभवों पर भी भरोसा कर रहे हैं, उनका लाभ विश्व तक पहुंचा रहे हैं। हमारा आयुर्वेद, हमारा योग आज एक विश्वसनीय चिकित्सा पद्धति बन चुका है। भारत के इस प्रस्ताव पर अगले वर्ष पूरा विश्व इंटरनेशनल मिलेट ईयर मनाने जा रहा है। मोटा धान, मेरी अपेक्षा रहेगी कि आप सभी इस अभियान को भी इसी तरह आगे बढ़ाते रहें, अपनी ऊर्जा देते रहें। साथियों, स्वास्थ्य से जुड़ी सेवाओं का दायरा केवल अस्पतालों, दवाओं और इलाज तक ही सीमित नहीं होता है। सेवा से जुड़े ऐसे कई कार्य होते हैं जो स्वस्थ समाज की आधारशिला रखते हैं। उदाहरण के लिए, स्वच्छ और शुद्ध पानी तक सामान्य से सामान्य नागरिक की पहुंच, ये भी ऐसा ही महत्वपूर्ण विषय है। हमारे देश में कितनी ही बीमारियां केवल प्रदूषित पानी से ही पैदा होती रही है। इसलिए देश ने 3 साल पहले जल जीवन मिशन जैसे देशव्यापी अभियान की शुरुआत की थी। इन 3 वर्षों में देश के 7 करोड़ नए ग्रामीण परिवारों को पाइप से पानी पहुंचाया जा चुका है। विशेष रूप से इस अभियान में हरियाणा सरकार ने भी प्रभावी कार्य किया है। मैं उसका भी विशेष रूप से जिक्र करना चाहता हूं। हरियाणा आज देश के उन अग्रणी राज्यों में है जहां घर घर पाइप से पानी की सुविधा से जुड़ चुका है। इसी तरह बेटी बचाओ बेटी पढ़ाओ में भी हरियाणा के लोगों ने बेहतरीन काम किया। फिटनेस और खेल, ये विषय तो हरियाणा की रगों में है, उसका हरियाणा की मिट्टी में है, यहां के संस्कारों में है। और तभी तो यहां के युवा खेल के मैदान में तिरंगे की शान बढ़ा रहे हैं। इसी गति से हमें देश के दूसरे राज्यों में भी कम समय में बड़े परिणाम हासिल कर रहे हैं। हमारे सामाजिक संगठन इसमें बहुत बड़ा योगदान दे सकते हैं। साथियों, सही विकास होता ही वो है जो सब तक पहुंचे, जिससे सबको लाभ हो। गंभीर बीमारी के इलाज को सबके लिए सुलभ कराने की ये भावना अमृता अस्पताल की भी है। मुझे विश्वास है कि सेवा भाव का आपका ये अमृत संकल्प हरियाणा के, दिल्ली एनसीआर के लाखों परिवारों को आयुष्मान बनाएगा। एक बार फिर पूज्य अम्मा के श्री चरणों में प्रणाम करते हुए, आप सबका हृदय से अभिनंदन करते हुए अनेक अनेक शुभकामनाएं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी, आपके इन प्रेरणादायी एवं चिंतनशील वचनों के लिए
Hospital in Faridabad. It is Asia's biggest private hospital that's going to help people across the area. Prime Minister Modi talking of India's progress and the kind of progress that this is going to bring into the health infra.
Yes, now remember the Prime Minister
बढ़ने की तरफ अग्रसर हो जाएगा। वास्तव में ये दो दिव्यताओं के एकात्म का साक्षी पल है और जिसके साक्षी बने आप सब। हम एक बार पुनः मंच से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का धन्यवाद करते हैं कि आज आपने यहाँ आकर हम सभी का मानवर्धन किया। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं हरियाणा राज्य के महामहिम राज्यपाल श्री बंडारू दत्तात्रेय जी का, हरियाणा के मुख्यमंत्री श्री मनोहर लाल जी का। हम धन्यवाद करते हैं हरियाणा के उप मुख्यमंत्री श्री दुष्यंत चौटाला जी का, लोकसभा सांसद एवं केंद्रीय ऊर्जा एवं भारी उद्योग राज्य मंत्री श्री कृष्णपाल गुर्जर जी का, कि इस मंगल अवसर पर आप हमारे सहभागी बने। आपका अतिशय धन्यवाद। एक बार जोरदार तालियां सबके हाथ से हाथ उठाकर इस पूरे मंच के लिए कि आप सबका प्रेम, सबका सानिध्य हमें मिला। अपना अमूल्य समय देने के लिए आप सभी का मंच पर आसीन।
All right, for the moment, quickly moving out of this and shifting our focus to yet another piece of breaking news coming in, and this is from Jharkhand. The arms linked to the Jharkhand mining scam. More details coming to light. AK-47 has been found from Hemant Soren's aide's residence. An AK-47 found from Prem Prakash's home. So that is more details with regards to the Jharkhand mining scam and how an AK-47 has been found from yet another aide of Chief Minister Hemant Soren.
So this is the information now coming in. Remember, the Enforcement Directorate is raiding multiple locations in Jharkhand as part of the ongoing money laundering investigation into the alleged illegal mining in the state. And now the information coming in is a big twist, with an AK-47 also being found from the residence of the Jharkhand Chief Minister's close aide. More information, of course, awaited whether he had license for this gun as well. Priyank Tripathi is joining us live with more details on this. Priyank, raids also revealing an AK-47 that has been found in the Chief Minister's aide's residence. What are the details that we have?
Yes, certainly not even one but two AK-47 rifles, which are assault rifles, which are prohibited weapon in the country, have been found from the location while the Enforcement Directorate was carrying out searches with respect to the illegal mining syndicate which was being operated in Jharkhand. One of the close aide and who's known as Vidhayak Pratinidhi, the representative of the local MLAs who are almost having the powers of the MLA, who was Pankaj Mishra, who was a local representative for the Chief Minister of Jharkhand. When he was arrested, the Enforcement Directorate found that there have been several lapses which have been done by him. A property of illegal mining of 100 crore was done on the behest of Pankaj Mishra and Bachchu Singh. These are the two people who are said to be the muscle man of the ruling government in Jharkhand.
Stay on with us. Priyank, we have Mr. Deepak Prakash joining us on the phone line. Mr. Prakash, what do you make of this yet another Hemant Soren raid, Hemant Soren aide now under the scanner, an AK-47 that has been found from Prem Prakash's home. This is of course with regards to the ongoing investigation in the Jharkhand mining scam.
देखिए, जब से हम सब लोगों ने आरोप, भारतीय जनता पार्टी इस बात को लगातार कह रही है, आरोप लगा रही है, आंदोलन कर रही है कि यहाँ पर खनिज संपदा की लूट हो रही है और खनिज संपदा के लूट में मुख्यमंत्री के साथ में रहने वाले का बहुत बड़ा, उसका कह सकते हैं कि वो ही उनके माध्यम से खनिज संपदा की लूट हो रही है और जो मुख्यमंत्री के करीबी और नजदीक हैं। ईडी के पहले भी छापे पड़े और उसके माध्यम से लगातार उनके दस्तावेज और अवैध संपत्तियों का पता चला। लेकिन इससे भी बड़ा दुर्भाग्य है कि हम ये आरोप लगाते थे, जो आज सच साबित हो रही है कि इन माफियाओं का संबंध उग्रवादियों के साथ है। और ये आज AK-47 बरामद होने के बाद हमारे आरोप की पुष्टि हुई है। इसलिए पूरे प्रकरण में NIA की जांच होनी चाहिए, क्योंकि ये देश विरोधी, राष्ट्र विरोधी कृत्य है। और इसलिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी की मांग है कि इन सारे लोगों पर, जिन लोगों पर ईडी ने पूछताछ की है, कार्रवाई की है, इन सब लोगों से भी एनआईए पूछताछ करे और ये एनआईए का केस बनता है।
अच्छा, तो आप कह रहे हैं कि ये एनआईए का केस बन सकता है क्योंकि इनके घर पे ही नहीं और 20 जगह पर भी रेड्स हो रहे हैं। रेड्स में आए हैं कि ये AK-47 इनके घर से आया है। सो यू वांट नॉट जस्ट द एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टोरेट, लेकिन एनआईए भी स्टेप इन करे।
ऑब्वियस। देखिए क्या है कि ये जो हो सकते हैं इस प्रकार के AK-47, AK-57 और इस प्रकार के हथियार का बरामदगी इस बात का सबूत है कि इनके संबंध देश विरोधी और राष्ट्र विरोधी शक्तियों के साथ है। इसको हम बार बार कह रहे हैं और हम लगातार इस बात को अपने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से, अपने कार्यक्रमों के माध्यम से, आंदोलन के माध्यम से करेंगे। इन खनिज संपदा को लूटने वाले का संबंध उग्रवादियों से है। इस बात का उजागर आज हुआ है AK-47 पकड़ाने पर। इसलिए पूरी तरह से एनआईए का जांच इस पर होना चाहिए और इसके ये हथियार कहां से आया, किनके माध्यम से आया, ये जानकारी एनआईए बेहतर ढंग से ले सकती है।
जी प्रकाश जी, अगर बात की जाए एनफोर्समेंट डायरेक्टरेट की इन्वेस्टिगेशन के बारे में, तो 100 करोड़ का दावा किया गया था। इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसीज ने काफी सारे इंक्रिमिनेटिंग एविडेंसेस, डिजिटल एविडेंसेस भी सीज किए थे इन्हीं कई एड्स के घरों से। तो क्या आप ये कंटिन्यूएशन में देखते हैं, क्योंकि ये केस बढ़ता जा रहा है अगर डिटेल्स की बात की जाए तो?
देखिए, ईडी का काम है आर्थिक अपराधी और अपराध और अपराधियों को पकड़ना, समझे ना, खत्म करना। लेकिन ये पूरे प्रकरण को देखिएगा आप, जैसे जैसे मामले आते चले जा रहे हैं तो आर्थिक अपराध के साथ ये देश के खिलाफ एक जो षड्यंत्र रचने वाले उग्रवादियों से संबंध है इनका। मैं बराबर इस बात को कहता रहा हूं। और केवल देश, यहां पर जिस प्रकार से उग्रवादियों की घटनाएं बढ़ती है, ये बड़ी अफसोस की बात है। जब से ये सरकार बनी है तब से उग्रवादियों की घटनाओं में बढ़ोतरी हुई है। इसलिए कहीं ना कहीं राजनीतिक संरक्षण उनको है, मैं बार बार कहता हूं, और इसकी पुष्टि हुई है AK-47 पकड़ाने से। इसलिए मैं कह रहा हूं कि जितने भी अभी एक और इनके मुख्यमंत्री जी के और एक नजदीकियों को सम्मान हुआ है, बंगाल के रहने वाले हैं। और मैं बार बार कह रहा हूं इस बात को, भारतीय जनता पार्टी लगातार आंदोलन कर रही है कि इस राज्य में जब से हेमंत सोरेन की सरकार बनी है भ्रष्टाचार बढ़ा है, खनिज संपदा की लूट हुई है। इसलिए ये चीजें प्रमाणित करती है कि जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी आरोप लगाती थी और आंदोलन करती थी उसमें सत्यता थी।
जी दीपक जी, जब ये रेड शुरू हुए थे तो टाइम्स नाउ से बात किया था सोरेन जी से और उन्होंने ये कहा था, ये रिएक्शन था कि ये पॉलिटिकल रेड है, कि उनको फ्रेम किया जा रहा है, इसीलिए उनके क्लोज एज को भी रेड किया जा रहा है।
देखिए, ये आरोप निराधार है, सत्य के करीब नहीं है। और इसलिए सत्य के करीब नहीं है कि जब छापे पड़ते हैं तो 20 करोड़ रुपए नकदी पाए जाते हैं, सैकड़ों करोड़ रुपए के दस्तावेज बरामद होते हैं। जब रेड किए जाते हैं तो AK-47 पकड़े जाते हैं। क्या
किंतु जो मुद्दे की बात है कि मनीष सिसोदिया ने करोड़ों रुपए का घपला किया या नहीं किया, उस पर भारतीय जनता पार्टी जो सटीक और पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछ रही है उसका उत्तर देने में असक्षम है आज आम आदमी पार्टी। शिक्षा के विषय में बात करते हैं, वर्ल्ड में कितने बड़े हीरो हो गए हैं उसके विषय में बात करते हैं, मगर जिन प्रश्नों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने पूछा है उसका जवाब आम आदमी पार्टी और मनीष सिसोदिया दे नहीं पा रहे हैं। हमने भी तय किया है कि हम प्रश्न पूछेंगे और एक्सपोजे करेंगे। मनीष जी, हियर इज अ चैलेंज टू यू। एक बात मनीष सिसोदिया जी, डायरेक्टली आपको हम बता दें कि यू हैव नो एस्केप पाथ। आप बच नहीं सकते, क्योंकि भ्रष्टाचार के विरोध लड़ाई करना और भ्रष्टाचारियों को अंजाम तक पहुंचाना यह देश के संविधान का दायरा है। और आपने भ्रष्टाचार किया है, इसका सबूत मौजूद है, जांच हो रही है और किसी प्रकार से भी आपके पास कोई एस्केप रूट नहीं है। इसलिए आप इधर उधर की ना करिए, जो प्रश्न हम पूछेंगे उसका जवाब दीजिए। मनीष जी, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि जब दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप लेकर आए थे उससे पहले एक कमेटी गठित की गई थी, कमेटी ने एक रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया था और यह कमेटी में 3 सदस्य थे। द कॉम्पोजिशन ऑफ द कमिटी बीइंग श्री रवि धवन जो उस समय तत्कालीन कमिश्नर एक्साइज के थे GNCTD के, और श्री संजीव कुमार डिप्यूटी कमिश्नर, और श्री आनंद तिवारी एडिशनल कमिश्नर ट्रेड एंड टैक्सेस GNCTD। और ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया था कमिटी ने। ये रिपोर्ट आज हम लेके आए हैं आपके सामने। जैसे मैंने कहा, हम कोई इधर उधर की बातें नहीं करेंगे। रिपोर्ट में प्रपोजिशन क्या था, इस रिपोर्ट में बहुत अध्ययन करने के बाद ये जो कमिटी एक्सपर्ट्स की बनी थी, इस कमिटी ने क्या प्रस्ताव रखे थे और क्या मनीष सिसोदिया जी आपने उन प्रस्तावों को माने थे या उन प्रस्तावों को आपने दरकिनार किया था। आज सवाल जवाब उसी पे होगा। ये जो कमिटी थी, इस कमिटी ने मोटा मोटी मार्च 2021 के आसपास, मतलब 1 वर्ष पहले रिपोर्ट सबमिट किया। और इस रिपोर्ट में जो साधारण बात थी, जो मोटा मोटी बात थी, वो यह थी कि केजरीवाल सरकार, आपसे हम गुहार करते हैं, ये जो एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप लेकर आ रहे हैं, बेहतर होगा कि जो होलसेल का काम है, ये होलसेल का काम सरकार अपने पास रखे, इसे प्राइवेटाइज नहीं करे, क्योंकि उससे आप सबसे ज्यादा एक्साइज कमाएंगे और सबसे ज्यादा प्रॉफिट जो है वो राज्य सरकार को होगी। तो होलसेल किसी को मत दीजिएगा, किसी प्राइवेट एंटिटी को मत दीजिएगा। और दूसरा जो बड़ा रिकमेंडेशन, जो प्रस्ताव इस कमिटी ने दिया था, वो यह था कि जो रिटेल का काम है वो किसी बड़ी कंपनी को मत दीजिएगा, ये इंडिविजुअल्स को दीजिएगा और लॉटरी सिस्टम के माध्यम से दीजिएगा। लॉटरी निकालेगा एक, अगर आपको किसी जगह 50 लोगों का लॉट करना है तो आप रिक्वेस्ट करिएगा, इनवाइट भेजिएगा, इनविटेशंस आएंगे, 100 लोगों का इनविटेशन आता है, 100 लोगों का प्रस्ताव आता है, लॉटरी निकालिए, उसमें से 50 लोगों को आप दे दीजिए, इंडिविजुअल्स को देना है। तो 2 मुख्य रिकमेंडेशन, होलसेल का काम मनीष जी आप सरकार के पास रखिएगा, प्राइवेट को मत दीजिएगा, और दूसरा जो रिटेल का काम है वो इंडिविजुअल्स को दीजिएगा, बड़ी कंपनी को नहीं दीजिएगा। मैं उसको अब तकनीकी भाषा में जो लिखा है वो भी पढ़ के सुना देता हूं। 1.1.1 तकनीकी भाषा में कमिटी ने कहा, IMFL trade should be revamped by bringing the entire wholesale operation under the government entity. The model to be followed should be similar to the one as followed in the state of Karnataka, where KSBCL, Karnataka State Beverages Corporation Limited, is fully government-owned wholesale corporation. The committee also strongly recommends that the corporation must function in an extremely asset-light manner, etc., etc. मैं पूरा नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं, मगर जो मुख्य विषय है कि ये होलसेल का काम दूसरे राज्यों में भी, कर्नाटक का उन्होंने उदाहरण दिया कि यह सरकार ने अपने पास रखा है, इसलिए इसको प्राइवेटाइज मत करिएगा, उससे आपको ज्यादा बेनिफिट होगा। इट शुड बी अंडर द गवर्नमेंट एंटिटी। मनीष जी, प्रश्न नंबर 1, क्या आपने इस रिकमेंडेशन को, जो कमिटी ने रिकमेंडेशन दिया था, उस रिकमेंडेशन को आपने माना? क्या होलसेल का काम आपने सरकार के पास रखा? नहीं रखा। आपने इसे प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को दिया और उसके कारण बाद में जो हुआ वो हम सब जानते हैं। और बंधुगण, ये जो प्राइवेट प्लेयर्स को दिया मनीष सिसोदिया और अरविंद केजरीवाल ने, ये होलसेल का काम, यह भी बिना टेंडर किए दिया। कोई टेंडर प्रोसेस फॉलो नहीं किया, बस यारों को दे दिया। रेबड़ी बट रही थी, तुम मेरे यार हो, ये ले जाओ, और बिना पब्लिक नोटिस के दिया। कोई नोटिस भी नहीं इशू किया कि हम इस प्रकार से एक प्रस्ताव चाहते हैं, जो जो इसके लिए एलिजिबल है आप प्रस्ताव लाइए, हम उस प्रस्ताव में से सबसे ठीक प्रस्ताव को टेंडर देंगे या होलसेल का यूनिट देंगे। ये सब कुछ नहीं किया। बिना टेंडर के, बिना पब्लिक नोटिस के अपने यारों को होलसेल का काम दे दिया, सरकार के पास नहीं रहा। प्रश्न नंबर 1, क्या सरकार के पास रखा और रखा नहीं तो रिकमेंडेशन के बावजूद क्यों नहीं रखा? दूसरा, जो दूसरा रिकमेंडेशन था वो रिटेल को लेकर था। जैसे मैंने आपको बताया था, उन्होंने कहा था रिटेल का काम बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को नहीं देके इंडिविजुअल्स को देना है और लॉटरी के माध्यम से देना है। इसमें बड़े अच्छे तरीके से उन्होंने समझाया है 1.3.1 में the focus should be on preventing any monopolistic tendencies in the liquor trade, and therefore not only there should be a regular rotation of licensees, but also the licensees should be granted to only eligible individuals who fulfill a certain criteria, so that there is little scope for proxy ownership or control that is gained through operation of companies and firms with dummy directors or partners. बड़े स्पष्ट रूप से उन्होंने कहा कि अगर आप इंडिविजुअल्स को देते हैं तो यह फायदा है, इंडिविजुअल्स को नहीं देकर बड़ी कंपनी को देंगे तो क्या नुकसान है, यह भी कमिटी ने कहा। कमिटी ने क्या कहा? द ड्रॉबैक्स ऑफ दिस मॉडल, मतलब बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को देने से जो ड्रॉबैक है उसको बड़ी कंपनियों के लिए उन्होंने कहा है लाइसेंस टू लिमिटेड एंटिटीज। अगर इंडिविजुअल्स को नहीं देकर लिमिटेड एंटिटीज को देंगे तो नुकसान होगा। द ड्रॉबैक्स ऑफ दिस मॉडल आर दैट देयर इज हाईली प्रोन टू कार्टेलाइजेशन एंड मार्केट कैप्चर बाय लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ लाइसेंसीज। कार्टेलाइजेशन हो जाएगा, करप्ट लोगों का ग्रुप बन जाएगा और मार्केट कैप्चर हो जाएगा। इतना रिकमेंडेशन, क्लियर कट रिकमेंडेशन, इसमें किसी प्रकार की कोई एम्बिग्विटी नहीं है मनीष सिसोदिया जी। उसके बावजूद आपने इन रिकमेंडेशंस को दरकिनार किया और आपने शराब माफिया को, जिन्होंने कार्टेल बनाया, उन कार्टेल कंपनियों को आपने दिया, उन बड़ी कंपनियों को आपने दिया जो और मैन्युफैक्चरर्स आर नॉट अलाउड इनटू रिटेल। जो मैन्युफैक्चरर्स हैं वो रिटेल में नहीं आ सकते हैं। आपने कमीशन लेके मैन्युफैक्चरर्स जो थे उनको रिटेल में लेके आके इंडिविजुअल तो दूर मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को भी इन्वॉल्व कर दिया। और जो ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियां थी उनको भी आप लेके आके इन्वॉल्व करते हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि मोटा माल मिला। पंजाब के चुनाव के समय मोटे माल की आवश्यकता थी। जिसने मोटा माल दिया, इस रिपोर्ट को दरकिनार करके मोटा माल जेब में और वेंड्स अर्थात जो दुकानें होती हैं, जो शराब की दुकानें होती हैं, वो कार्टेल के पास। आप सोचिए, ओपन एंड शट केस है जी, कोई लंबा चौड़ा केस नहीं है। आज एक छोटा सा बच्चा भी समझ जाएगा कि अरविंद केजरीवाल जी और उनकी कंपनी ने किस प्रकार का घोटाला किया है। इसमें बहुत कुछ समझाने की आवश्यकता नहीं। आपने ये कमेटी क्यों बनाई थी? ये कमेटी बनी थी रिकमेंडेशन देने के लिए कि सबसे बढ़िया एक्साइज पॉलिसी क्या होगा जिससे कि दिल्ली सरकार का आय बढ़ेगा। आप तो बोल रहे थे हमने तो कमाल कर दिया जी, हम तो ऐसे एक्साइज पॉलिसी लेके आए हैं, हमारी तो 9 गुनी जो है इनकम बढ़ जाएगी। वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट है, सब कुछ तो इनका वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट ही होता है। इनका वर्ल्ड का दूसरा नंबर कुछ होता ही नहीं है, ये वर्ल्ड का सबसे बेस्ट ही होता है सब कुछ। अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जो भी करते हैं वो वर्ल्ड का बेस्ट होता है, दुनिया का नंबर 1। ये दुनिया की नंबर 1 एक्साइज पॉलिसी आप रिकमेंडेशन फॉलो नहीं कर रहे थे, ऐसा क्यों किया आपने? सबसे महत्वपूर्ण विषय इसमें आगे मैं आने वाला हूं। आप देखिए, ये जो रिटेल का काम दिया गया, इस रिटेल के काम में पूरे दिल्ली को जोन्स में बांटे गए। लगभग 32 जोन में दिल्ली को बांटा गया कि 32 जोन में एक एक करके कंपनी को उन्होंने लगा दिया कि तुम्हारा ये जोन हो गया, तुम जाके वहां पर दुकानें खोलो। एक जोन में लगभग 27 से 30 वेंड्स, जिसको अंग्रेजी में वेंड्स कहते हैं, या दुकान, ये शराब के ठेके, ये ठेके एक एक कंपनी को एक एक जोन में 27 से 30, और एक एक कंपनी को 2 जोन दिए गए। जितना जितना मोटा माल मिला उसी हिसाब से दिया गया। तो एक एक बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियों को, ब्लैक लिस्टेड कंपनियों को ये 2-2 जोन दे दिए गए, अर्थात एक एक कंपनी को लगभग 55 दुकानें, 54-55 दुकानें एक एक कंपनी को मिल गई। अब आप सुनिए क्या होता है। ये जब हमने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया, जब एलजी ने रेड फ्लैग किया, कन्फॉर्मिंग नॉन कन्फॉर्मिंग जोन, ये सब बातें सामने आ गई, कैबिनेट का रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव डिसीजन लेके वापस किया, मीडिया ने सच दिखाया, तो इन्होंने एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस ले लिया। मगर वापस लेने से पहले की कहानी आप सुनिए। मैं कागज भी लेके आया हूं, हमारे पास कागज है। हम वो आम आदमी पार्टी की तरह बिना नाम लिए कुछ नहीं करते हैं, सब कुछ कागज के साथ करते हैं। 31 मई विगत महीने 31 मार्च पहले, विगत वर्ष 31 मार्च को 4 जोन के जितने रिटेलर्स थे उन्होंने अपने वेंड्स अर्थात ठेके सरेंडर कर दिए। एक्साइज पॉलिसी आपके वापस होने से पहले कंपनीज ने सरेंडर कर दिया कि भैया हमसे नहीं चल पाएगा, ये आपके पॉलिसी में फॉल्ट है, हमको तो नुकसान होने लगा है, हम सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। तो 31 मार्च को 4 ने सरेंडर किए, जोन 24 में ट्राइडेंट ने किया, जोन 25 में पाथवे ने किया, जोन 26 में श्री अवंतिका ने किया, जोन 8 में अधर्व ने किया। और ठीक उसी प्रकार मई 31 को भी 5 जोन के जो रिटेलर्स थे उन्होंने, जो इन्हीं की कंपनी थी, उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया। जोन 1 में भगवती ने, जोन 3 में खाओगली, हाँ, जोन 23 में मगुंटा, जोन 20 में ग्लो, जोन 29 में यूनिवर्सल, जुलाई 15 में जोन 30 में पॉपुलर स्पिरिट सरेंडर। ठीक उसी प्रकार जुलाई 31 में 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 पॉलिसी विड्रॉ हो उससे पहले 9 रिटेलर्स ने सरेंडर कर दिया है। कुल मिलाकर 19-20 रिटेलर्स जिनको इन्होंने ठेके दिए थे, हमसे ना हो पाएगा, पैसा तो हमसे आपने ले लिया, अब हमारा क्या होगा, ये कह के ये 19 कंपनियों ने सरेंडर कर दिए, हाथ खड़े कर दिए। तब जाके इन्होंने दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस लिया। मतलब इनकी तो एक्साइज पॉलिसी पहले से बैठ गई थी। इनकी खुद की कंपनियां जिन्होंने इनको पैसे दिए थे, कमीशन दिए थे, वो तो खुद सरेंडर करके बैठे हुए। आप बताइए, 19 जोन के लोग सरेंडर कर रहे थे और मार्च के महीने से सरेंडर कर रहे थे। किस हिसाब से मनीष सिसोदिया और इनके तमाम लोग जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे थे और कह रहे थे करोड़ों करोड़ों रुपए का नंबर 1 दुनिया का प्रॉफिट हमें हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा था? आपके तो खुद के लोग यहां सरेंडर कर रहे हैं, एक्साइज पॉलिसी वापस लेने से पहले सरेंडर कर रहे हैं। मनीष जी, इसमें जो प्रश्न उठते हैं वो निम्नलिखित है। पहला प्रश्न है कि क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि एक कमेटी बनाई गई थी? पहला प्रश्न है, ये आवाज भी मनीष जी सुन रहे हैं। पहला प्रश्न है कि क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि कमेटी बनी थी? दूसरा प्रश्न है, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि होलसेल और रिटेल को लेकर कमेटी ने जो रिकमेंडेशन दिया, आपने उस रिकमेंडेशन को दरकिनार किया? तीसरा प्रश्न है, मनीष जी, आपने ये जो रिकमेंडेशंस थे उनको दरकिनार किसके कहने पर किया, क्यों किया? क्या यह हकीकत है कि मोटा माल कमाने के चक्कर में आपने इन रिकमेंडेशंस को दरकिनार किया? अंतिम, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी जो आपने विड्रॉ किया, उससे पहले 19 रिटेलर्स ने सरेंडर किया था? और एक अंतिम प्रश्न जो बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, आप लोग देखिए, ये जो जोन में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट हुआ, एक एक कंपनी को 2-2 जोन में 54-55 ठेके मिले। एक जोन में लगभग मिनिमम 250 करोड़ रुपया का फायदा होता है, 250 करोड़ रुपए वहां से मिलते हैं। तो कुल मिलाकर के आपने ये जो 4 जोन है, तो 4 जोनों में 1000 करोड़ रुपए का एक तरह से इसमें पूरा घालमेल हो रहा था। आप मुझे यह बताइए, अगर 19 कंपनियों ने सरेंडर किया है, 5 जोन में किया है, तो आपको कायदे के हिसाब से जो H2 था, जो सेकंड बिडर था, उसको बुला लेना चाहिए था कि भैया H1 से नहीं हो पाया, उन्होंने सरेंडर कर दिया है, H2 आओ, आप संभाल लो। आपने H2 को क्यों नहीं बुलाया? आप H1 पे ही क्यों अटके रह गए? आप H1 पे और उसी कंपनी पे इसलिए अटके रह गए क्योंकि मोटा माल H1 से ही आया था। मोटा माल दूसरी कंपनी से आता तो आप उससे बुलाते, कमीशन जिससे लिया उसी के साथ डीलिंग। रूल को छज्जे पर रखा, जो H2 था उसको तुरंत बुलाना था, H2 को नहीं बुलाया। तो मैं from this high table of Bharatiya Janata Party challenge Mr. Sisodiya immediately after this press conference. You should hold a press conference and you should answer the 6 questions that we have asked you. जो 6 प्रश्न हमने पूछा है, सिसोदिया जी तुरंत एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस करके, इधर उधर की बात, आप वर्ल्ड के बेस्ट शिक्षा मंत्री हैं, मंगल ग्रह, सूर्य ग्रह, वो सब आपके अधीन आते हैं, वो सब अलग बात है, मगर आप एक्साइज मिनिस्टर के नाते क्या कर रहे थे उसका जवाब आप दीजिए, बिल्कुल पॉइंटेड जवाब दीजिए। और मैं आप लोगों से भी निवेदन करूंगा, पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछकर उनसे पॉइंटेड जवाब निकालिए, इधर उधर की बात करने से मना करिए उनको। अब एक प्रश्न तो अरविंद केजरीवाल कैसे छूटेंगे, किंगपिन तो अरविंद केजरीवाल है। एक अरविंद केजरीवाल जी के लिए भी प्रश्न है। अरविंद जी, क्या यह हकीकत नहीं है कि आपको यह सब कुछ पता था? यू न्यू ऑल दिस, कि इसमें घोटाला हो रहा है, शुरू से ही आप जानते थे। और इसी कारण से जब ये फाइलें एलजी के पास जाती थी तो इन फाइलों में आपके हस्ताक्षर नहीं होते थे। आप किसी भी डीटीसी के बस प्रोक्योर होंगे, एक्साइज पॉलिसी, ये जितनी चीजें होती हैं उसमें अरविंद केजरीवाल जी कभी हस्ताक्षर नहीं करते हैं। एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी या जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी से हस्ताक्षर करा के भिजवा देते हैं। रूल बुक तो स्पष्ट रूप से कहता है कि अगर सीएम स्टेशन में है, कोई अर्जेंट मैटर नहीं है, तो आपको हस्ताक्षर करके एलजी के पास भेजना चाहिए, वरना यह वाजिब नहीं है, दिस इज नॉट लीगल। मगर आपने जिस प्रकार से, और कल एलजी साहब की यह चिट्ठी आपने दिखाया है मीडिया में, डियर श्री अरविंद केजरीवाल जी, it has been observed that in recent months a significant number of proposals as a matter of routine have been submitted by your office for my approval or for my opinion under article 239AA4 of the constitution by your joint secretary or additional secretary with remarks, honorable CM has seen and approved the proposal without specifying any grounds of urgency warranting such a communication। आगे आप सबने दिखाया है, कल की चिट्ठी है, इसलिए मैं इस पर विस्तार से नहीं जा रहा हूं। हस्ताक्षर नहीं होते थे, केवल सीएम ने दूर से देख लिया है। और ये अरविंद केजरीवाल जी वैसे व्यक्ति हैं, जैसे ही धरपकड़ होगी खुलासा हो जाएगा, अरे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी भी मिला हुआ है। ये जो एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी और जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी चिट्ठी लेके चले जाते थे एलजी के पास, ये भी मोदी जी से मिले हुए हैं। मुझे फाइल 10 फीट की दूरी से ऐसे दिखाया था, इसलिए मैंने पढ़ा नहीं उसके अंदर क्या लिखा हुआ था। ये क्या दुनिया को बेवकूफ समझते हैं? एक चीफ मिनिस्टर हैं, ये एलजी के पास इतने बड़े बड़े प्रपोजल भेज रहे हैं और उन पे हस्ताक्षर नहीं हुई। हैज सीन, ही हैज सीन, ऐसे होता है क्या? अरविंद जी, 6 प्रश्नों का उत्तर तो मनीष सिसोदिया देंगे, एक प्रश्न का उत्तर आप दे दीजिए। डिड यू सी द फाइल? ये जो दिल्ली एक्साइज पॉलिसी की फाइल थी, डिड यू सी द फाइल कि आपको 20-25 फुट की दूरी से ही एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी ने ऐसे दिखा दिया था कि ये है? आप इसका जवाब देंगे, ये हम आशा करते हैं। और प्लीज ये संजय सिंह जी को भिजवा करके, ये बाकी लोगों को भिजवा करके इधर उधर की बातें मत कराइए, मनीष सिसोदिया जी को ही भेजिए, वही इसका उत्तर दे और जो पॉइंटेड प्रश्न पूछे हैं उसका उत्तर दे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अभी माननीय अध्यक्ष आदेश जी इस विषय पर।
धन्यवाद। अभी बड़े विस्तार से डॉक्टर संबित पात्रा जी ने आपके सामने शराब नीति के बारे में बातें रखी हैं। देखिए, कुछ दिन पहले मैं देवली में एक कार्यक्रम में गया था, वहाँ एक महिला मुझे मिली और वो महिला बड़ी उदास थी, उनकी आंखों में आंसू भी थे, कुछ कागज भी थे। तो मैंने उनसे पूछा कि क्या कारण है। बोली कि मेरा बेटा बीमार है, मैं उसका इलाज कराना चाहती हूँ। मेरे पति की कुछ दिन पहले मृत्यु हो गई है, 2 बेटियां हैं, उनकी शादी करनी है और बेटा अकेला कमाने वाला है। लेकिन जब से देवली के अंदर ये शराब का ठेका खुला है, उसको शराब की लत लग गई है और वो शराब बेहताशा पीने लगा है। और शराब पीते पीते इतना पीने लगा कि अस्पताल पहुंच गया है और मैं उसका इलाज कराऊं, मेरे घर में पैसे नहीं खाने को, कमाने वाला एक ही है, 2 बेटियां, उनकी शादी करनी है। तो हमने कुछ कार्यकर्ताओं को बोला कि भाई आप घर में मदद कीजिए इनकी। और उसके बाद हमने उनकी लड़के की फैक्ट्री मालिक से बात की। मैंने कहा आप उनका नंबर दीजिए, और उनसे मैंने जब बात की, मैंने कहा आप ये बताइए मैनेजर साहब कि ये बच्चा जब नहीं आता है तो आपको इंटीमेट करना चाहिए। बोले सर क्या बताऊं कि जब से एक बोतल पे एक बोतल फ्री मिलने लगी, हमारे फैक्ट्री में काम करने वाले अधिकांश लोग, वो फैक्ट्री में मजदूर जो काम करते हैं, वो शराब की दुकानों पे लाइनों पे खड़े थे। तो बहुत सारे लोगों से जब ये पता लगा कि फैक्ट्रियों में भी ये होने लगा, मुझे बहुत दुख भी हुआ और गुस्सा भी आया। उस महिला की आंखों में आंसू देखकर तकलीफ भी हुई कि केजरीवाल जी ऐसी शराब नीति ले आए जो लोगों के घरों को उजाड़ दिया। और मैं आपको प्रत्यक्ष बता रहा हूं, प्रीति और नीति नाम की दो महिलाएं देवली के अंदर, जिन्होंने जब विरोध का झंडा उठाया देवली के उस ठेके के खिलाफ, तो उनको गुंडों से पिटवाया गया। केजरीवाल जी जो महिला सुरक्षा की बात करते हैं, महिलाओं के सम्मान की बात करते हैं, और उन महिलाओं को, उन मासूम महिलाओं को जिन्होंने शराब के ठेके के खिलाफ कि देवली के अंदर शराब का ठेका नहीं खोला जाना चाहिए, आप उस वीडियो को भी देख सकते हैं।
Let's shift our focus to more breaking news coming in, and this is a sensational claim being made by the BJP once again that's predicted doom for the Aam Aadmi Party. You just heard the BJP national spokesperson and another BJP leader there break down details and ask certain questions to the Aam Aadmi Party. But now Kapil Mishra has leveled a big charge, says accused is all set to turn witness in the case, and has warned the Deputy Chief Minister to face the heat. So he's put out this tweet, viewers. On your screens is that tweet that has been put out by Kapil Mishra, who's predicting doom for the Aam Aadmi Party, and a sensational charge being leveled by Kapil Mishra, who says that the accused will turn witness. So a tweet in Hindi that has been put out by Kapil Mishra, who has leveled once again serious allegations against the Aam Aadmi Party with regards to the alleged liquor scam case.
In fact, in the tweet, he has also mentioned that Arvind Kejriwal as well as Sisodia also got into an argument regarding the same. So he's predicting more trouble for Manish Sisodia. Remember, the CBI searches have taken place at his residence. The Aam Aadmi Party has been saying that they did not find anything against the Deputy Chief Minister. Back-to-back news conferences happening. But now Kapil Mishra of the BJP claiming that one of the accused in the case is going to turn witness. So that will amount to evidence against Manish Sisodia, and that's going to bring in more trouble for the Aam Aadmi Party leader. In the tweet that Kapil Mishra has put out, he has also hinted at a divide between Kejriwal and Sisodia over the matter, saying that two also had an argument over the same. Of course, this is a claim that has been made by the BJP leader. As of now, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders continue to, of course, back Manish Sisodia. Akanksha is joining us over the phone line with more details on this. Akanksha, this is quite a sensational claim that has been made by Kapil Mishra. Of course, this is his claim. So this is the tweet that he has put out. But he claims that there could be more trouble because one of the accused could turn witness for Manish Sisodia.
Well, absolutely. Kapil Mishra has now tweeted that one of the accused could turn witness. He said that last night that there was Kejriwal और सिसोदिया के बीच गाली गलोच धक्का मुक्की जैसी स्थिति बन गई after he got to know that one accused could turn into the witness. Now, this is not the first time Kapil Mishra has said similar things. He had also posted similar tweets.
In as many words, that's Kapil Mishra saying that शराब घोटाले की FIR में एक अभियुक्त जो केजरीवाल का खास है, he is going to turn witness. So this is a sensational charge. How much weight does this really hold remains to be seen. Let's once again cut across live to the BJP press conference.
नाम लिया क्या? किसने सजेशन दिया था? नाम लिया? अच्छा, ये आम आदमी पार्टी ने बिना नाम लेके प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस किया? मतलब किसी ने बताया सिर्फ ऐसे? अच्छा, देखिए, मुझे तो, हम तो आजकल उनका प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस देखते नहीं हैं, क्योंकि मैंने जैसा आपको कहा, कहीं ना कहीं इधर उधर की बातें और जिस प्रकार से एक भड़के हुए तरीके से ये आम आदमी पार्टी वाले आजकल प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, मन में तो कहीं ना कहीं तिनका छुपा हुआ है, मन में एक गिल्ट कॉन्शियसनेस है। देखिए, आम आदमी पार्टी वाले वो हैं जो लोग, आप याद करिए, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी जब जिन्होंने राजनीति आरंभ की थी तो एक कार में आते थे, नीले रंग की कार में, और कुछ था नहीं उनके पास। घर भी नहीं था, लेंगे भी नहीं बोल रहे थे। और बाकी सारे विधायक और मंत्री वो सब कोई ऑटो में लटक के आ रहा है, कोई किसी के स्कूटर के पीछे बैठ के आ रहा है। बोलते कुछ है ही नहीं इनके पास, ये सब बेचारे इतने गरीब थे और कितने साधारण थे। नहीं याद है ना आपको, ऑटो में लटक के भी आ रहे थे, मुझे याद है 2 लोग ऑटो में बैठे भी नहीं थे, बोले बैठने के लिए सीट नहीं, हम इतने आम हैं, हम लटक के ही आएंगे। कहाँ गए ये सब? अब इनको सब 25-25 करोड़ का ऑफर दे। अरे कोई बीजेपी वाला ऑफर नहीं दे रहा है, ये शराब माफियों से 25-25 करोड़ खा करके इनको आदत पड़ गई है। ये सब इनके जो ये शराब माफिया वाले जो मित्र हैं, इनसे सबको 20-20 करोड़ मिला होगा जरूर, और फोन भी शराब माफिया का आ रहा होगा कि तुम्हारे एरिया में मेरा 20 ठेके थे, अब 20 करोड़ ले लो, कैसे भी करके चालू करो। उसी को ये हमारे नाम पे चस्पा करने की कोशिश करे। इनको बोलिए ना, नाम दिखाएंगे। और कोई प्रश्न? यस।
तो आप सोचिए गिनती कहां तक जाएगी। मुझे लगता है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से देश जानना चाहता है, मैं जानना चाहता हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कि उनके पास इतना सारा करोड़ों रुपया, हर राज्य में विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए करोड़ों रुपया, ये काला धन कहां से आया, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने कहां से कमाया, और ये कहां रखते हैं, जो सीबीआई ईडी किसी को नहीं पता, कोई समझना ही नहीं चाहता। कांग्रेस के विधायकों को भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने करोड़ों रुपए दिए, वो रास्ते में पकड़े गए, गाड़ी में करोड़ों रुपए के साथ पकड़े गए। अखबारों में, टीवी में चर्चा चल रही थी कि झारखंड की सरकार गिराने की कोशिश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने ऑपरेशन लोटस लॉन्च किया हुआ है। रंगे हाथों विधायकों के पास करोड़ों रुपया गाड़ी में भरा हुआ मिल गया। कोई ईडी सीबीआई जांच ही नहीं करना चाहती कि यह पैसा कहां से आया, क्योंकि उसकी जो ट्रेल होगी, जो मनी ट्रेल होगी, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के हेडक्वार्टर में जाकर रुकेगी। ये सब जानते हैं। और आज मैं अपने भारतीय भाइयों के आगे इस सवाल को रखना चाहता हूं कि इस पे विचार करिएगा कि ये हजारों करोड़ कैश जो विधायकों को खरीदने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी खर्च कर रही है, ये कौन सी ईमानदारी की चक्की से निकाला गया है, कहां पे इतना कैश रखा जाता है। और भारतीय जनता पार्टी के दफ्तरों में जहां कैश रखा जाता होगा या इनके गोदामों में जहां पे कैश रखा जाता होगा, वो सीबीआई और ईडी के रडार पे कब आएंगे। ये मेरे सवाल के साथ मैं इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस को खत्म करता हूं। आपके पास कोई सवाल हो तो पूछ सकते हैं। देखिए 2014 में, और अगर मुझे डेट सही से याद है तो 8 सितंबर 2014 को भारतीय जनता पार्टी के उपाध्यक्ष शेर सिंह डागर, जो कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी से कई बार चुनाव लड़ चुके हैं, मैं व्यक्तिगत तौर पर उन्हें जानता हूं क्योंकि मेरे पड़ोस में शाहपुरजड़ गांव से आते हैं। उनके बेटे परीक्षित डागर एबीवीपी के अंदर चुनाव लड़ते रहे हैं, एबीवीपी के अंदर ऑफिस बेरर रहे हैं। मेरी भी कभी शाहपुरजट में सभा होती है तो वो अक्सर उसके अंदर कुछ ना कुछ जो है शैतानियां करते हैं। इसलिए मैं व्यक्तिगत रूप से उनके परिवार को जानता हूं, शेर सिंह डागर साहब के। और मुझे मालूम था कि वो इस कारस्तानी के अंदर लगे हुए हैं, क्योंकि हमारा गांव उनका गांव पड़ोस का गांव है। काफी लोगों की चर्चा होती रहती है। उन्होंने हमारे सिटिंग संगम बिहार के विधायक को 4 करोड़ रुपए ऑफर दिए पार्टी बदलने के लिए, और ये स्टिंग हमारे विधायक ने करके टीवी पे सारी दुनिया को दिखाया है। मैं एक जानकारी और दे देता हूं, इसके अलावा भी कई स्टिंग उस समय हमने करने की कोशिश की। कुछ स्टिंग्स बहुत अच्छे नहीं हो पाए, मगर स्टिंग्स हमारे पास वो भी मौजूद थे। ऐसे भी हुआ कई जगह कि डील होते होते जो है भारतीय जनता पार्टी का जो नेता था वो थोड़ा सा चौकन्ना हो गया और जब वीडियो की तक बात पहुंची तो शायद वो बच गया, बट उससे पहले कि हमारे पास बहुत सारी चीजें हैं। तो हम वो हैं जिन्होंने भारतीय जनता पार्टी को पूरे देश के सामने एक्सपोज किया है। और मैं आपको एक और बात बता दूं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने आज तक अपने उस नेता, अपने उस उपाध्यक्ष शेर सिंह डागर को पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेशन करके जेल में नहीं भेजा है। उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी की तरफ से नहीं था, इसकी कैसे हिम्मत हो गई, ये 4 करोड़ रुपए देके एक चुने हुए विधायक को खरीद रहा है, हम इसको जेल भेजेंगे। कोई इन्वेस्टिगेशन नहीं की गई उसके अंदर, उसको ठंडे रास्ते में डाल दिया गया। दिल्ली पुलिस भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पास ही है 2014 से आज तक। मैं भारतीय जनता पार्टी के संबित पात्रा को चुनौती देता हूं, आप बताइए आपने अपने उपाध्यक्ष शेर सिंह डागर के ऊपर क्या कार्रवाई की? उनको अब तक जेल में क्यों नहीं डाला अगर वो आपके आदमी नहीं थे? वो उनके लोग थे। और मेरे को व्यक्तिगत जानकारी है इस चीज की कि वो इस तरीके का ऑफर कई लोगों को दे रहे थे और उनके साथी भी कई लोगों को ऑफर दे रहे थे। मगर समस्या क्या है मैं आपको बताऊं, कई बार सामाजिक लोग होते हैं, आपकी रिश्तेदारियां होती हैं, आपके पुराने पारिवारिक मित्र होते हैं, उनको आपके पास भेजा जाता है, वो आपको आपका दोस्त बन के आपको ऑफर देते हैं और आपका हमदर्द बन के आपको थ्रेट देते हैं। इस तरीके का थ्रेट मैं आपको बताऊं कई अफसरों से भी मिल जाता है। कई अफसर आपके पास आके बैठते हैं कि सर आप इन सब चक्करों में मत पड़ो, क्यों इतनी प्रेस वार्ता कर रहे हो, सर आपको भी लपेटने का चल रहा है, जल बोर्ड में बहुत ढूंढ चल रही है। ये तरीका होता है, मैसेज दिलाए, केंद्र सरकार मैसेज देती है, हमें भी मिलते हैं मैसेज कि जल बोर्ड के अंदर बहुत ढूंढ मची हुई है, सर आप क्यों इतनी प्रेस वार्ता करते हो? हमने कहा ढूंढो ना, और भी ढूंढो, खूब जल बोर्ड में जो ढूंढना है ढूंढो। तो ये सब जो राजनीतिक लोग होते हैं उनको मालूम होता है, आप किसी भी राजनीतिक आदमी से बात करोगे तो वो बता देंगे कि हाँ इस तरीके से ही चलता है। और इसी तरीके से महाराष्ट्र में जो सरकार टूटी, कर्नाटक में टूटी, गोवा में टूटी, मध्य प्रदेश में टूटी, आपको क्या लगता है कि एक पार्टी भारतीय जनता पार्टी को गाली दे दे के उसके उम्मीदवार को हरा के आया है और फिर उनका एकदम हृदय परिवर्तन होगा, वो कह रहे कि नहीं मोदी जी सबसे अच्छे हैं और क्यों? ये क्या जनता को समझ में नहीं आ रहा। ये जरूर है कि आज हमने इसको नॉर्मलाइज कर दिया है, हमने इसके ऊपर नैतिक सवाल उठाने बंद कर दिए। मगर ये बात अगर आप थोड़ा भी इसके ऊपर मनन करें, चिंतन करें, तो आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि ये पैसे की ताकत है, पैसे की ताकत के अलावा कुछ नहीं। पैसे की ताकत है, डंडे का लोभ है, सिर्फ और कुछ नहीं। और कोई सवाल हो? लेंगे, मैं बता रहा हूं भारतीय जनता पार्टी की और हमारी लड़ाई लंबी लड़ाई है। अभी तो गुजरात में लड़ाई है, फिर 2024 में लड़ाई है। अर्जुन के पास ब्रह्मास्त्र था, अर्जुन की पहली लड़ाई तो नहीं थी महाभारत के युद्ध में, अर्जुन की कई लड़ाइयां हुई, मगर जहां ब्रह्मास्त्र की जरूरत है वहीं ब्रह्मास्त्र चलाया। श्री राम ने भी वहीं चलाया जहां जरूरत थी। श्री राम की तो रावण से पहले कईयों से लड़ाई हुई, कई छोटे छोटे जो है वो क्या कहते थे उनको, राक्षस से छोटे वाले क्या होते थे, दानव, खर, दूषण, रावण का बेटा अहिरावण, कई सारे थे। सूर्पणखा के ऊपर ब्रह्मास्त्र का प्रयोग नहीं किया भगवान राम ने। जब ब्रह्मास्त्र की जरूरत होगी तो ब्रह्मास्त्र चलेगा जरूर, ये मेरा वादा है आप लोगों से। लीगल अब देखिए पता क्या, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो प्रवक्ता हैं, आप नहीं, भारतीय जनता पार्टी के जो प्रवक्ता हैं वो इतने बदमाश हैं। हम कहते हैं कि तुमने चोरी की, अच्छा चोरी की तो आप कोर्ट में क्यों नहीं चले जाते हमारे खिलाफ? हमारे पास यही काम है कि तुम्हारे खिलाफ कोर्ट जाते रहे। भाई कोर्ट में काम होता है जहां इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी है। कोर्ट भी क्या करेगा? कोर्ट भी कहेगा कि इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी को कहेगा भाई आप जांच करो। इन्वेस्टिगेशन तो इन्वेस्टिगेटिंग एजेंसी ही करेगी। कोर्ट में हम कितना भी चले जाएं, कुल मिला के घूम फिर के इन्वेस्टिगेशन इसी पे आनी है, तो इसीलिए कोर्ट वोट में नहीं जाते। मैंने आपको उदाहरण दिया ना, शेर सिंह डागर का क्या किया इन्होंने, कुछ नहीं।
सर एक और सवाल है, कल एसडी ऑफिस के यहाँ से बताइए।
कि जो सीएम के ऑफिस से फाइल जाती है उस पर सीएम के दस्तखत नहीं होते हैं और उन्होंने देख लिए और अप्रूव कर दी, ये उन्होंने कहा उस पर फिर टकराव की स्थिति एलईओ ऑफिस और सीएम ऑफिस।
बीजेपी ये कह रही है कि जब सीएम ने दस्तखत ही नहीं करते हैं, क्या उन्होंने एक्साइज पॉलिसी वाली फाइल देखी भी थी?
अब देखिए, मुझे नहीं पता, भारतीय जनता पार्टी कई तरीके के आरोप जो है आम आदमी पार्टी पे लगाती रही है, जैसे कि मुख्यमंत्री के पास कोई डिपार्टमेंट नहीं है। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के बहुत सारे मुख्यमंत्री ऐसे हैं जिनके पास डिपार्टमेंट नहीं है, ओवरऑल सुपरविजन का काम मुख्यमंत्री करते हैं। मैं नहीं जानता, राष्ट्रपति जानते होंगे प्रधानमंत्री जी कितनी फाइलों पे खुद साइन करते हैं। मुझे पूरा यकीन है अपनी व्यस्तता के कारण प्रधानमंत्री जी भी बहुत सारी फाइलों पे साइन नहीं करते होंगे और उनके अफसर अगर लिखते होंगे कि प्रधानमंत्री जी को ये बात दिखा दी गई है तो प्रोटोकॉल के तहत ये चीज मानी जाती होगी। मेरा पूरा यकीन है इस चीज का और मुझे यह भी यकीन है कि इस तरह से कई मुख्यमंत्री कार्यालयों के अंदर ऐसा रहा होगा। एलजी साहब ने इस बात को कहा है, मुख्यमंत्री जी और एलजी साहब इस पर चर्चा कर लेंगे, जो सोल्यूशन होगा उसको निकाल लेंगे। इसमें कोई इतना बड़ा मामला नहीं है कि एक दूसरे को चिट्ठीबाजी की जाए, तो बताई जा सकती है, कोई ऐसी बड़ी चीज नहीं थी। और कुछ हो तो बताइए।
बिहार में भी रेट डली है,
बिहार में तो रेट डलनी ही थी, बिहार में क्यों नहीं डलनी थी? जब वहां सरकार टूट गई तो बिहार में तो डलनी है, झारखंड में भी डलेगी। अब पता नहीं क्या है,
आपको पता रहता है?
नहीं, अभी जानकारी नहीं आई हमारे पास, अभी हम खुद अपने में बिजी हैं। और कुछ सवाल है तो बताओ।
सौरभ जी, एक सवाल ये है कि आप लोग को लगता नहीं कहीं से कमजोर पड़ रहे हैं? आप लोग बार बार जो नाम नहीं बता रहे हैं, चाहे वो मनीष सिसोदिया के मामले में हो, चाहे 4 एमएलए के मामले हो, चाहे 35 लोगों के बारे में जब अगर आप नाम नहीं बताएंगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आम आदमी पार्टी कमजोर दिखाई देगी।
देखिए, मैं आपको बताऊं, आम आदमी पार्टी है ही कमजोर। हम लोग बेचारे सताए हुए लोग हैं और ये लोग हैं जिनके पास सारी ताकत है, सारी सत्ता है। रोना इस बात का, कमजोर के ऊपर अपनी ताकत आजमा रहे हैं। वहां चीन के ऊपर आजमाए, भारतीय सेना तैयार है लड़ने के लिए, मोदी जी भारतीय सेना को जाने नहीं देते। हम कमजोर मिले हुए हैं, हमें पीट रहे हैं। सबसे छोटी पार्टी है, हम कह रहे तुम्हें नहीं छोड़ेंगे। हमने कहा ठीक है भैया, मत छोड़ना हमें। ये इनकी आदत है। और कमजोरों को जब जब दबाया जाता है तब तब भारत की जनता कमजोर के साथ खड़ी हो जाती है और भगवान भी कमजोर के साथ ही खड़ा होगा। बट हम जो है कितने ही कमजोर हों, हम इनके आगे अपने घुटने नहीं टेकेंगे। हम लड़ेंगे, लड़के शहीद हो जाएंगे, इतिहास में नाम दर्ज करेंगे, मगर मोदी जी के आगे हम अपना सर नहीं झुकाएंगे। और कोई सवाल है? आज सारे सवाल पूछेंगे। असल में ये क्वेश्चन ही नहीं पूछना चाहिए कि और कोई सवाल है। लोग बैठे बैठे सोचते रहते कि अब ये पूछ लेते। अच्छा, आपका लास्ट जवाब, ठीक है?
शनिवार को जो प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस हुई थी आम आदमी पार्टी की, सॉरी बीजेपी की, जिसमें परवेश वर्मा जी ने कहा था कि जो सीबीआई के सूत्र हैं वो आप और संजय सिंह जी हैं, क्योंकि आप मनीष सिसोदिया की सीट हथियाना
तो नहीं, मतलब कि सीबीआई से हम मिले हुए हैं।
आपने
Well, the war of words continues between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP and only escalating by the hour. We'll come back after a very short break with all the news updates and top headlines.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं, वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या की आता यानंतर मोबाईलवर कोई हायवे नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम. आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू. महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला. अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वातंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हैलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो.
Well, hi there. Warm welcome. You're watching Breaking Ground with me, Meghna Dekha. Lots lined up for you in this bulletin, but the focus is going to be the massive development which is coming in from Bihar. Well, moments ahead of the crucial floor test in Bihar, CBI has conducted raids at the residence of 4 senior leaders of the Rashtriya Janata Dal, closely associated with the party supremo Lalu Yadav, in connection with the land for job scam. And it's not just about the leaders. What is very damning is a remand note that Times Now has managed to access, which categorically links the land for job scam directly to Lalu Prasad, saying that this scam unfolded when he was the railway minister, the union railway minister, and the beneficiaries of this alleged scam were his family members, as per the CBI. Meanwhile, these are the visuals you can see of the searches which were carried out on the premises of RJD MLC Sunil Singh, also former MLC Subodh Roy, Rajya Sabha MPs Ahmed Ashfaq, Kareem, as well as Fayyaz Ahmed. All of this was happening in and around Patna. Meanwhile, RJD has also deemed it a case of vendetta politics, because remember, it happened right before the trust vote happened, where Nitish managed to prove his majority with the support of Lalu and his legislators. Well, in fact, with that, there is more breaking news which is coming in. CBI has struck now on the loyalists of Tejasvi Yadav. In fact, Yadav Science's first response was that I will give a fitting reply in the assembly. Tejasvi says that he will reply very soon. 6 of his aides, remember, including 2 of the MPs, have been raided. And Tejasvi has said that he will give a fitting reply on the floor of the House. Remember, there was a trust vote, and right ahead of that, the RJD has been alleging that this was a way to intimidate the legislators into voting for the BJP instead of Nitish and Lalu's Mahagathbandhan.
अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक लोहार का, अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक लोहार का, अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक, अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक लोहार का, अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक लोहार का, अरे भाई 100 सुनार का एक लोहार का।
Well, with that, more breaking news which is coming in regarding Gurugram properties which are now under the lens. In fact, Urban Cubes Mall, which is in Sector 71, is now on the radar as well in links to the land for job scam. In fact, the mall is reportedly owned by Tejasvi Yadav and has links to Tejasvi Yadav, who is, of course, now the Deputy Chief Minister. Raids are currently underway at this Gurugram Mall as well, even as we speak. That's a big breaking news. So, this entire land for job scam has landed directly at the doorstep of Lalu Prasad. The reason? Well, all of it, as per the CBI, happened while Lalu was the Union Railway Minister during his tenure. Second, that CBI has alleged is that parcels of land were being gifted away to Rabdi Devi allegedly, as well as to Lalu's two daughters. In addition to that, now you have the latest which is coming in of raids being carried out in a mall which is being linked to Tejasvi Yadav himself. So let me go across to Bhavtosh, who's joining us with the very latest. Nukul is also there with us. I believe, Bhavtosh, you can share some details with us as to what really is the connection, and all of it directly ends at the doorstep of Lalu Prasad himself and his family.
Meghna, the entire case revolves around the period when Lalu Prasad Yadav was Railway Minister, that is 2004 to 9. And what the CBI has said while taking the custody of his close loyalist Bhola Yadav was that through gift deeds and through sales deed, a large fraction of large amount of land was in fact given to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. Through this, he usurped land which was worth crores of rupees. And where Nukul is, what CBI is saying is that from proceeds of crime, Tejasvi Yadav managed to at least get a land which was now under construction mall. Now they have also carried out raids and searches on a company which they claim could be a shell company that was used to in fact launder the money and then construct this mall. Meghna, this is not the first time that that Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar is under the scanner in any case of Benami property. Way back in 2017 also, large amount of land was in fact under the scanner, whether it was in Delhi or in Patna. His family members, Lalu's family members, have always been accused of being owner of land which was worth crores of rupees, whether it's in Delhi or whether it's in Bihar. And what they have said is that Lalu, through his contacts and very fact that he had been Chief Minister of Bihar as well as that he is a Railway Minister, had got ill-gotten wealth, and through ill-gotten wealth he had also invested it in land. Even in this case, what CBI is alleging that this under construction mall is one such property that is brought from the proceeds of crime.
Well, in fact, let me go across to Nukul. I believe he is at this Gurugram mall. Tell us what's happening behind you and what is the link of this under construction mall to Tejasvi Yadav as per the CBI.
Yes, Meghna, in fact, out of the 25 the properties which have been searched since morning, CBI have also conducted raids here at this particular property. Now you can see right now we are at Sector 71. This is the White Line Corporation Private Limited. The mall name is Urban Cube 71. Now this is an under construction mall which we have given to understand. You can see in these visuals as well that the construction is particularly going on in this particular mall. Now CBI have been searching in this particular premises of this particular mall which is under construction now. Reportedly, it is being alleged that Tejasvi Yadav and his associates are linked to this particular property. Now CBI have been conducting raids in this particular property since the morning. Two teams of the CBI were there in this particular premises and they had left a short while ago, while the CBI was searching some relevant documents from this particular residence. Now among the locations being searched among the locations which have been searched by the CBI since morning, this is one of the construction mall Urban Cubes, which is again I would like to tell you that this is in Sector 71 in Gurugram. Now, as you have rightly mentioned, sources also reveal that the raids have been conducted at several locations, including the premises of Treasurer at the RJD. Now, this comes at the time when Nitish Kumar had to face the floor test, but at the same time, this is the particular office where the CBI had conducted their raids and they were searching for relevant documents. They have seized some documents as well. Now, what the documents reveal is going to be a matter of concern where CBI in their official statement is going to reveal reveal. But these are the particular premises where we are reporting from right now. CBI have been conducting searches and they've left a short while ago.
Well, that is the mall that Nukul is at, and he's getting us details. I'd request you to show us the entire area once again, because in the past also, Times Now has been leading the coverage when it comes to the loot diaries. In 2017, it was Bhafto Sholi who got us all the details of Lalu loot diaries that here on Times Now we had put out in June of 2017. And today, yet another exclusive which is coming in. We'll get you more details of that, but before that I believe there's some breaking news which is coming in. Well, now the Congress is throwing Operation Kichad Jibe at the BJP. In fact, this time around it is Pawan Khera. He says that it's very clear what is happening and why it is happening. Listen in.
Soon after the new government is formed in Bihar and the BJP finds itself out of the government, suddenly the agencies get activated. So this Operation Kichad, I won't call it Operation Kamal, Operation Kichad comes into force the moment they are in trouble or the moment they want to form government. So it's very clear, it's very transparent for everyone to see.
Well, with that, more breaking news which is coming in the land for job scam case. Sushil Modi questions the nexus between those who are being raided and the Lalu family. BJP has said that this very clearly shows as to who benefited allegedly by this scam. Listen in.
He had to resign. He was dismissed by Nitish Kumar. In the year 2017, when he could not explain the charges which were leveled by the CBI, and at that time Nitish had said that he should explain the charges leveled by CBI. So for them, moral ground is like a football ground. So there is no question of asking, because they are not going to resign, and they have just joined the government. And by remaining the government, they will try to conceal, they will try to manage, they will try to do all sort of things. So it is for Nitish Kumar to explain why he has joined hand with those people who are जो लोग पूरी तरह से करप्शन के अंदर डूबे हुए।
Well, there you have it. The war of words continues. Remember, the raids came in just hours before the trust vote happened on the floor of the assembly. Quickly, JDU said that this is nothing but vendetta, and this is a way for the BJP to try and force the JDU legislators to vote for the BJP. That, of course, was the charge coming in. However, the BJP has said, why don't you reply to the specific charges of the CBI? Just to give a quick reminder as to the charges of the CBI, this scam allegedly happened at the time of Lalu Prasad being the Union Railway Minister, where allegedly parcels of lands were gifted away, not just to Lalu but his own family members, such as his wife Rabri Devi, Misha Bharti, as well as the other daughter. And there is also now a mall in Gurugram which is coming under the lens of the CBI, which just got raided. We got you the live shots of that, which is allegedly linked to Tejasvi. In fact, let's get you some of the other reactions also coming in from the JDU. This is KC Tyagi.
We don't oppose the investigation of the investigating agency, but the time and the occasion of these searches are politically motivated. After the departure of JDU from the BJP, it was our apprehension that these kind of raids will be raided on the premises of permanent leaders. Our apprehension came true when the houses of RJD leader were raided. Today it was the day of the non-confidence motion against the speaker. It is our humble request to all the stakeholders, please don't make investigating agency a mockery, otherwise the faith of the people in these organizations will hurt.
ये तो पहले से ही आशंका थी इस तरह की घटना हो सकती है, कोई आज से थोड़े हो रहा है, लगातार 2-3 महीनों से ये काम चल रहा है। जो विरोधी दल के नेता हैं उनको डराने धमकाने का काम किया जा रहा है।
Well, let me go across to Nukul so that we can get a glimpse of the latest place where the raids have happened. On your screens, you can, however, see the raids across 20 spots in and around Patna where these raids have been happening. Some of them on very senior leaders of the RJD, 2 MPs and MLC as well. Ashfaq Khan was one of the leaders who was one of the parliamentarians, I should say, who was raided in addition to several of the other very close aides of Lalu Prasad. But
But remember, in 2017, you can see the visuals there on your screens. 2017 Times Now led the coverage on the Lalu loot diary. And yet again now, in 2022, Times Now is leading the coverage in the alleged land for job scam. Let me go across to Bhavtosh. Bhavtosh, over the years, and we have the visuals there on our screens, over the years, we have seen how since the loot diaries, which you had in fact exposed here on Times Now, this probe has been continuing. So today when the RJD-JDU says that it is linked to the trust vote, that's not true, is it? Since when has this probe been on?
Long time. In fact, there are several parts of this case. One is the infamous auto scam in which Lalu Yadav has been convicted and then he's out on bail in that case. And the other is the IRCTC scam in which he and the family members are out on bail. In that case also both CBI as well as Enforcement Directorate are carrying out their own probe. And then there are also an income tax investigation in the Benami property case. And this is a different case of a land for job scam in which CBI is probing the manner in which candidates were given various, in fact, were given jobs which they were not, in fact, they were not eligible for, and then subsequently they sold off the land at a lower value than the market value, and then subsequently both Lalu and his family members became owner of huge amount of land in Bihar. Then what happened is in a way connected to the previous cases is that through their shell companies money was laundered. So both these cases, IRCTC as well as land for job scam, in many ways are connected to each other. Coming back to this case, this and searches, as Nukul was saying, was carried out in different parts of the country, including Gurugram, where an under construction mall of Lalu Yadav's son,
Absolutely.
Who's also
in fact, Times Now is the only channel tracking minute by minute developments which have been happening, not just now. We led the coverage in 2017, again in 2022. Meanwhile, more breaking news which is covering in a very dramatic visual that you can see on your screens of an infiltration bid which has been foiled as a terrorist steps on a landmine which explodes. These are infrared cameras, remember, which have been deployed all along the India-Pakistan border, and that on your screens is the terrorists just about to step on a landmine. And any minute now you'll see that there you have it. That's the moment when the landmine exploded and the terrorist was killed while he tried to infiltrate into India. This is an infiltration attempt and an explosion which was caught on camera. Let me go across to Pradeep Datta. Pradeep, I believe this is coming in from the Lam area of Nowshera sector. Explain to our viewers, what can we see in these visuals?
Yes, Meghna, you are absolutely right. This incident took place in Lam area, Nowshera sector. A group of about 2 terrorists, they were trying to infiltrate into this side of the border, taking advantage of darkness. While they were trying to sneak in, the idea was basically they wanted to sneak in to target any of the posts. Basically, it was a kind of a bat attack which they were planning to do. But during the process, you can see, as in that is caught on the camera, surveillance gadgetry has been able to catch those visuals, that how they step on the landmine and landmine explode, and because of this explosion, both the terrorists get killed. Large quantities of arms and ammunition have been recovered. This clearly shows that change in regime has not changed the mindset of Pakistan. They continue to push in terrorists into this side of the border so that they can destabilize the situation, because they want to keep winters hot. They know that in the coming months their passes will close because of snowfall. Before that, they want to push in as many terrorists as they can. And the other reason is that their economy is in tatters. Already there is a political turmoil. We have seen that how large number of people are coming out against army. So to divert attention from the problem back home, also they want to push in terrorists, once again trying to revive terror-related activities, especially in areas like Nowshera, Sundarpani, Rajouri and Punch. We have seen several attempts have been made. This was the second infiltration attempt in this particular sector during 48 hours. The first infiltration attempt, one Pakistani terrorist, he was shot at and injured, and right now he's in army custody, and maybe today he will be produced before the media, and right now we are on our way. And this was the second infiltration attempt wherein 2 terrorists, you can see the terrorists trying to sneak in. As they come closer to the line of control, that is the time when terrorist steps on the landmine. Their landmine explodes. One of the terrorists and the other accompanying him also dies. And later on, it was only after several hours of search operation, the bodies were finally retrieved and large quantities of arms and ammunition have been recovered. So this surveillance gadgetry has been able to catch hold of these visuals and exposes Pakistan's lies, that Pakistan keep on saying that they are only providing moral support to people here on the Kashmir side, especially the terror organization like Hizbul Mujahideen. But the reality is that Pakistan continues to run terror factories. They continue to push in terrorists. There seems to be no change in their strategy even after the change in regime. Everybody thought that maybe once Shahbaz Sharif will be Prime Minister, something is going to change. But nothing has changed on the ground. If we interact with the commanders on the ground, they say during the last few days we have seen that the number of terrorists on different launch pads have increased. More than 4 to 5 terrorists are reported from each and every launch pad, especially in Uri, Kupwara, Poonch and Rajouri sector, and several attempts have been made. So far they haven't succeeded, but yes, they are trying to do so because they want to carry out a big spectacular attack. They want to revive terror-related activities. And just before this incident, one of the terrorists who was shot at and injured, right now he is in army custody. During interrogation, he disclosed that he was planning a Uri kind of attack because he was sent with a mission to target any of the army installation on the line of control, carry out a similar kind of attack what they had done in 2016, where they had used incendiary weapon targeting army personnel. More than 17 army personnel were martyred that time, and they wanted to do so, but so far they haven't succeeded. Indian troops are on high alert. They know that this is the modus operandi they will be adopting. But here, this in fact, the infiltration attempt
is also a vindication of our forces who literally are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice, but to ensure that our borders are kept safe. Let me go across to Colonel Asaduddin Singh, an author as well as a strategic analyst joining us. Colonel Singh, if you can explain to our viewers what it is like at the border, the way that landmines, web of landmines are being kept to ensure that the infiltrators, which happened in this case, are kept out.
These mines are, of 47, 48 vintage, and they were hastily laid mines, the records of which don't exist. But those areas are marked nevertheless, so that our troops don't stray into it. Yet, once in a while, some accident does take place. So it is one of those mines which has gone, which must have caused this, casualty. But LOC, otherwise, I will tell you that the instances of infiltration through LOC has come almost to a change.
Right.
That the area of our concern is the IB sector of J&K and Punjab, which is, this with the collusion of the raiders, tunnels are being made, and the drones have made it, much easier for them because the drones can carry out reconnaissance. So
drones have made it much easier to monitor the entire area, but on your screens you can see this dramatic visual of what happened when an infiltrator stepped on a landmine which was there to keep out illegal infiltration from the Pakistani side. Thank you so much for joining us, Pradeep Datta as well as Colonel Singh. With that, a short break. Don't go anywhere.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costume, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chillar, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to rethink his strategy. Well, these flops didn't dismantle Akshay's hope and strength.
Well, with that, there is some big breaking news which is coming in. One of the top Congress leaders have given a call for badlav within the Congress party. This is a direct message which is going out to the Gandhi Parivar that change is required in the grand old party. One of the top leaders now, Anand Sharma, he's come out and said there should be badlav. Listen in.
Are there in any democratic party and not be burdened by factionalism. Himachal is in for a change. The Congress party will make a comeback, win the elections. I have no doubt in that.
इस बदलाव में आपकी क्या भूमिका रहने वाली है?
जैसा मैंने कहा, आश्वस्त किया था कांग्रेस अध्यक्षा को भी कि मैं पार्टी के प्रत्याशियों के लिए चुनाव अभियान में हिस्सा लूंगा, प्रचार में हिस्सा लूंगा और जो विषय हैं यहाँ पे हमारे लोगों से जुड़े हैं, चाहे वो बागबानों से हैं, नौजवानों से हैं, यहाँ के हमारे जो बहादुर.
Well, with that, we are going to be slipping into a short break. Don't go anywhere.
You know,
A very good afternoon. You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Kritsween Walia, and remember the pothole menace in the city of Bengaluru only continues to get worsened. Civic apathy worsens in Bengaluru, and the pothole has in the latest claimed the life of a 44-year-old. We broke down those details yesterday. Times Now has now accessed the video proof of the killer pothole. So yes, that's the story that we're tracking. The infamous potholes in Bengaluru have claimed yet another life in a tragic incident, this time that of a 44-year-old man who was on his way to work. After having undergoing treatment, he finally lost his life to the killer pothole, and that's the CCTV visual of the unfortunate incident that you can see, viewers. Let me go across to Deepak joining us with more details. Now Deepak, this has been an issue that several residents of Bengaluru have raised time and again. We've seen one after the other innocent lives being lost to these killer potholes. What is being done on ground? How is it that the state, the civic administration, everyone gets to go away with this?
Yes, that's the moot question. With the BBMP election around the corner, the question is, is the government really doing enough to protect its citizens? The roads are meant for vehicles to ply, but here the roads itself are, turning out to be killers. Every few weeks or, months once, we hear of stories where, people are severely injured or even losing their lives because of the poor condition of the roads. The High Court of Karnataka has time and again pulled up the BBMP that, well, there are potholes in the city that need to be fixed. There are assurances that are given on camera by the politicians, by the officials at the BBMP. Assurances are given by the lawyers in the court. But what about the loss of lives that's taking place? And this is, video proof at this point in time that Times Now has accessed, which shows, he's commuting on this particular stretch of the road near Sunkat-Katte. You can see that patch, a pothole there that now has been covered, and that was a shoddy has been done to cover it up with just mud and stone. And he comes in contact with it, loses control, he falls down. The people there rush him towards a government hospital, after which the family suggested he'd be taken to a private hospital. After being given a high amount of care too, they couldn't save his life. Now the family, of course, has expressed great concern over this particular incident. And they say that there is a home loan, there is a car loan.
It's so unfortunate, Deepak.
Who's going to take care?
Bengaluru, in a way, has become synonymous to pothole-ridden roads, and that's what the residents across the city have also been raising. And despite, like you said, the Karnataka High Court pulling up the BBMP time and again, that's the state of affairs of the roads. The relatives have come out and demanded justice. They say that the engineer must be sacked. The engineer responsible for the maintenance work perhaps must be sacked, is what the relatives of the victim have said. Listen in.
There is a case which has been registered and in the Badreli police station. We have filed a case. It was a self-accident, that's what they said, and then they have actually taken an FIR. The roads, in fact, further down the train, the same road, you should see the road is even more pathetic. They have very, very worst, badly managed. I don't know, the local engineer, whoever is actually there, he has to be sacked. And the BBMP authorities who are there, see, they are round the corner, there is an election coming in. They will now come for all kind of promotions and then getting votes and all that. Now who is going to be responsible for this family now? Now they have lost a breadwinner. Who is going to be the responsible for this? I don't know. This is going to be seriously taken, and we're going to take a serious action against the BBMP and the local authorities.
Deepak continues to stay on with us. You heard the cousin there of the victim, Deepak, and that's what the family essentially feels at the moment. It's not just this family, it's just not this person belonging to one particular family. We've seen how innocent lives time and again have been lost to these killer potholes. So much outrage that we've seen on internet as well, and despite that, all of those pleas going unheard, what is being done on ground is the big question. Because on ground, nothing seems to be improving, certainly. No maintenance work that's gone underway, despite the Karnataka High Court pulling up the agencies time and again.
Well, clearly the BBMP has to step up and ensure that the citizens feel safe when they come onto the streets, because you have this particular incident, and this is not a one-off incident. Like I mentioned, these happen time and again. more importantly, the question is, where is the accountability? Now, the family with having the person at the hospital having lost his life after that managed to go to the police. A case is registered. When an FIR is registered and the family has said that he comes in contact with a pothole and loses his life, the police have registered a case that he was rashly riding and they're blaming the rider for it. The question is, if the road was in a proper condition, if he was just passing through that normal stretch of the road, would he have fallen off his bike and lost his life? That's the question. So, are the police as well trying to protect the administration here? That's the question that really comes up. The family, I'm told just a few moments ago, tried to approach the police once again, and the police have said that they'll investigate this matter, file a charge sheet, and then if there is a need, they will take up a new FIR, because relevant sections, pulling up or at least to investigate the agencies involved have not been mentioned in this particular FIR. So definitely a lot of questions really arise. That first you have these sort of incidents where citizens are losing their lives, and then when it comes to the police probe that needs to probably bring justice to the family, that too seems to be somewhere very blurry at the moment with the kind of sections that have been filed in the FIR.
Absolutely. And with the fact that the BBMP elections are not very far away, neither are the Karnataka state elections, political reactions are likely to come in as well. So Congress's Rizwan Arshid has now come out and slammed the BJP for the loss of life, has alleged that they are the ones covering up the issue. Listen it.
The government is on a cover-up drive. It is a fact that was a pothole that the man lost his life, and that is not the first death. We are seeing pothole deaths every month, and the government has been taken to task by the High Court. Still the government goes back to the High Court, says we have filled the potholes where people are dying on the city roads, and government is on just cover up rather than cover the potholes on the roads. And to having said that, I will say that there is no governance in Karnataka. The BJP government is dead. They are just passing their time in ICU.
All right, so that's a Congress reaction coming in. Deepak, as far as the ongoing issue goes and the ground situation goes, in the month of May, for example, it was the civic body itself that identified 10,000 potholes across the city, and they promised that maintenance work is underway. But later on, some in the agency also came out with a response saying that it is the relentless rains in the city that have delayed the work, that have put a stop to the work. Is that enough? Is that excuse enough? Because these roads are being used by commuters day in and out. If not safety on a basic level, what else can be done?
Well, it will just be an excuse if the BBMP comes out and says that, it's been relentlessly raining in Bengaluru. And any Bengalurian would know that, of course, rain has been coming down, but it has not been the kind of heavy rains that would stop any sort of work, and especially not road or patchwork that the BBMP is carrying out. And more importantly, most of the work that they're doing is patchwork. When a road is ruined and just a little bit of patches being done, which again comes off after a few weeks, again leaving the road in the same condition that it was, putting commuters at risk. And once again, there is issues between agencies and lack of coordination that again needs to be blamed. Now, they say that the BESCOM or the BWSSB, that is the water board or the electricity board, comes out there, digs up the road, doesn't do anything, and the BBMP is unaware. So the question is, how long and how many years?
Stay on with us, Deepak. Those are the questions that the common man wants answers to. We have Brajesh Kalappa joining us on the phone line. Mr. Kalappa, what do you make of the state of affairs of the roads that are being used by commuters day in and out in Bengaluru? It was the civic agency back in the month of May that identified that there are 10,000 potholes in the city. Why has nothing been done? Because lives are still being lost. This is a 44-year-old man. You see those visuals. We've accessed those CCTV visuals. Lost his life to a killer pothole.
You see, as far as deaths are concerned, they've just become a number in Bengaluru. And if a person dies, then he becomes number X or number Y or number Z. That person doesn't have a personality, right? So this is the kind of dehumanization which has occurred in Bengaluru, and I think this is something which is so atrocious that one can't even speak about it. It's so painful to speak about it that people are dying by the day and owing to potholes, because somebody comes in at a certain speed, then he doesn't realize there's a pothole, whether it's night or day, we don't know, and then he loses his life. And ultimately, no compensation is paid, nor is somebody pulled up, nor is the civic authority willing to take the responsibility and say, look, sorry, but there will be no more. How many such potholes have we, deaths have we seen? And many of them are reported, many of them are unreported. Some instances which you have taken up, I'm glad you're taking them up, but I would only request you, please take it to the logical end. See that somebody loses his job, see that somebody loses his kind of promotion, but unless somebody really pays the price for a death, there is not going to be any change. We can be rest assured that these pothole deaths will continue unabated. And until there is somebody who loses his job, somebody who loses an increment, somebody who loses, promotion.
So who's going to take the accountability, and how much time before action on ground is taken to make sure that this doesn't continue to take place day in and out? Let me go across to Tanveer Ahmed of the JDS. Thank you, Mr. Kalappa, for that. Tanveer Ahmed, what's most shocking on top of all of this is, of course, this is very unfortunate, but the FIR copy in this case, the FIR that was registered under the sections for rash and negligent riding. Those were the sections under which the FIR was registered. When the family went back to the police, went back to the cops after the funeral to rectify the FIR, they claimed that it can't be done at the moment. That's the approach, that's the attitude.
Mr. Kalappa was saying that, somebody has to lose their job. If at all somebody has to lose their job or somebody has to be put to shame, it is not the authorities, it is the political circle, which is really in Karnataka. We all know that they are like 40% Sarkar. Any a person, any contractor who's coming forward, when you demand an amount of 40%, who would be interested to develop Bengaluru? As you rightly said, that an FIR which stated that it was due to negligence, absolutely it is due to negligence, not at the end of the driver. It is negligence at the end of everything, the system, the government, the chief minister, the BBMP authority, the municipal authority, everybody is solely responsible for this. As Kalappa was rightly saying, that these are the small amount of deaths which are reported, and news channels like you really bring it to the surface. But behind the screen, how many accidents are happening which are going unnoticed? This is, Bangalore is the world's IT capital.
Yes.
But let your audience know, it is in a very, very sad state because of rampant corruption and people who are using diversionary politics.
And that's why we're saying that Bengaluru is turning out to be synonymous with pothole-ridden roads, with crumbling infrastructure, and something really must be done at the earliest. Thank you for that, Mr. Tanveer Ahmed. Well, that's what we're tracking with regards to the FIR, and quickly shifting our focus to that bit of news. As you can see, viewers, Times Now has accessed this FIR in the 44-year-old's death case because of this pothole. The FIR copy in this case states that the FIR was registered under sections for rash and negligent riding, wherein you could see, as per the CCTV visuals, how Supreet, in fact, last week on the 18th, those visuals are from the 18th, lost control of his two-wheeler and fell. It was because of the potholes that he lost control and fell, if we go by those visuals very clearly. Deepak continues to stay on with us. Deepak, the family after this went to the police station, went back to the cops after the funeral to rectify the FIR, but they claimed it can't be done at the moment. Nothing can be done.
Yes, the police say now that they're going to go ahead, investigate this matter and file a charge sheet, and after that, if they need, they will go ahead with the FIR. But the question is, if your sections here mention that the riders at fault, is the investigation even going to look at, what the road had in terms of what the agencies could have done and should haven't done? Whether these are going to be even matters of investigation. Is the family going to get justice overall? That's the moot question that really comes up, because time and again we keep mentioning about this, that there are lives lost, there are people who are injured, there are people who are complaining, there is of course a lot of outrage that happens, but on the ground nothing really changes, and time and again it's only plain assurances that come in from our politicians, and then even the bureaucrats come out and say that this is not our mistake, this is another agency that is at fault, this is another engineer that's at fault. fault. So at the end of the day, who's going to really take blame? Because the life that's lost isn't going to come back, and the issue that still remains, doesn't change on the ground. So these are all big concerns that continue to plague the city, and the BBMP elections, more importantly, are around the corner, probably in about a month from now. But with this condition that Bengaluru roads being in, definitely raises a lot of questions as to the role that the BBMP really plays in upkeeping the city itself.
Let's go across to Brinda Adige joining us on the phone line. Brinda, what do you make of this? This is an issue that Times Now has been very, very closely tracking. We have been demanding answers, accountability and action on ground, because yet another life has been claimed because of these killer potholes. And what's most shocking is that the FIR copy in this very case states that the FIR is registered under sections for rash and negligent riding. So there is basic lack of acknowledgement that this particular person, his life was claimed because of this pothole.
You're so right. You're absolutely right. But what is more appalling, I'm so outraged that the police have the gall to file an FIR against this person who's the victim. They are refusing. Probably they are stupid. They have not been given the training or the education that the road is the cause. I'm wondering how they will do investigations. On what basis do they write it is rash? There is no other vehicle on the street that has hit them. There is no other pedestrian or anybody else. It is the pothole. What do you tell to these people? This is the height of impunity by the state. And here the state is represented by the police. Height of impunity, arrogance, carelessness, and they know that there will be no case filed on these cops or the BBMP or anybody from the state agencies, because all of them will blame the victim. That our taxes have been squandered 40% or more by these politicians and the bureaucrats, and all the contractors will never be brought out for the shoddy job that they have done on the streets and they continue to do with the roads. And they have the audacity to file a case on the victim. This just goes to show the connivance of all the departments against the citizens who are their paymasters.
Yes,
Brinda, years down the line, if this is the state of citizens, one can imagine what is going to be the plight of all of us in the days to come.
The Karnataka High Court has time and again also directed the BBMP to whatever they have to do with the contractors, with the private firm that they have a contract with, to go ahead with that so that maintenance work can be kick-started at the earliest. Yet we see a shoddy job. We saw that pothole wherein, the 44-year-old man lost his balance because of the way the road was not maintained properly. We see this kind of a attitude coming from the cops as well. So that's the most shocking part here. But thank you for joining us with those details. Viewers, we keep up with those visuals. And we have Avian D'Souza of the Congress Party joining us on the phone line. What do you really make of this? Because we're talking about certain political parties that have now come out and asked those questions to the BJP as well. Why is it that there is basic admission of the fact that this death took place because of a pothole, because of how it was poorly maintained, a shoddy job done at that by just covering the pothole with sand and stones, but there is basic lack of admission that this was because of the pothole and not because of the rash and negligent riding of the driver.
See, that is not the point. The point is, just because of the potholes, yes, without knowingly, he went and fell in the fall and he has died. That is, according to me, the negligence is of the administration and the police. They should have they should have taken a precaution. They have not taken it. That is, a case has to be registered against the police administration and also the municipal administration there. That is what my request is. And nowadays, every road, Mangalore, there is no good road is not there. Now only the pothole roads are there throughout the city corporation. So my request is the district administration, either they should administer or step down. There is no elected representative. They are not supervising anything. The innocent people are suffering from that. And a lot of two-wheelers are also suffered a lot. Many of them are permanently disabled. Many of them are sustained grievous injuries because of this. because still the rain is coming like anything in Bangalore.
The fact remains, Mr. D'Souza, that the BBMP is responsible for civic amenities and infrastructure in Bengaluru, and something is really not right. If we are losing one life after the other because of these very potholes, due to these very potholes, there is certain work that needs to be done that is not being done, and on top of that, you have the police washing its hands of this. They don't want to, on a basic level, admit that this was not the fault of the rider, but of this pothole. Why was it left unattended? Why was it not maintained properly?
Yeah, correct. What I mean to say is now, see, there is a rules contemplated in the Administration Act saying that if there is rainy season, they should keep the road in a motorable condition. They should not dug the road as and when they want. They want to put the pipelines, they want to put the water pipeline, they want to put some other thing. That is not.
But sir, the fact is also that government after government, we've seen the pothole issue, make headlines. We've seen lives being lost due to this pothole, not just under a particular government, but nothing really has been done. So where is the big problem? Why is the civic agency, the civic body not being able to act promptly?
Yes, see, Bangalore is concerned, there is no civic body at all. All the officials are ruling. And there is no state government employee, this thing was ruling also. There is no direction from the elected representatives. MLAs are not talking because they want to dig the road, thereby they will get 40% commission. That is what the things are going on like that in Karnataka. That is the bad precedent is laid down by the BJP government. How much I can say that there is no governance at all, either in the municipality or in the state. That is why all the people are suffering. People are paying the price.
But as the opposition is in the state, is the Congress also mounting any sort of pressure on the BBMP, for example, in this case?
Yeah, we have given number of memorandum. We went to the on strike. We have protested where there is a big pothole. Now I announced in my city in Bangalore, whoever showing the big pothole, we will be given prize. And the prize is from the bus workers, taxi workers and auto rickshaw workers. We are giving the prize to find out the biggest pothole. That is a competition we are conducting in Bangalore. But even then, these people are not opening their eyes. That is how things are going.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. D'Souza. Let me go back to Deepak, who continues to stay on with us. Deepak, we took in a few political reactions, but the fact remains, government after government, we've seen this kind of negligence come to fore.
Yes, time and again, this sort of issues surface, but like I've been, mentioning, accountability is something that Bengaloreans are seeking, that, once they, make a complaint, whether these issues will be fixed, when people lose their lives, whether justice will be done to the families by booking the people who are responsible of maintaining this road. If the BBMP did fill up the potholes, it's, the engineer of that particular area that needs to be pulled up. If it was some other agency that, dug up this particular hole and didn't really close it up and didn't do the job that was required or inform the concerned officials, they should be pulled up. The question is, if nobody is pulled up, there is not going to be any sort of fear. So, these sort of issues are going to continue to happen. So how much our assurances the government gives the people or the courts, on the ground the situation is going to remain the same. You have construction work that goes on, infrastructure work that goes on, the debris and the construction material is just strewn all over, the streets, and we see that on a regular basis. So potholes still exist. Now on one hand they blame the rains, but for weeks together now there has been very little rain to really talk about.
So let's hear it from the people. Before that, we have Nasir Hussain of the Congress joining us on the phone line. Mr. Hussain, we are picking up a few political reactions, not for the politics part of this, but yes, this is not what the taxpayers deserve. The taxpayers are paying their money, the hard-earned money, to make sure that the basic rights that they deserve are with them. But this is an example of just the opposite. Roads not being able to, be maintained on a regular basis is why people are losing out on their lives. What is being done? Mr. Hussain, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes.
Yeah, I can hear you. I heard you. See, the whole issue is this entire government is submerged in the commission. You name any department, everywhere there are allegations of commission. The Contractors Association of Karnataka held a press conference and said that they are being demanded 40% commission in all the contracts in Karnataka. Now you tell me, if you give 40% commission, what kind of roads will you build? What kind of material will you use? I understand that there were rains in Karnataka because of monsoon. Some toppings must have come out. But the whole point is, how are such substandard roads being constructed? And in case if there are potholes, why is the BBMP or the PWD department not swinging into action and covering all these potholes? Every year, especially after the monsoons, you have dozens of people dying on the roads of Bengaluru, hundreds of people getting injured on the roads of Bengaluru. And not just the taxpayer, any citizen who has a right to livelihood, who has a right to life, cannot be given this kind of treatment, especially in a city like Bengaluru, which is an international destination in our country. A country which boasts of lots of infrastructure, a country which boasts of lots of people coming from different parts of the world, not just the country. And it's the Silicon Valley of our country. It's one of the most developed states of our country. Now, if you leave the streets and the roads and the city to this level, so who will come and what will be the guarantee of life that you're giving to the people of the city?
Because Mr. Hussain, it's not just Bengaluru. There are several cities in our country that see relentless rainfall year in and out, but that certainly can't be an excuse for not doing its job right. The agencies really need to act in time, because one can't see this day in and out where innocent lives are being lost to these killer potholes. Thank you for speaking to us. It's time for us to head into a very short break.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country. I went when they opened up travel to America in 2021, and my son lives in America, and I asked him, saying, we were going to a restaurant and they wanted to see our COVID vaccine certificate. So I showed them my phone. My son, from his wallet, produced a paper which was folded in thing and said, okay, this is my certificate. And I looked at his paper and I asked myself, okay, this is where they are and this is. The whole idea of the CoWIN platform, that each one of you, like me, got on your phone that you go to this place on this date and you get this done. Now you must understand, this is not the case with much of the world. What happens in our neighborhood? Any developments which have a bearing on our security obviously is of interest to us. I think our spokesman had said some time ago that we obviously monitor any development which has a bearing on our interests very, very carefully.
Hello and a very good afternoon to you. You're watching Times Now Live. I'm Pratibha. Let's begin with the big story of the day. A shocking free run being given to hate in Hyderabad. Murderous chants of Sar Tan Se Juda echoing in the old city where hate mobs ran riot. Videos show massive police presence, but scant action was taken by the police officials to arrest the kind of incitement that went on in the streets of Hyderabad. So why did the police watch as mute spectators while calls were made for extrajudicial murders, especially since this very police was very swift to arrest the BJP MLA Raja Singh for allegedly insulting the Prophet? Why is this Sar Tan Se Juda hate mob given a free run? Maybe the answer lies in who is leading these mobs. Nasreen Sultana, AIMIM corporator, Mir Sardar Ali, another AIMIM leader, Zafar Khan, AIMIM corporator, Syed Sohail Qadri, AIMIM corporator. We are calling out all of these names who are said to have led the kind of mobs that ran riot last night in Hyderabad. These are just some of the names leading mobs raising murderous chants. While Asaduddin Owaisi admits that these chants are illegal, he refuses to punish his netas leading these mobs. Listen in to some of them and the kind of chants that went on the streets of Hyderabad late last night.
रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सजा, रसूल की एक सजा।
Sar Tan Se Juda were the kind of chants that were given out on the streets. In some of the cases, the police officials were present right there but could not take any action because they were outnumbered. Let's show you some of these videos that have shocked the entire country. The protest march that went on the streets, thousands of people who had hit the streets, And of course, we also had police patrol car that was vandalized. So the mob not just gave out these murderous threats, they did not even spare the police officials. Their vehicles were also vandalized by the mob. It's not just that, in several of these cases, we saw the AIMIM leaders also being present there at the spot. Madhav is joining us live with more details on the kind of duplicity that we are seeing in Hyderabad. Madhav, on one hand, the AIMIM asking for action against the BJP MLA. On the other hand, we saw the kind of chants that were given out on the streets, Tan se juda chants being given, and no call of action against them, AIMIM not even condemning them.
Well, absolutely. And in fact, while nobody can defend what Raja Singh has said and done, he is a person who has made many controversial statements in the past. So in that sense, the police action, and therefore, after he was taken to a court of law being released on bail, while one may believe, or one is entitled to believe that that is a miscarriage of justice and one can protest against it, the entire point is that can one protest with these kind of slogans? We have seen in the past how, such slogans being used have led to violent incidents taking place in this country, and that certainly is the reason that we are asking a question over here as to whether responsible political parties, these are not fringe elements, these are political parties which have their members of parliament representing their people in the House of Representatives of India, that is of course the Lok Sabha. In such a situation, can we have these leaders of such political parties be chanting such slogans for instant mob justice as is being demanded? That's a very important question, because what's more is that we have seen the shocking pictures of how police were standing by while those slogans were chanted. We have seen how minors have been used, in fact, in such protests. So clearly, at some level or the other, what is the message that is being sent out where not one, not two, but multiple such protests happen with such violent slogans are chanted? These are some very, very pertinent questions. And while one may be aggrieved, at the end of the day, we are a constitutional democracy. We are a country where the rule of law prevails. And if we believe in the rule of law, we have to have faith in our courts, in our police, to actually bring individuals who have committed crimes to justice. Otherwise, tomorrow, anybody who is aggrieved will just be demanding mob justice. And that's unfortunately
and mob justice, and we saw the kind of visuals play out late last night as well. Madhav, do stay on with us. We have some breaking news now coming in. The AIMIM writing a letter to the Telangana speaker. So the AIMIM has petitioned the speaker for the expulsion of Raja Singh. Two-letter page that has been written, and a two-page letter that has been written to the speaker, and Times Now has also accessed this. But the question, of course, being why the AIMIM is not calling out the threat chants being given out on the streets. Madhav is joining us with those details. Madhav, if you can get us the details of the letter that has been written, AIMIM calling for not just the suspension but the expulsion of the BJP MLA.
Well, absolutely. In fact, they are calling for the suspension of the BJP MLA, and in fact, they are demanding action as far as this individual is concerned. But the question is this: on the one hand, you are seeing the MIM demand action against Raja Singh, but what about their own leaders who are protesting in this particular manner? Are they going to allow for these kind of protests? Are they also going to come out and say, like we've seen other members of parliament in the past, that this is natural? And the reason that MIM is particularly questions are being raised off, and this is politically sensitive, is that we have seen in the past how a member of parliament of the MIM itself demanded the hanging of a BJP spokesperson who made those controversial remarks in the first place, that is Nupur Sharma. So clearly, when members of parliament, when elected leaders, when leaders of mainstream political parties start making such demand, it certainly is going to raise such serious questions about whether these leaders ultimately believe in the rule of law, believe in the constitution, and of course are demanding this kind of action which is outside of the purview of the law and the legal system in this country.
That's right, and it's not just on the streets. We're getting some breaking news now coming in. Advocate Karuna Sagar, who took up the case of the BJP suspended MLA, also receiving threat calls. and this is from unknown numbers. So the lawyer who took up the case is also now receiving threats. Madhav continues to be live with us. So Madhav, this is the update coming in that the advocate who is representing the suspended BJP MLA also receiving threats now.
Well, yes, this is the information coming in at this point of time. This is Advocate Karuna Sagar, who has taken up the case of the suspended MLA Raja Singh receiving 2 threatening calls from unknown numbers. Now, this is of course certainly something that many would raise questions of. At the end of the day, in a legal process, everybody is entitled to legal representation. We have seen how even terrorists, dreaded terrorists such as Kasab, at the end of the day, have received legal representation. Whatever be the crime, at the end of the day, the job of the lawyers is to defend those who are accused. Apart from the prosecution itself, there have to be a fair trial and a free trial that has to be given if we have to have a fair judicial system. In this particular case, the fact that threat calls are being given at the end of the day will once again underline the fact that those individuals who are protesting on this issue, whether they are trying to use some kind of extra legal or extra constitutional means to try and browbeat this particular MLA who has made these comments. Certainly those comments are extremely controversial and unacceptable, and whatever punishment is required as per the law has to take its action. But can citizens now start taking law into their own hands? That's certainly a very pertinent question that comes out of all of this.
That's right. Madhav, thank you for joining us with those details. In fact, let's take this across to guests joining us on the broadcast. Anurag Naidu, author, as well as Mir Inayat Ali Bakri, leader of the TRS, joining us. Thank you. Let me start with asking. You saw the kind of visuals that played out, and it's very, very frightening. Sir tan se juda chance, police officials there unable to take any action, turned into mere mute spectators. Mir Inayat, is this the kind of image you want Hyderabad to have?
Madam, firstly, already MIM President Barrister Asaduddin Owaisi says nobody will be nobody in power to say against the law and against of the rule of the government of India, and as per the rule, the police will be going to take the action against these persons. Anybody, a corporator or MLA or MP. Everybody.
Let me just give you a reality check. It's one thing to say that action will be taken. To give you a reality check, it's been several hours, over 12 hours now. Not even one case has been filed in the case.
Now all the Muslims are saying the same. After the booking of book that you are already booked the case against of the Raja Singh, then the court all released him all immediate same day. So all are Muslims also angry against the government also. The government is going to favor of the publics only. So actually the government
of India. So if the BJP MLA is released within few hours, he faced the court and he was given bail. But now you have murderous chants being given out, no action being taken after several hours. Anurag Naidu, the defense that's come in is that, look at that, BJP MLA also walked out after a few hours in jail. So why should these people be booked just for giving out these murderous chants on the streets?
So I said this yesterday on the show as well, and I say it again. If we are very passionate about pursuing the case in social interest, people like them, they should approach the court, stand again, file a review petition, because he was not left scot-free by the police on their own. He was presented in front of the judge, and there was a judgment given, and based on the evidences and the FIR which was filed, the decision was taken. See, again, all I'm saying is nobody has the right to comment anything on anyone's religious belief. It's a crime of the highest order, and India do not stand for that. India stands for unity and religious harmony, and we will always support that. But the point is, nobody can take law into their hand. We should not set this precedence, and we should not encourage people. And I appreciate when Mr. Owaisi also has spoken out, but it is unfortunately his own party workers on the street. And I believe Mr. Owaisi again should speak out to them in a much tougher voice, and at least let this entire issue come down. Because let's not forget, AIMM is one of the most formidable political force when it comes to Hyderabad and Secunderabad, and whatever message given by Mr. Owaisi will matter a lot. I think a lot also rests with the social responsibilities of AIMM, and I think it's time for them to showcase it and let the peace and harmony be restored, and then let's have faith in the judicial system.
Has it happened? The question is, has it happened? Because the AIMM leaders in several of the cases, cooperators who are leading these mobs, let's play that out, how the kind of murderous chants were given out on the streets in Hyderabad. Take a look at this.
Satan
रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सजा,
These were the kind of chants that were given out, and in several of the videos, as you saw, police officials are present there, but clearly there's no fear of law at all. Thanking our guests for joining us. We'll of course continue tracking the latest on that. As of now, no case has been filed despite open threats being given. We're slipping into a short break here. Be right back. Stay with us.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र विरोध के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र विरोध के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
Let's get you an offbeat update. Leading real estate website 99acres.com has released its report on the real estate scenario across India for April-June quarter of the financial year 2022. Here are details.
According to the latest real estate report released by 99acres.com, demand for residential properties increased during the April-June quarter, and the average asks across the top 8 Tier 1 cities were on a rise quarter on quarter. Home leasing trends also witnessed an uptick on the account of resumption in office spaces, preventing a dent in average rentals. The quarterly report said that global and domestic disruptions such as Ukraine-Russia global crisis, continually growing construction costs and multiple increase in repo rate did not deter the home buyer, while the home buying momentum across the top 8 metro cities in India remaining unabated. Not only this, the last quarter saw a steady rise in home ownership appetite, with inquiries and site visits registering a double-digit growth quarter on quarter. Pune led the pack with a nearly 150% increase in inquiries, while Bengaluru followed suit with close to 140% hike quarter on quarter. Nonetheless, the conversion rate remained the strongest in Mumbai and Delhi NCR, with the two comprising more than 50% of total housing sales in the studied quarter. Approximately 80,000 housing units were sold across the top 8 metro cities.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who's known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to...
A very good afternoon. You're watching Times Now Live Wire. I'm Kritsweenwala. Let's quickly start with the update we're tracking from down south. A shocking free run given to hate in Hyderabad. Murderous chants of Sar Tan Se Juda echo in the old city where hate mobs are running right now. Videos show massive police presence, but scant action was taken by the cops to arrest this incitement. So why did the police watch as mute spectators while calls were made for extrajudicial murders, especially since this very police, the same police, was very swift to address the BJP MLA's remarks. They were very swift to arrest him. We're talking about Raja Singh, remember, for allegedly insulting the Prophet. Then why is this Sar Tan Se Juda hate mob given a free run in Hyderabad? Maybe the answer lies in who's leading these mobs. Nasreen Sultana, AIMIM cooperator, Mir Sardar Ali, once again an AIMIM leader, Zafar Khan, another AIMIM cooperator. The list goes on. We have Said Sohail Qadri, who's an AIMIM cooperator himself. These are just some of the names leading these mobs, raising murderous chants. While Asaduddin Owaisi has admitted that these chants are illegal, he's refused to punish his netas leading these mobs. Listen in to some of them.
रसूल की एक ही सदा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सदा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सदा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही
One incident after the other, one video after the other, that makes it very clear that in several parts of the city these murderous chants were given. Unfortunately, AIMIM leader also egged on mobs and even children to join in with the Sar Tan Se Juda chants. So yes, those are the kind of chants we're talking about on your screens, viewers. These are detailed videos wherein we're telling you how these protests were carried out in several parts of the city. But what's shocking is that in each of these videos you can see several AIMIM linked netas leading that very mob. Shomit is joining us live with more details. Shomit, we've broken down all of these Sar Tan Se Juda calls in different videos that have surfaced. All of those can be spotted on the screen as our viewers also tune in. Let's put this in perspective. Who are these AIMIM netas? Why is it that the top brass of the AIMIM is not taking any official action against them? Because AIMIM is extremely vocal when it comes to the action that must be taken against T. Raja, the BJP MLA who went ahead with those derogatory remarks about the Prophet.
Well, initially after the video went viral, several hundreds, thousands of Muslims have returned to the ground at several places in the old city, and later MIM chief has demanded stringent action against the Raja Singh, and even earlier he was, very vocal on Nupur Sharma issue and even on this issue. So now he has, demanded and, asked the government to immediately, record his voice and also send it to the FFSL lab. And after that, several, leaders, MIM leaders and also their followers came onto the roads giving, beheaded statements, beheaded slogans, saying Gustaki Rasul ki ek hi saza, Sar Tan Se Juda, which is completely illegal. Those were illegal gatherings, and we have tried to ask Asaduddin Owaisi yesterday. He said that, I condemn these slogans, and no one should give these kind of slogans. Finally, Asaduddin Owaisi today, speaking to Times Now, has, accepted that after we have posed several questions on several leaders, like initially starting from Mir Sarkar Ali, and also after that Zafar Khan, and then later Nasir Sultana, and today morning another cooperator. In his presence, the leaders, the followers, his followers who were in protest have given Sar Tan Se Juda slogans, and we have posed all these questions to Asaduddin Owaisi. Finally, he has accepted that action will be initiated against them. But he also been vocal, and he was saying that no action has been initiated on Raja Singh, and he should be expelled from the party. And
because also, the cops there, while monitoring what was happening on the streets, while being given the responsibility to make sure that the situation doesn't go out of hands, were just mute spectators. These calls, these murderous slogans were being raised all in all in several parts of Hyderabad, yet nothing was done. Asaduddin Owaisi now has come out and has condemned these murderous chants. Yesterday, in fact, he slammed the threat call as well, and today he's mum on these hate mongers who belong to his very own party. Let's listen in to how he's admitted to these provocative statements. He's condemned it, but officially hasn't taken any action so far.
It was quite surprising for me because after that horrible, obnoxious, hateful video was made by the BJP party's MLA on 22nd of August. In that video, he said, I'll make one more video. In my limited understanding of the law, I assumed that requirement is not needed. But anyway, the court had felt the other way. It's a technicality, but the strange thing is that the court has still not given the order. What order they have given? So I demand that the Telangana government and the police administration should immediately rectify this and rearrest him, and the rightful place of this MLA, who is a perpetual violator, who has this not only habit, but who every day, day in, day out for last many years, he has this hate for a particular Muslim community and the Prophet Mohammed and the important personalities of Islam. So we hope that, and we demand that he will be arrested, he will be sent to jail, and the police will take his police custody, and a voice sample of his by FSL will be taken, so that for once a strong legal case, a legal tight case is made against this person who continuously has violated the law and who indulges in spreading hate.
Sir, okay, on one hand you are demanding action, and on the other hand your leaders, MIM leaders, are giving Sar Tan Se Juda slogans. What would you like to say? Is it not selectivism?
It is not selectivism at all. I have said yesterday on your channel that we don't agree with such slogans. But the main point, please don't try to balance your reporting. This whole issue had arisen because of his utterances, which he released a video on August 22nd. He did not even say it to the press. He released it from his account, knowing very well that it was a deliberate attempt by the BJP and the BJP's MLA to ensure that Muslims and Islam are put in bad light. He has deliberately used derogatory language, hateful language, continuously has been using it. Please don't do this balancing act.
But sir, at the same time, legal battle is going on, and sir, on the other hand, your leaders are coming openly on ground, giving beheading statements. How do you see this?
Our leaders were also arrested by the police.
No, they were detained. Only one leader was detained.
No. They was arrested, detained, whatever action, legal action has been taken. This BJP MP has released a video on August 22nd. He has become the main cause of what is happening in Hyderabad right now. He is a danger and he is a threat to the peace of Hyderabad and Telangana, he and his party.
Shomit continues to stay on with us. Shomit, now Asaduddin Owaisi, the AIMIM chief, though acknowledges that this is, a hate rant and condemns it, says that this kind of a provocative language must not be used. But he goes on to say that the entire problem that is being witnessed on the streets of Hyderabad is just limited to the BJP MLA for his hate speech. There is no clear admission on the fact that yes, there is a clear AIMIM involvement in leading these protest marches, in making sure that Sar Tan Se Juda chants are raised.
Well, exactly. We have posed this question, and we have, continuously asked this question because, on one hand, he was demanding, action on Raja Singh and also writing letter to the speaker, demanding from the government to record his video and also initiate stringent action. And we've also asked him that your continuous leaders, MIM leaders, starting from Mir Sardar Ali to Zafar Khan to Nasir Sultana to another cooperator, while few of them have directly given slogans, Sar Tan Se Juda, and and in few cases their followers have given these slogans and raised these slogans, and we have asked him about this one, and finally he was saying that this is not selectivism, only BJP is trying to spoil the situation and law and order situation in the state and across the Hyderabad. Only even yesterday he said that only for one bypole BJP is doing this, and today he said that BJP MLA is the reason who has created this havoc, is panic in the old city, and he is the exact reason, and action should be initiated. And he was silent on the AIMIM leaders coming onto road openly asking the businesses to shut down, and then raising slogans openly, that too on camera. And even today morning those slogans were heard when local MIM cooperator was protesting against the police, even when heavy police was deployed. And we asked him, and several times he have asked the same question. Finally he has accepted that chalo, we will take action against these MIM leaders. But again he said that BJP MLA should be booked and he should be sent to the judicial custody again, and his voice should be recorded and sent to the FSL lab.
Absolutely. So even while admitting that yes, the AIMIM in its official capacity will take action against all those responsible for making sure that these Sar Tan Se Juda calls are made, even then he pinned the blame on the BJP, and it's been hours altogether. We've seen 2 rounds of protests take place and the very murderous chants being raised in each of them, and no official action has been taken so far. Let's listen into Asaduddin Owaisi once again.
It was quite surprising for me because after that horrible, obnoxious, hateful video was made by the BJP party's MLA on 22nd of August, that
जो बिहेवियरल विषय होते हैं, जो सरकार की प्राथमिक जिम्मेवारियां होती हैं, उन सारे विषयों पर हमने काफी जोर दिया है।
और इसी श्रृंखला में टाटा स्मारक केंद्र, परमाणु ऊर्जा विभाग भारत सरकार द्वारा पंजाब व आसपास के राज्यों की जनता को समर्पित है। SES नगर न्यू चंडीगढ़ में बना होमी भाभा कैंसर अस्पताल व अनुसंधान केंद्र, विश्व स्तरीय कैंसर उपचार प्रदान करने के लिए भारत सरकार द्वारा 664 करोड़ रुपए की लागत से तैयार अत्याधुनिक तकनीक से सुसज्जित 300 बेड की क्षमता का ये कैंसर अस्पताल 51 एकड़ के क्षेत्रफल में बना है। यहाँ पर सर्जिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी, मेडिकल ऑन्कोलॉजी, रेडियो डायग्नोसिस, रेडियोथेरेपी, कीमोथेरेपी, प्रिवेंटिव ऑन्कोलॉजी जैसी सुविधाओं के साथ साथ कैंसर के उपचार से जुड़ी और भी कई सुविधाएं उपलब्ध कराई जाएंगी। परमाणु ऊर्जा विभाग भारत सरकार के अंतर्गत एक सहायक अनुसंधान संस्था टाटा स्मारक केंद्र कैंसर के उपचार के लिए पूरे देश में अग्रणी अस्पतालों में से माना जाता है और पंजाब सहित उत्तर भारत के कैंसर रोगियों के लिए आशा की किरण बन रहा है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी के कर कमलों द्वारा आज होमी भाभा कैंसर अस्पताल व अनुसंधान केंद्र किया जा
कोई लुकआउट नहीं था, लाखों हजार करोड़ रुपए लेके भागे। आज कोई नाम क्यों नहीं लेता मेहुल चौकसी का? भाई मेहुल चौकसी जी, नीरव मोदी जी, कहां गए ये लोग? मतलब जितना चोर और बेईमान है और जितना देश भर के संपत्ति है वो तेजस्वी का है, यही कहना चाह रहे हैं। क्या बात है? अगर ऐसी बात है तो सबको बराबर बराबर लैंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दीजिए, पूरे देश की जनता को बराबर कर दीजिए, दूध का दूध और पानी का पानी हो जाएगा। मतलब कहां हम लोग जो है लेकर के जा रहे हैं। तो इसलिए एक बात को आप लोगों को समझना पड़ेगा। क्या हुआ? 10 लाख करोड़ रुपया इनके मित्र पूंजीपतियों को माफ कर दिया जाता है, लोन कर्जा माफ कर दिया जाता है और देश के आम लोगों पर जीएसटी 5% लगा के फूड वाला लेकर के बोझ दिया जाता है। किसान का मुआवजा नहीं माफ करते। तो वो लोग कहां है भैया? किसका माफ हुआ? कौन किया? इस पे जांच होनी चाहिए कि नहीं होनी चाहिए? खैर ये सारी बातें अलग है। ये तो सब लोग जानते हैं कि समाज में समानता, बराबरी, शांति, भाईचारा और सौहार्द बनाने की कीमत मेरा परिवार, मेरे रिश्तेदार, मेरी बहनें, हम खुद, मेरे पिता भुगत रहे। लेकिन आप एक बात समझ लीजिए, हम लोग समाजवादी लोग हैं और हम लोग समाजवादी राजनीति के अंश और वंश हैं, अंश और वंश है। हम लोग डरने वाले लोग नहीं हैं कि आप लोग डराइएगा और हम लोग डर जाएंगे। अरे हम लोग बिहार के लोग हैं। दिल्ली में बैठे हुए लोगों को बिहार समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये हम लोगों को अगर धमका करके अगर डराने की कोशिश की जाएगी तो समझ जाइए कि बिहारी जो है डरने वाला नहीं है। लोग सवाल पूछते थे, लोग पत्रकार हमसे सवाल पूछते थे महोदय, सवाल पूछते थे कि
पंजाब स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों, क्रांतिवीरों, राष्ट्रभक्ति से ओत प्रोत परंपरा की ये पवित्र धरती है। अपनी इस परंपरा को पंजाब ने हर घर तिरंगा अभियान के दौरान भी समृद्ध रखा है। आज मैं पंजाब की जनता का, विशेष रूप से यहां के युवाओं का हर घर तिरंगा अभियान को सफल बनाने के लिए हृदय से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। साथियों, कुछ दिन पहले ही लाल किले से हम सभी ने अपने देश को विकसित भारत बनाने का संकल्प लिया है। भारत को विकसित बनाने के लिए उसकी स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का भी विकसित होना उतना ही जरूरी है। जब भारत के लोगों को इलाज के लिए आधुनिक अस्पताल मिलेंगे, आधुनिक सुविधाएं मिलेगी, तो वो और जल्दी स्वस्थ होंगे, उनकी ऊर्जा सही दिशा में लगेगी, अधिक प्रोडक्टिव होगी। आज होमी भाभा कैंसर अस्पताल और रिसर्च सेंटर के तौर पर भी देश को एक आधुनिक अस्पताल मिला है। इस आधुनिक सुविधा के निर्माण में केंद्र सरकार के टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर ने महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका निभाई है। ये सेंटर देश विदेश में अपनी सेवाएं उपलब्ध कराकर कैंसर के मरीजों का जीवन बचा रहा है। देश में कैंसर की आधुनिक सुविधाओं के निर्माण में भारत सरकार अग्रणी रोल निभा रहा है। मुझे बताया गया है कि टाटा मेमोरियल सेंटर के पास हर साल 1.5 लाख नए मरीजों के इलाज की सुविधा तैयार हो गई है। ये कैंसर मरीजों को बहुत बड़ी राहत देने वाला काम हुआ है। मुझे याद है यहां चंडीगढ़ में हिमाचल के दूर सुदूर के क्षेत्रों से भी लोग कैंसर सहित अनेक गंभीर बीमारियों के इलाज के लिए पीजीआई आते थे। पीजीआई में बहुत भीड़ होने से पेशेंट को भी, उनके परिवारजनों को भी कई परेशानियां रहती थी। अब तो हिमाचल प्रदेश में बिलासपुर में एम्स बन गया है और यहां कैंसर के इलाज के लिए इतनी बड़ी सुविधा बन गई है। जिसको बिलासपुर नजदीक पड़ता है वो वहां जाएगा और जिसको मोहाली नजदीक पड़ता है वो यहां आएगा। साथियों, लंबे समय से देश में ये आकांक्षा रही है कि हमारे देश में हेल्थ केयर का एक ऐसा सिस्टम हो जो गरीब से गरीब की भी चिंता करता हो। एक ऐसी स्वास्थ्य व्यवस्था जो गरीब के स्वास्थ्य की चिंता करे, गरीब को बीमारियों से बचाए, बीमारी हुई तो फिर उसको उत्तम इलाज सुलभ कराए। अच्छे हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम का मतलब सिर्फ 4 दीवारें बनाना नहीं होता है। किसी भी देश का हेल्थ केयर सिस्टम तभी मजबूत होता है जब वो हर तरह से समाधान दे, कदम कदम पर उसका साथ दे। इसलिए बीते 8 वर्षों में देश में होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकताओं में रखा गया है। भारत में स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र में जितना काम पिछले 7-8 साल में हुआ है उतना पिछले 70 साल में भी नहीं हुआ। आज स्वास्थ्य के क्षेत्र के लिए गरीब से गरीब को आरोग्य सुविधा के लिए देश एक नहीं, 2 नहीं, 6 मोर्चों पर एक साथ काम करके देश की स्वास्थ्य सुविधाओं को सुधारा जा रहा है, मजबूत किया जा रहा है। पहला मोर्चा है प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर को बढ़ावा देने का। दूसरा मोर्चा है गांव-गांव में छोटे और आधुनिक अस्पताल खोलने का। तीसरा मोर्चा है शहरों में मेडिकल कॉलेज और मेडिकल रिसर्च वाले बड़े संस्थान खोलने का। चौथा मोर्चा है देश भर में डॉक्टरों और पैरामेडिकल स्टाफ की संख्या बढ़ाने का। पांचवा मोर्चा है मरीजों को सस्ती दवाइयां, सस्ते उपकरण उपलब्ध कराने का। और छठा मोर्चा है टेक्नोलॉजी का इस्तेमाल करके मरीजों को होने वाली मुश्किलें कम करने का। इन 6 मोर्चों पर केंद्र सरकार आज रिकॉर्ड निवेश कर रही है, इन्वेस्टमेंट कर रही है, हजारों करोड़ रुपए खर्च कर रही है। साथियों, हमारे यहां हमेशा से कहा गया है बीमारी से बचाव ही सबसे अच्छा इलाज होता है। इसी सोच के साथ देश में प्रिवेंटिव हेल्थ केयर पर इतना जोर दिया जा रहा है। अभी कुछ दिन पहले ही एक रिपोर्ट आई है जिसमें कहा गया है कि जल जीवन मिशन की वजह से पानी से होने वाली बीमारियों में बहुत ज्यादा कमी आई है। यानी जब हम बचाव के लिए काम करते हैं तो बीमारी भी कम होती है। इसी तरह की सोच पर पहले की सरकारें काम ही नहीं करती थी, लेकिन आज हमारी सरकार तमाम अभियान चलाकर, जन में जागरूकता का अभियान चलाकर लोगों को जागरूक भी कर रही है और बीमार होने से बचा भी रही है। योग और आयुष को लेकर आज देश में अभूतपूर्व जागरूकता फैली है। दुनिया में योग के लिए आकर्षण बढ़ा है। फिट इंडिया अभियान देश के युवाओं में लोकप्रिय हो रहा है। स्वच्छ भारत अभियान ने बहुत सी बीमारियों के रोकथाम में मदद की है। पोषण अभियान और जल जीवन मिशन से कुपोषण को कंट्रोल करने में मदद मिल रही है। अपनी माताओं बहनों को एलपीजी कनेक्शन की सुविधा देकर हमने उन्हें धुएं से होने वाली बीमारियां, कैंसर जैसे संकटों से भी बचाया है। साथियों, हमारे गांवों में जितने अच्छे अस्पताल होंगे, जांच की जितनी सुविधाएं होगी, उतना ही जल्दी रोगों का पता चलता है। हमारी सरकार इस दूसरे मोर्चे पर भी देश भर में बहुत तेजी से काम कर रही है। हमारी सरकार गांव-गांव को आधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सुविधाओं से जोड़ने के लिए 1.5 लाख से ज्यादा हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर बनवा रही है। मुझे खुशी है कि इनमें से लगभग 1.25 लाख हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स ने काम करना शुरू भी कर दिया है। यहां पंजाब में भी लगभग 3,000 हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर सेवा दे रहे हैं। देश भर में इन हेल्थ एंड वेलनेस सेंटर्स में अभी तक लगभग 22 करोड़ लोगों की कैंसर से जुड़ी स्क्रीनिंग हो चुकी है, जिसमें से करीब 60 लाख स्क्रीनिंग ये मेरे पंजाब में ही हुई है। इसमें जितने भी साथियों में कैंसर की पहचान शुरुआती दौर में हो पाई है, उनको गंभीर खतरों से बचाना संभव हो पाया है। साथियों, एक बार जब बीमारी का पता चलता है तो ऐसे अस्पतालों की जरूरत होती है जहां गंभीर बीमारियों का ठीक से इलाज हो सके। इसी सोच के साथ केंद्र सरकार देश के हर जिले में कम से कम एक मेडिकल कॉलेज के लक्ष्य पर काम कर रही है। आयुष्मान भारत हेल्थ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मिशन के तहत जिला स्तर पर आधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं बनाने पर 64,000 करोड़ रुपए खर्च किए जा रहे हैं। एक समय में देश में सिर्फ 7 एम्स हुआ करते थे, आज इनकी संख्या भी बढ़कर के 21 हो गई है। यहां पंजाब के बठिंडा में भी एम्स बेहतरीन सेवाएं दे रहा है। अगर मैं कैंसर के अस्पतालों की ही बात करूं तो देश के हर कोने में कैंसर से जुड़े इलाज की आधुनिक व्यवस्था की जा रही है। पंजाब में ये इतना बड़ा सेंटर बना है। हरियाणा के झज्जर में भी नेशनल कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट स्थापित किया गया है। पूर्वी भारत की तरफ जाएं तो वाराणसी अब कैंसर ट्रीटमेंट का एक हब बन रहा है। कोलकाता में नेशनल कैंसर इंस्टीट्यूट का दूसरा कैंपस भी काम शुरू कर चुका है। कुछ दिन पहले ही असम के डिब्रूगढ़ से मुझे एक साथ 7 नए कैंसर अस्पतालों के लोकार्पण का अवसर भी मिला था। हमारी सरकार ने देश भर में कैंसर से जुड़े करीब 40 विशेष संस्थान स्वीकृत किए हैं, जिनमें से अनेक अस्पताल सेवा देना शुरू भी कर चुके हैं। साथियों, अस्पताल बनाना जितना जरूरी है उतना ही जरूरी पर्याप्त संख्या में अच्छे डॉक्टरों का होना, दूसरे पैरामेडिक्स उपलब्ध होना भी है। इसके लिए भी आज देश में मिशन मोड पर काम किया जा रहा है। 2014 से पहले देश में 400 से भी कम मेडिकल कॉलेज थे, यानी 70 साल में 400 से भी कम मेडिकल कॉलेज। वहीं बीते 8 साल में 200 से ज्यादा नए मेडिकल कॉलेज देश में बनाए गए हैं। मेडिकल कॉलेजों के विस्तार का मतलब है कि मेडिकल सीटों की संख्या बढ़ी है, मेडिकल की पढ़ाई करने वाले छात्रों के लिए अवसर बढ़े हैं और देश की सेहत का ध्यान रखने वाले हेल्थ प्रोफेशनल की संख्या बढ़ी है। यानी हेल्थ सेक्टर में रोजगार के भी अनेक अवसर इससे तैयार हो रहे हैं। हमारी सरकार ने 5 लाख से ज्यादा आयुष डॉक्टर्स को भी एलोपैथिक डॉक्टर की तरह मान्यता दी है। इससे भारत में डॉक्टर और मरीजों के बीच अनुपात में भी सुधार हुआ है। साथियों, यहां बैठे हम सभी लोग बहुत सामान्य परिवारों से, हम सभी को अनुभव है कि गरीब के घर जब बीमारी आती थी तो घर जमीन तक बिक जाया करती थी। इसलिए हमारी सरकार ने मरीजों को सस्ती दवाइयां, सस्ता इलाज उपलब्ध कराने पर भी उतना ही जोर दिया है। आयुष्मान भारत ने गरीब को 5 लाख रुपए तक के मुफ्त इलाज की सुविधा दी है। इसके तहत अभी तक 3.5 करोड़ मरीजों ने अपना इलाज कराया है और 1 रुपये का उनको खर्च नहीं करना पड़ा है। और इसमें बहुत सारे कैंसर के मरीज भी है। आयुष्मान भारत की वजह से गरीब के 40,000 करोड़ रुपए, अगर ये व्यवस्था न होती तो उसकी जेब से जाने वाले थे वो 40,000 करोड़ रुपए आप जैसे परिवारों के बचे हैं। इतना ही नहीं, पंजाब सहित देश भर में जो जन औषधि केंद्रों का नेटवर्क है, जो अमृत स्टोर है, वहां भी कैंसर की दवाएं बहुत कम कीमत पर उपलब्ध है। कैंसर की 500 से अधिक दवाएं जो पहले बहुत महंगी हुआ करती थी, उनकी कीमत में लगभग 90% कमी की गई है। यानी जो दवाई 100 रुपये में आती थी जन औषधि केंद्र में, वही दवाई 10 रुपये में उपलब्ध कराई जाती है। इससे भी मरीजों के हर वर्ष औसतन करीब 1,000 करोड़ रुपए बच रहे हैं। देश भर में लगभग 9,000 जन औषधि केंद्रों पर भी सस्ती दवाएं गरीब और मध्यम वर्ग की परेशानियों को कम करने में मदद कर रही है। भाई और बहनों, सरकार के होलिस्टिक हेल्थ केयर अभियान में नया आयाम जोड़ा है आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी ने। हेल्थ सेक्टर में आधुनिक टेक्नोलॉजी का भी पहली बार इतने बड़े स्केल पर समावेश किया जा रहा है। आयुष्मान भारत डिजिटल हेल्थ मिशन से सुनिश्चित कर रहे हैं कि हर मरीज को क्वालिटी स्वास्थ्य सुविधाएं मिले, समय पर मिले, कम से कम परेशानी हो। टेलीमेडिसिन, टेली कंसल्टेशन की सुविधाओं के कारण आज दूर सुदूर गांव का व्यक्ति भी शहरों के डॉक्टरों से शुरुआती परामर्श ले पा रहा है। संजीवनी ऐप से भी अभी तक करोड़ों लोगों ने इस सुविधा का लाभ लिया है। अब तो देश में मेड इन इंडिया 5G सेवाएं लॉन्च हो रही है। इससे रिमोट हेल्थ केयर सेक्टर में क्रांतिकारी बदलाव आएगा। तब गांव के गरीब परिवारों के मरीजों को भी बड़े अस्पतालों में बार बार जाने की मजबूरी भी कम हो जाएगी। साथियों, मैं देश के हर कैंसर पीड़ित और उनके परिवार से एक बात जरूर कहना चाहूंगा। आपकी पीड़ा मैं भली भांति समझ सकता हूं, लेकिन कैंसर से डरने की नहीं, लड़ने की जरूरत है। इसका इलाज संभव है। मैं ऐसे अनेक लोगों को जानता हूं जो कैंसर के सामने लड़ाई जीत करके आज बड़ी मस्ती से जिंदगी जी रहे हैं। इस लड़ाई में आपको जो भी मदद चाहिए, केंद्र सरकार वो आज उपलब्ध करा रही है। इस अस्पताल से जुड़े आप सभी साथियों से भी मेरा विशेष आग्रह रहेगा कि कैंसर के कारण जो डिप्रेशन की स्थितियां बनती है, उनसे लड़ने में भी हमें मरीजों की, परिवारों की मदद करनी है। एक प्रोग्रेसिव समाज के तौर पर यह हमारी भी जिम्मेदारी है कि हम मेंटल हेल्थ को लेकर अपनी सोच में बदलाव और खुलापन लाए, तभी समस्या का सही समाधान निकलेगा। स्वास्थ्य सेवा से जुड़े अपने साथियों से मैं ये भी कहूंगा कि आप भी जब गांवों में कैंप लगाते हैं तो इस समस्या पर भी जरूर फोकस करें। सबका प्रयास से हम कैंसर के विरुद्ध देश की लड़ाई को मजबूत करेंगे। इसी विश्वास के साथ पंजाब वासियों को और जिसका लाभ हिमाचल को भी मिलने वाला है, आज ये बहुत बड़ा तोहफा आपके चरणों में समर्पित करते हुए मैं संतोष की अनुभूति करता हूं, गर्व की अनुभूति करता हूं। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Talking about his vision as far as not just cancer care is concerned, but also as far as the future of healthcare is concerned, talking about the various technological developments, including 5G rollout, which he said would have a very huge impact, particularly as far as rural healthcare and the availing of healthcare facilities are concerned. So several such aspects that the Prime Minister did address in that hospital inauguration. And of course, he earlier inaugurated another hospital in Faridabad, that's the Amrita Hospital, earlier this morning. Moving on to our top focus story, Bengaluru's potholes, infamous for having claimed several lives in the past, have struck again by taking a 44-year-old man's life as he was on his way to work. But what's more shocking is that Bengaluru police have now blamed the victim for the accident in which his life was claimed. Cops have registered the FIR against Supreet for rash and negligent driving. When the victim's family approached the police after the funeral for rectifying the FIR, cops have said that the same could not be done at the moment. Absolutely insensitive state of affairs as far as the authorities there in Bengaluru are concerned. And let's go across to Thoyajakshi for more on this. Thoyajakshi, this is an absolutely shocking state of affairs. As citizens, we expect basic infrastructure. We expect potholes that don't kill us when we are traveling down the streets or roads of any town. What's happened here is that not only have authorities failed him, civic authorities, in terms of not being able to rectify that pothole, what's even worse is that he's being insulted in his death for rash and negligent driving. And the video certainly does not seem to suggest that. It's not that he was driving zigzag or that he was overtaking in his vehicle. He's just going on a straight line. He falls in that pothole, is hospitalized and dies after 3 days. What are the authorities telling you?
So, well, absolutely. Right now, I'm in Sunkutkate Road in Bengaluru, where the incident happened. You can also see this is the place where exactly the man who fell and he injured his head, and now he's no more. On August 18, this incident happened while he was dropping his daughter back in the college and coming back in the same road. This is the exact place. This is the exact spot. His wheel got stuck inside the pothole, and he without the balance, he fell and he was badly injured on his head, whereas the localites immediately rushed him to the hospital for the treatment, and 3 days he was under treatment, whereas on August 22nd he passed away. The day he passed away, his family went to the nearby police station and they filed an FIR on this incident and blaming the BBMP for this because of the bad condition of roads and potholes in the city. Whereas the victim's cousin, he exactly mentioned saying that this incident happened because of potholes, because of the road condition in Bengaluru. But the police has mentioned they have filed an FIR on him, saying that they have filed an FIR on 304 section, whereas it's self-negligence. But the victim's family is fighting, saying that how can it be a self-negligence, whereas he himself didn't know how that happened. In the CCTV footage, the police are saying that he was not wearing a proper helmet, and also they were telling that he was using a mobile phone. That's what the police is alleging, whereas the victim's family clearly mentioned, saying that
let's listen to what the family has to say. Stay with us, Thoyajakshi. We'll keep coming back to you for what transpired on that particular day, but let's listen to what the kin have to say. They are appalled and have slammed the authorities for this kind of an FIR. Listen in.
Government and the local authorities have been very bad actually. I'm telling you, this is something which is going to be seriously taken against the BBMP and the local authorities. In fact, the local engineer who is there, he has to be sacked immediately. I don't know what kind of work they have been doing. They are managing the infrastructure so badly, and then people are dying on the streets and dying on the roads. I don't know what is the kind of thing that our BBMP is actually doing, because I see that every now and then there is a road accident because of the potholes. See, now the families is going to suffer. Are these people going to come and do anything for this family? There is a case which has been registered and in the Badreli police station. We have filed a case. It was a self-accident, that's what they said, and then they have actually taken an FIR. The roads, in fact, further down the drain, the same road, you should see the road is even more pathetic. They have very, very worst, badly managed. I don't know, the local engineer, whoever is actually there, he has to be sacked, and the BBMP authorities who are there, see, they are round the corner. There is an election coming in. They will now come for all kind of promotions and then getting votes and all that. Now who is going to be responsible for this family now? Now they have lost a breadwinner. Who is going to be the responsible for this? I don't know. This is going to be seriously taken, and we're going to take a serious action against the BBMP and the local authorities.
And we're asking our viewers to call us, express yourself. What do you think about this latest action? Thoyajakshi continues to be with us. Before I want to go across to our viewers who are joining us. First and foremost is OP Swaminathan joining us from Bengaluru. Yes, Mr. Swaminathan, your opinion on this kind of civic apathy, and what's more, the kind of action in which an FIR is registered against the victim?
Yeah, this civic apathy is all pervading in all the cities of India. The government authorities are not held accountable for this. First thing is if they cannot manage, it should privatize, and the BBMP should pay the private contractors for maintaining the road. Second, any death or accident happening due to pothole, irrespective of whether the victim is wearing a helmet or not, BBMP case should be registered as a cognizable offence, not amounting murder, and a compensation of 1 crore should be paid. Unless the punishment is disproportionate to the crime, these things will not stop.
All right, thanks so much for joining us with your views, OP Swaminathan. Varun is with us from Bengaluru. Yes, Varun.
Hello, Mr. Madhav. This is absolutely very hurtful to see as a citizen of Bangalore, because Bangaloreans pay a hefty amount of tax for all these authorities, and be it BBMP or BESCOM, there is absolutely no accountability. I read somewhere that on every road, the chief engineer's name should be printed along with the road's name, so that they will be more accountable. I really don't know what else to say. This is very sad for Mr. Supreet's family and for every taxpayer and citizen of Bangalore.
All right, thanks so much for joining us. In fact, with your views on this, Rudramurthy is also with us from Bengaluru. Yes, Rudramurthy.
Right now, I am watching actually on the screen. The man who fell on the road clearly was speaking on the mobile. Mobile also, I can see it is falling on the road after he fell down. Mobile also falling. The two-wheeler riders also should take more care than the civic authorities. That is my view.
Thank you so much for joining us. Authorities need to wake up. They cannot be in this kind of slumber. Citizens are dying, and the citizens who are the victims of this civic apathy are the ones who are blamed for it. That's the shocking state of affairs there in Bengaluru. Let's listen into what happened when Times Now confronted the BBMP commissioner, and in fact the BBMP commissioner has shirked responsibility. Says cops are investigating, don't want to comment now. When asked about accountability in the family seeking justice, says every life lost is valuable and they will see what needs to be done. So just a token condemnation by the BBMP, responsibility not being fixed. Listen into what happened when Times Now spoke to the BBMP commissioner.
It is not correct on my part to make any comment, because the complaint has been lodged. The complaint has not been lodged with me to inquire. The complaint has been lodged with the police, and the investigating officer is doing his inquiry. So it is not correct for me to comment. However, based on the news reports, we had asked our chief engineer concerned, and they only informed that there had been an incident and there has been a complaint, and let the investigating officer then say as to what has happened there, and we will work accordingly. Any loss of life is very, very regrettable and it cannot be compensated.
Let's go back to our reporter Thoya Joshi, is on ground at the spot where this incident took place. Deepak also joining us. He's the one who spoke to the BBMP commissioner. Thoya, show us that exact spot. Which direction was the bike coming in? What time of the day was it in? And was he in fact driving at a high speed? What exactly happened? Describe each and every detail from that location, please.
Yeah, well, he was coming in this direction. He was coming towards from the main road inside this. This is a normal road. He was coming from the main road exactly from this direction. He was entering, whereas this is the pothole where exactly he fall. Immediately after around 11:09 in the morning, while he was coming back after dropping his daughter to the college, at this location, this spot, right, exactly this spot, you can also see they have done a patchwork, whereas the BBMP has done a patchwork immediately after the incident. They have come and they've done a patchwork, but this patchwork also is not staying, it's just coming out, whereas this is even more dangerous for the citizens to travel in this road because they may skid and fall any moment. And that is how he fell, and he was not in that speed to just come rush and fall. He was in a normal speed while he was coming from this location, and he fell here. His tire got stuck inside this pothole, and he didn't have a balance, so he fell immediately, and he had a very bad injury on his head.
And how big is that pothole? It appears to be about 2.5 meters long. Can you take us through how big it is? Just walk around it. Show us how big that pothole is.
I will show you how big this pothole is. Whereas you can see the pothole is starting from this end.
Yes, please be careful.
I can walk and show how big it is. The pothole is this big. It's this big, and it is ending here. It is a very big pothole where they have done a patchwork immediately after this incident happened. Even this patchwork is not staying. This patchwork, they've just done it with a small stones and a mud, where it is not proper. It is coming out, and the people, there are chances of bike skidding and falling. Again, injuries happening. Again, people will lose life. This is how BBMP is working in Bangalore City.
Well, no lessons learned. No lessons learned. A shoddy patchwork job being done over there. Just loose gravel and mud. Once again, just one rain could wash it all away. Once again, we could be looking at the spectre of another citizen possibly, unfortunately, losing his life. That's the state of civic apathy in Bangalore. Even lives lost are not enough to wake up the civic authorities there. What needs to be done for them to wake up if even lives lost do not wake them up from their slumber? That's the unfortunate state of affairs. We're going to be asking each and every elected authority, from the MLAs to the corporator to the chief minister to the works ministers, every one of them need to be accountable for this shoddy state of affairs on ground. And I'm going to take this across to Deepak. Deepak, this is absolutely shocking to see. A man has lost his life. Even that does not wake up our authorities. The police are busy blaming that same person for losing his life. As citizens, if we demand pothole-free roads, and that appears to be at least a 5 or 6 foot long pothole from what one can make out, at least from here sitting in the studio, and the kind of shoddy work that's been done, the patchwork that's been done, it begs a serious answer as to what are our authorities there for, if not to provide basic services to citizens.
Well, Madhav, accountability seems to be zero at this point in time in Bengaluru. The city, of course, pays one of the highest taxes in the country, and the roads that we get are pathetic. More than, the commuters risking their lives, they're losing their lives at this point in time, and it's happening repeatedly, in a matter of months. And it's abysmal to see that the person who lost his life, it was on the 18th that he fell on this particular pothole. Even now, all that they could do is a shoddy patchwork which has just mud and stone. I'm standing outside the BBMP office here in Malleshwaram. Here you can see just now, asphalting, or rather another good work, patchwork that has been done, and the machinery still right now existent in front of the BBMP office. Now the question here is, this is the BBMP office. Now a lot small issues in the road are fixed immediately. Now the question here is, because top officials of the BBMP come to this particular location, if they can do this kind of work here, what stops them from doing the same work where a person has lost his life? Are they waiting for more people to lose their lives? Are they waiting for more people to enjoy themselves? The question here is, more than anything else, the CCTV is out there showing what exactly happened. He comes onto that particular stretch of the road, not traveling at very high speeds. He lands on that particular pothole, loses control, falls down, admitted to a hospital, eventually loses his life. Now the police say that it's rash driving on his part. Where does the FIR even talk about the officials who are responsible to maintain that particular stretch of the road? I asked the commissioner. He goes on to say that it's unfortunate that a person has lost his life. He says that, but it's not his responsibility because the complaint has not come to him. The police on the other end say that the family who was grieving the loss of Supreet, the family who are right now, who have lost their sole breadwinner, the police here go on to state that it was not outrightly mentioned that the BBMP is responsible, and clearly in the complaint that we have access to, they are saying that it was the pothole that led to him losing control. So what more did the police want? If they could register an FIR under sections where they blame the driver or the rider rather in this particular case for the accident, what stopped them from
that's a shocking state of affairs, Deepak. That's a very, very shocking state of affairs, and thanks for contrasting it, showing us where Thoya Jakshi is standing. That's where there's a shoddy patchwork that's been done. That's the incident where the spot took place. Mud and gravel just hurriedly filled in that one spot. God knows if just one rain would wash it all away. Whereas pakka work, patchwork being done in the area where Deepak is standing. He's showing us, and you can see behind him the darker shade of asphalt, which clearly shows the new work that has been done. In fact, in comparison to the rest of the road, over there will be proper patchwork done for the common citizens of the city. However, in Suntankatte Road, where in fact Thoya Jakshi is standing, you can see the quality of work has done. Despite one life being lost, this is the attitude of authorities. Ladies and gentlemen, we leave it for you to decide whether this is fair on the citizens of the city of Bengaluru, considering, of course, as Deepak was telling us, the huge taxes that they pay to their authorities there. For the moment, we're slipping into a quick break. We'll continue reporting on this story. Thank you so much, Deepak, as well as Thoya.
Co-powered by Omen 16. Game on with Tempest Cooling. In association with Spotify, download the music app for free.
मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ।
Thanks for staying tuned to Times Now. I'm Kritsween Walia. Let's quickly start with the latest we're tracking from the city of Hyderabad. A shocking free run, viewers, that's been given to hate in the city. Murderous chants of Sar Tan Se Juda echo in the old city where hate mobs are running riot. Videos show massive police presence, but scant action was taken by the cops to arrest this incitement. So why did the police watch as mute spectators while calls were made for extrajudicial murders, especially since this very police, the same police team, was very swift to arrest the BJP MLA Raja Singh for allegedly insulting the Prophet? Then why is this Sar Tan Se Juda hate mob given a free run? Maybe the answer lies in who's leading these mobs. Remember, we've been putting out several videos. It's Nasreen Sultana, the AIMM cooperator, or it's Mir Sardar Ali, the AIMM leader, Zafar Khan, another AIMM cooperator, Said Sohail Qadri, another AIMM cooperator. List goes on. These are just some of the names leading mobs raising murderous chants. Now, while Asaduddin Owaisi admits that these chants are illegal, he refuses to punish his netas leading these very mobs. Listen in to what exactly happened on the streets of Hyderabad, and murderous chants were raised by several, being led by some from the AIMM.
रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सजा,
Unfortunately, it just wasn't this. AIMM leaders could be seen even involving children. Even children were forced to spew hate. They were too asked to join the crowds as far as the Sar Tan Se Juda chants go. Take a look. In these videos, children also chanting Sar Tan Se Juda slogans. Now, in the latest bit of breaking news coming in, the child's rights body, the NCPCR, has taken cognizance of these incidents. The commission has written to the CP Hyderabad and has directed the police commissioner to register an FIR, identify and produce these children before the Child Welfare Committee, and also record statements of them and their parents. I believe we're picking up more developments coming in from Bihar. Let's cut across live.
18% वोट हुआ था और तब आप जीते थे। हम लोग आपके लिए काम कर रहे थे और आपके पिताजी के साथ मेरा क्या संबंध पौराणिक है। और उनका डेथ हो गया, तुरंत हम लोग सरकार में आए और उसके बाद आप ही को जब बनाया गया, बोलो मत, चुपचाप सुनो। अब कितना प्रेम करते रहे, कितना सम्मान देते रहे। आज बीमारी यार, अगर देखो बोलना नहीं, बोलना जरूर, बोलोगे तभी केंद्र वाला कुछ आगे बढ़ावेगा, नहीं अगर मेरे खिलाफ बोलोगे तो कोई नहीं आगे बढ़ावेगा। अब आप समझ लीजिए, हम तो नहीं थे तैयार। जो हालत हो गई थी इस बार के चुनाव में, 2010 के चुनाव में, 2020 के चुनाव में, और जो हालत हो गई थी, हम जो घूम रहे थे तभी बात हो रही, देख रहे थे, किसको खिलाफ में खड़ा करा दिया गया था। सब चीज के बावजूद हमारे मन में कोई बात नहीं था, और हमने कहा था कि भाई नहीं, ज्यादा सीट आप जीते हैं, आपका बनना चाहिए मुख्यमंत्री। मेरे ऊपर पूरा दबाव दिया गया कि नहीं साहब, आप ही संभालिए, बन जाइए। तो अंत में हम तैयार हो गए। लेकिन आप जानते हैं, जिस आदमी को हमने अपने पार्टी में नीचे से ऊपर लाया और उसको उधर दिया, उसको किस तरह से अंदर में करके, और अंत में हमने एक बार अपनी जगह पर 2020 के दिसंबर में, जब हम राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष थे पार्टी के, और हमने अपनी जगह पर दे दिया, और बाद में अपनी मर्जी से कोई कहीं गया और अंदर चला गया, हमारे पार्टी के तमाम लोग बोलने लगे कि साहब बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है, बहुत गड़बड़ हो रहा है। पहले हुआ, हम नहीं सुनते थे सरकार, हमारे मन में कोई बात नहीं थी। और आज जो भी कहता है कि हम अलग हो गए हैं और बनना चाहते हैं हम आगे, हम कुछ नहीं बनना चाहते। लेकिन आप जान लीजिए, आज हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो आज आपको दिक्कत हो रहा है कि अलग हो गए। आप बताइए तो 2017 में हम अलग हो गए थे इनसे। अब बोलिए ना, इन लोगों के ऊपर जो किया गया, और उसके बाद 5 साल बीत गया, अब तो इन लोगों के पास कुछ नहीं है। जो उस समय कहा गया था इन लोगों के बारे में कि यही चीज है, और अब तो कुछ नहीं है। तो आप समझ लीजिए, आप समझ लीजिए, वहां से इतना कहा गया और मेरे साथ लोग इतनी बातचीत करके अपने साथ लाए, और अपने साथ लाए जो भी था हमने किया लोकसभा के चुनाव। लेकिन विधानसभा के चुनाव में क्या हो गया? विधानसभा के चुनाव उसका हो गया कि हम खत्म हो जाए, हमको तो कोई मतलब नहीं था भाई। लेकिन जब अपने लोगों से, और बताइए, हमको अच्छा लग रहा था। आप जरा सोचिए तो, किनको किनको हटा। सुशील कुमार मोदी जी उप मुख्यमंत्री थे, हमको कहा अरे भाई हमको बना दिए, और सुशील मोदी पहले थे, उनको कहा नहीं बना रहे हैं, उनको नहीं बनाया। आप बताइए, प्रेम कुमार जी को नहीं बनाया, पुराने साथी नंद किशोर यादव को नहीं बनाया। ये सब लोग जो पुराने साथी थे, राम नारायण मंडल, विनोद नारायण झा, और भी कई लोगों को नहीं बनाया। खाली पहले वाले मात्र 2 लोगों को बनाया। हमको लगा कि भाई चलिए, अब उनकी पार्टी है, जो भी करे। अब आज स्थिति है, जैसी स्थिति है कि अब हमको, जो भी लोग थे, आप तो जरा बताइए, हम किसी से कुछ कहते थे, सबसे काम ही कर रहे थे, बात कर रहे थे, जो कुछ भी था। लेकिन इसमें आप लोगों का कुछ नहीं है। लेकिन धीरे धीरे जो दिल्ली से ये खबर आई कि हम सब चीज को छोड़ करके इन लोगों के साथ हैं, इनको छोड़ करके हम इधर आ गए थे। और क्या हुआ, अभी तो आप उसको बता रहे थे, उसमें तो हमको बड़ा खराब लगा था भाई। 17 की बात है, जब मीटिंग हो रही थी, हम लोग जहां, आप समझिए, पटना यूनिवर्सिटी की बात थी, हमने कहा कि भाई इसको नेशनल बना दीजिए, राष्ट्रीय, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी। आप उसको नहीं माने, पहले सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी होता था। अरे अब तो आप लग जाइए ना, हम इतना दिन से सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी कहे हैं, अब आप कर देंगे दिल्ली वाले। आजकल प्रचार तो खाली दिल्ली का होता है, खाली दिल्ली का प्रचार होते रहता है। सारा सोशल मीडिया से लेकर के एक एक चीज पर, सारे प्रेस, सब चीज पर कब्जा, और इसलिए अपना छपेगा। तो उसका तो कोई वादे नहीं रखेगा कि हम लोग डिमांड कर रहे थे कि पटना यूनिवर्सिटी को बना दिया जाए सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी। आज दिल्ली वाले बना देंगे तो खाली यही चर्चा करते रहिएगा कि केंद्र ने दिल्ली, पटना यूनिवर्सिटी को बना दिया सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी, फायदा लीजिएगा। तो जो चीज हम शुरू से कहते रहे, तो मेरी बात तो सुनते नहीं थे। आप जरा बताइए, हम कितनी बात जाकर के करते रहे। और आपको मालूम है ना, जब आप लोग आ गए थे 2017 में, तो उसके पहले ही ना 7 निश्चय था, हर घर नल का जल के लिए भी है? हर घर, आप ही बताइए, हर जगह एक एक चीज। अरे बैठिए ना, इस सब में क्या है? अरे हम दूसरी बात सुनिए। अरे आप तो कहां से कहां हो जाते हैं, कोई ठिकाना है आपका? आप तो कुछ कुछ बोलते ही रहते हैं रेगुलर, ऐसे ही। अब पहले कहां थे, फिर कहां गए, फिर कहां गए, आप कुछ बोलते रहते हैं। ये सब छोड़िए, हम सब देखते रहते हैं, वो सब की बात छोड़ दीजिए। लेकिन आप बताइए, जो 7 निश्चय में था सबके लिए, हम नहीं सुन पा रहे हैं आप क्या बोल रहे हैं। आप मेरी बात, हम तो बहुत सिंपल आप लोगों पर हम कुछ कह रहे हैं। अरे आप लोगों पर कुछ कह रहे हैं, हम तो दिल्ली से जो भी है कह रहे हैं। और एक बात जान लीजिए, हम लोगों ने जो किया तो आप लोग साथ आए, तो मेरा जो पहले से इन लोगों के साथ 7 निश्चय तय था उसको आप भी माने। और उसके बाद जो बात हुई, एक दिल्ली में एक बार मीटिंग हो रही थी, तो हमसे पूछा गया कि आप जो कह रहे हैं हर गंडल का उसको करिएगा मेंटेनेंस। हम हाँ बिल्कुल मेंटेनेंस होगा, इसको कर रहे हैं तो ऐसे ही थोड़ी है कि खाली पहुंचा देंगे और बाद में नहीं होगा। और बाद में जब केंद्र ने इसको तय किया, अब आप लोग आ गए थे, तब ना दिल्ली से कहा गया 6,000 करोड़ रुपया दे करके कि मान लीजिए दिल्ली वाला मान लीजिए, ताकि दिल्ली का हो जाए कि बिहार में हर घर नल का जल। हमने, आप ही लोगों के पार्टी के थे, हमने उनको निवेदन किया कि इस बात को नहीं लिखना, लिख दीजिए कि यहां पर पहले से हो रहा। तो आप बताइए, बिहार में तो शुरू हुआ, अब देश में पूरा कर रहे हैं और न्यूज आता है। अरे भाई, तो ये भी तो करना ना चाहिए कि हर घर नल का जल बिहार जैसे गरीब राज्य में करने का हम लोगों ने तय किया, और यहां पर आप लोग भी सहमत हुआ, तो हम तो नहीं ना माने। अब फिर 2020 के बाद भी आ गया दिल्ली से कि फिर पैसा ले लीजिए और मान लीजिए कि दिल्ली का है। हमने फिर कहवा दिया, सवाल पैदा नहीं होता है। हम राज्य सरकार की तरफ से कर रहे हैं तो ये राज्य का है, ये केंद्र का नहीं है। तो एक एक चीज जो आप बात समझ रहे हैं, एक एक बात हो रहा था। अब यहां जो भी काम करते हैं, अब वहां के बारे में वहां से होने लगता है कि ये हो रहा। और आप लोग तो साथ में थे शुरू में, तो यहां पर जो पुराने हमारे साथी बैठे हुए, इनको मालूम नहीं है, ये नहीं देख रहे थे रोड से लेकर के एक एक चीज को अलग अलग समय। और आप बताइए, हम लोगों ने कितना सड़क का निर्माण शुरू कराया, कितना ज्यादा कराया। अब कौन गांव बचा है जहां हम लोगों ने सड़क नहीं पहुंचा दिया है? 2005 में देखें। अरे बैठिए ना, तो इसीलिए कह रहे हैं। अरे आप ही को ना तारीफ कर रहे हैं। छोड़ दीजिए, ये कोई केंद्र सरकार के चलते यहां सड़क नहीं है। आज के 8 साल से केंद्र सरकार के चलते यहां पर है, और आप लोगों को मालूम नहीं है। अरे बैठो, अगर तुम लोगों को नहीं मालूम है। अरे भाई, ग्रामीण इलाकों में सड़क बनाने का निर्णय, बच्चे हो जान लो, ये निर्णय कौन लिया? श्रद्धेय अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार ने लिया। और आपको मालूम है, हम अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी की सरकार में थे, और जब हम अलग हो गए थे जनता दल से जौहर साहब के साथ, और बाद में आप कितना मानते थे? बताइए अटल जी, जान बजा था अटल, श्रद्धेय अटल जी, लाल कृष्ण आडवाणी जी और मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी, ऐसा केंद्र में थे। मालूम है, बच्चे हो जान न लो जरा जी। ये बैठ करके उस समय की सरकार ने तय किया, अटल जी की सरकार ने तय किया कि हम लोग पूरे बिहार में गांव में पहुंचाएंगे। ये उस समय हम लोग उनके साथ थे, और सारा काम जो शुरू करवाया गया सब कुछ, और एक एक चीज शुरू किया गया उसी समय। ये कोई आज की सरकार का नहीं है कुछ। और आप जान रहे हैं हम काहे अलग हुए 13 में जी? हमको कितना मानते थे सब लोग, तीनों लोग, सारे नेता, जो सबसे बड़े नेता थे। जब पहली बार ये पार्टी बनी तब अटल जी, और उसके बाद बोलिए आडवाणी जी, सब लोग आप ही के एक नेता थे, मुरली मनोहर जोशी जी, और कितना मानते थे। एक एक बात हमने कहा और मेरी बात मानते थे। हम जिस कॉलेज में यहां पढ़े, इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज में, और उस समय हम केंद्र में थे, और उसमें हमने कहा कि भाई हमें आप पढ़े हैं, ये सबसे पुराना है, जब देश में मात्र 5 था इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज, और आप इसको काहे नहीं किए, इसको भी करिए। तो उस समय उसको स्वीकार की, अलग से कैबिनेट मिला है, सब एक एक मेरी बात मानते थे। तो हम तो चाहते थे जरा जान लीजिए 13 में कि अटल जी की तबीयत ठीक नहीं है, तो भाई इसमें बाकी जो नेता हैं इन लोगों का होना चाहिए। अडवाणी जी का हम तो उनके लिए कर रहे थे। जब ये लोग सुन लो, अरे अब बच्चे उसमें तुम्हारे पिता थे, तुम लोगों को क्या मत, आपको क्या मालूम है? श्रद्धेय आप जान लीजिए, उसको जब ये लोग नहीं माने, इसीलिए हम 17 में अलग हो गए थे आप लोगों से। कहा कि हमारे मन में था कि वो लोग हैं लीडर। अरे बच्चे हो, जान न लो जरा। अब जो आ गए, ये कोई काम किए हैं जी? खाली प्रचार प्रसार के एक्सपर्ट हैं, कोई काम हो रहा है? जो अंड बोलो, आगे जगह मिलेगा। जब बोलोगे अनाप शनाप, अब आज बेचारे बोले हैं तो ठीक है, कुछ बोलिएगा अनाप शनाप तो शायद मौका मिल जाए आपको। नहीं तो हल्ला सुन रहे थे कि इसी ही को मौका मिलने वाला है। जो भी को मौका मिले, जो बोलिएगा अनाप शनाप। अरे बैठिए ना, आपसे कोई आज का हम बीजेपी से अलग थे तब भी ना रोज हमसे मिलते थे आप। बताइए तो ये सब काहे बोल रहे हैं? हाँ, आप बोलते जरूर रहिए और अच्छा है। अब आप कोई भी बोलेगा, बोल चुके हैं, और उसको जो मान लीजिए बाद में जगह नहीं मिली, हमारी तकलीफ जान लीजिए। जो पहले हमारे साथ सब मिलकर के काम करते थे और उनको मौका नहीं दिया, तो इसीलिए सब आप जरा जान लीजिए। हमको एक आदमी, अरे यार क्या बात करते हो? और बच्चे छोड़िए, अच्छा है। अरे इतना ज्यादा दिल्ली से सिक्योरिटी का इंतजाम मिल गया है ना, इसलिए बोलो। ये भी हम लोगों की पार्टी छोड़ करके गया है, तो कुछ बोलेगा तो आप लोगों को कुछ दिल्ली वाला जगह देगा, समझ गए ना? भले लोगों को जगह नहीं मिलेगा आप लोगों में से, जो अंड बंड बोलेगा उसी को जगह मिलेगा। आप जान लीजिए, यही है आप लोगों की पार्टी। सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं आप लोग, सुनना नहीं चाहते हैं, भागना चाहते हैं। जितना देर भागोगे, कितना मानते रहे हैं, लेकिन हाँ मेरे खिलाफ बोलो। अब बोलोगे तो कोई जगह तुमको केंद्र वाला देगा। ये जरूर करो, जरूर करो। और जब जगह मिलेगा हमको अच्छा लगेगा कि कम से कम मिले। और आप सब लोग एक बात अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, एक बार अच्छी तरह जान लीजिए, हमने कितना आप सब लोगों का ख्याल रखा। हमारे पार्टी के सब लोगों ने समझ लिया कि ये लोग सारे लोग, अब आप चले गए, अच्छा है, आप थोड़ी विरोध करिएगा। आप ये ना बताइए, 7 पार्टी इधर है, एक पार्टी भी समर्थन कर रहा है, 8 पार्टी, तो आप लोग न जाइएगा, नहीं तो कुछ है आपका, कुछ है, इसलिए भाग रहे। और जब कहा गया होगा, ऊपर से कहा गया होगा, इसलिए भाग रहे हैं आप लोग, तो आप लोगों में से किसी न किसी को जगह मिलेगा। तो ये सब काम जो हो रहा था, इसी का चलते तो हमको छोड़ना पड़ा। हम जो 17 में छोड़ करके गए और इन लोगों ने जो कोई काम नहीं किया और हम लोगों को नाश करने लगे, हमारे पार्टी के तमाम लोग भीतर से बोलने लगे और अंत में हम लोगों ने तय किया, आप सब लोगों से बात होती थी, और ये जब तय हो गया कि हम लोग जो पहले जहां थे वहां पर चले जाएं, अब एक साथ हम आ गए, हम तो आपसे इन लोगों से अलग हुए। आप कोई सवाल ही पैदा नहीं होता। और अब हम लोगों का संकल्प है कि हम लोग मिल करके पूरा काम करेंगे, बिहार बहुत आगे बढ़ेगा। और हम लोग सब लोगों से अपील कर रहे हैं, देश भर से कितने विभिन्न प्रांतों के विभिन्न दलों के लोगों ने फोन किया है हमको कि ठीक किया, ये निर्णय लिया, और हमने कहा सब मिल करके लड़िएगा, एक साथ होकर के लड़िएगा, तो 2024 का जो चुनाव का रिजल्ट होगा। अब क्या होता है, क्या क्या तरह का दिल्ली से चल रहा है, कोई काम हो रहा है? खाली प्रचार हो रहा है, सिर्फ प्रचार हो रहा है। लोगों की आमदनी कितनी घट रही है, किस तरह का काम हो रहा है, तो इस तरह से तो चल रहा है वहां से, और सिर्फ प्रचार प्रसार रोज रोज और काम नहीं। तो इसीलिए तब हम लोग काम करेंगे, हम मिल करके सब लोगों को हम कह रहे हैं पूरे देश में कि जरा मिल करके एकजुट होकर के काम करिए, तो फिर सही मौके पर आइएगा। एक बार अगर किन्हीं को मौका मिला, काम नहीं मिला, अब तरह तरह का नाम दे रहे हैं। आजादी से क्या मतलब था? 75वां साल में कह रहे थे कि ये होगा ये होगा। अरे भाई, आजादी की लड़ाई में कहां थे? आजादी की लड़ाई लड़ने वाले कौन थे? तो आजकल कुछ न कुछ कहते रहेंगे, और उसके बाद अंत में ये तो बापू को भी खत्म करेंगे, ये आप जान लीजिए। क्योंकि जिस तरह से, और एक बात और, समाज में बिना मतलब का टकराव पैदा करना, और कभी भी हिंदू मुस्लिम का कुछ झंझट नहीं है, लेकिन कुछ लोग चक्कर में रहते हैं। समाज में तो कुछ ना कुछ इधर उधर सोचने वाला होगा ही, तो कहीं ना कहीं इधर से उधर करना और उसका लाभ लेना। तो अब हम लोग एकजुट हुए, एक एक गांव, एक एक जात, हर लोगों के बीच में इस सब बात को हम लोग रखेंगे। ये क्या चीज है? ये तो भाग गया, ये भाग गया। आप लोग भी जान लीजिए, 2010 में हम इन लोगों के, हमारे साथी थे, लेकिन आप जानते हैं माइनॉरिटी ने वोट किया, और कहां किया? गया में भी वोट दिया। सारे पत्रकारों ने वहां से वोट किया कि मेरे साथ थे, मेरा साथ दे रहे थे, और मेरे चलते मेरे लाई बीजेपी को भी मुस्लिम लोग साथ दे दिए थे गया में।
All right, we have some breaking news coming in. Let's quickly cut across live and put out details of what we're picking up from Ahmedabad. The ruckus that was witnessed at the Ahmedabad airport, there was a scuffle between passengers and officials at the airport due to the SpiceJet flight delay. Yes, yet another flight delay, this time coming in from SpiceJet. Flight number SG 03454 that was scheduled to leave from Ahmedabad to Varanasi at 10:30 a.m. But the flight, due to getting delayed till 4 p.m, followed by a lot of ruckus that was witnessed on the airport premises. Let me go across to Amit, who's joining us with more details. Amit, क्या जानकारी दे सकते हैं? Clearly दिख रहा है इन विजुअल्स में कि पैसेंजर्स ऑफिशियल्स के साथ कुछ बहसबाजी कर रहे हैं। 10:30 की फ्लाइट थी, बताया जा रहा है कि 4 बजे तक वो फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ नहीं हुई।
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए, ये स्पाइस जेट की हम बात करें तो स्पाइस जेट के लिए ये सब चीजें कुछ नई नहीं है। स्पाइस जेट की फ्लाइटों में लगातार फ्लाइट डिले होना, फ्लाइट जब हवा में होती है तो उस दौरान टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम्स क्रिएट होना, इस तरह की बहुत सारी चीजें भूतकाल में देखी गई हैं। और यही मसला इस तरह से आज जो फ्लाइट अहमदाबाद से बनारस के लिए जाने वाली थी, उस फ्लाइट का जो समय था टेक ऑफ का टाइम, उस समय वो फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ हुई नहीं, और उस वजह से जो वहां पर पैसेंजर्स थे एयरपोर्ट पे, वो काफी नाराज थे। जब उन्हें उनकी तरफ से सवाल किए जा रहे थे, तब स्पाइस जेट की तरफ से कहा जा रहा था कि बस थोड़ी देर में फ्लाइट टेक ऑफ होगी, आपको बुलाया जाएगा। लेकिन कोई व्यवस्था जो थी वो स्पाइस जेट की तरफ से पैसेंजर्स के लिए नहीं की गई। वो सारे लोग एयरपोर्ट पे बैठे रहे। स्पाइस जेट ने ना तो पैसेंजर्स को व्यवस्था दी और जवाब भी ठीक तरह से नहीं दी, और इसी वजह से जो पैसेंजर्स थे वो गुस्से में आए, और जो ये नोकझोंक एयरपोर्ट पे देखने को मिली, उससे मामला जो था वो
Varanasi bound flight that was delayed for hours altogether, and that's exactly what resulted in that kind of a scuffle that broke out between the passengers and the SpiceJet officials. Thank you, Amit, for joining us with those details. It's time for us to head into a very short break. News and updates continue.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad.
You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country. I went when they opened up travel to America in 2021, and my son lives in America, and I asked him, saying, we were going to a restaurant and they wanted to see our COVID vaccine certificate. So I showed them my phone. My son, from his wallet, produced a paper which was folded in thing and said, okay, this is my certificate. And I looked at his paper and I asked myself, okay, this is where they are and this is...
Breaking round, I'm Madhav Das Gopalakrishnan. First, a look at the top 50 stories on the show. CBI raided multiple locations in Bihar related to land for railway job scam. Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters are named among several others as accused in the 2008-9 case. CBI raided an under-construction mall in Gurugram owned by Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav. Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav said the raids were politically motivated and added that the RJD will respond with a knockout punch. Tejashwi's mother and ex-Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi said that the family is not scared of the CBI raids. CBI also carried out search operations at the premises of MLC Sunil Singh, Rajya Sabha MPs Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmed, and former MLC Subodh Rai. MLC Sunil Singh, a close aide of Lalu Yadav, yelled out from the balcony of his apartment and said that raids were alleged vendetta. Sunil Singh's wife also screamed out from the balcony and said that Singh is being victimized because of his loyalties She also affirmed that she would sue the agency for defamation. RJD spokesman Shakti Singh Yadav has said ED, CBI and IT were already planning the next operation in Bihar. RJD MP Manoj Jha accused the centre of intimidating RJD legislators with CBI raids on a day when the newly formed Bihar government faces a trust vote. BJP says CBI raids have nothing to do with the vote of confidence today and added that those being raided are not MLAs. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi questioned the nexus between those raided and Lalu and said that all those facing the CBI heat manage Lalu's ill-gotten money. Former Bihar Deputy CM Tarkishore Prasad downplayed the conspiracy charge by the opposition and said the CBI was just doing its job. Bihar BJP Chief Sanjay Jaiswal said the raids were a consequence of the scam CM Nitish had reported about in a complaint filed by himself. Congress termed CBI raids on Lalu's aides as politically motivated and said the agencies suddenly got active after BJP's exit from the government. CPML MLA Mehboob Alam alleged conspiracy by the BJP to destabilize the government in Bihar. ED raids underway in Jharkhand and other states in connection with an illegal mining case related to Prem Prakash and associates of Ranchi. Now, Prem Prakash is believed to be an aide of Hemant Soren. The ED recovered 2 AK series assault rifles from Chief Minister Soren's close aide Prem Prakash's residence in Ranchi during the raids in Jharkhand illegal mining case. Apart from Prem Prakash's premises, 16 other premises are being searched by the ED in Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR over the illegal mining case. Upset over bail to suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, hundreds of protesters carried out a march across Hyderabad on Tuesday night. Telangana Congress leader Rashid Khan stoked controversy, saying that he would take law into his own hands if Telangana BJP MLA Raja Singh is not arrested for his remarks on Prophet Mohammed. A clash broke out between protesters and police when hundreds of Muslims gathered at Shalibanda to stage protest against MLA Raja Singh. Protesters were seen chanting Sartan Se Juda slogans in the presence of AIMIM corporator Syed Sohail Qadri in protest against suspended MLA Raja Singh. Yet another MIM Moghalpura corporator, Nasreen Sultana, along with her followers, staged a protest and raised Sartan Se Juda slogans. A police patrol car was vandalized by a mob mobilized at the Moghalpura area to protest against BJP MLA Raja Singh. Police called in additional forces to control hundreds gathered without permission to protest against the suspended MLA Raja Singh. Samajwadi Party MLA Rai Sheikh condemned the sloganeering by MIM leaders and pinned the blame on BJP for instigating the mob. Hyderabad South Zone DCP Sai Chaitanya promised action against miscreants involved in stone pelting. A small child was seen and heard raising Sartan Se Juda slogans at Hyderabad's Old City after the suspended BJP MLA was released on Tuesday night. The Twin Towers D-Day is set for Sunday. In fact, tomorrow there's set to be a dry run. The demolition in Noida is amongst the top 3 demolitions in the world. 46 blasters and helpers roped in for the demolition of Twin Towers. Only specially trained blasters are permitted at the site. 10 foreign blasters and 6 Indian blasters are allowed. At times was accessed the full CCTV footage of the accident due to pothole. The CCTV shows how Supreet fell off his bike because of the deadly crater in the middle of the road. 44-year-old Supreet was killed by a pothole, but the FIR registered in the case is under the sections for rash and negligent riding, which of course is tantamount to blaming the victim. Cattlegate accused Anubrata Mondal has been given 14-day judicial custody. The next date of hearing has been set for the 7th of September. Sonali Fogat's family alleges murder by PA and his partner. Kin demands CBI inquiry into the matter. Kerala High Court cancels anticipatory bail granted to author and social activist Civic Chandran in a sexual assault case. Shinde faction and opposition have clashed outside the Maharashtra Assembly after the Uddhav camp teased Shinde MLAs by shouting 50 Khoke slogans. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan took an aerial survey of flood-affected areas in Vidisha. Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann felicitated Prime Minister Modi at the inauguration of the Homi Bhabha Cancer Hospital and Research Centre in Punjab's Mohali district.
In a major blow to Congress, Jayveer Shergill, who has served as spokesperson, has resigned from the party. He wrote that decision-making influenced by self-serving interests is leading to this decision. Scuffle broke out between passengers and officials of SpiceJet at Ahmedabad airport over flight delays. Delhi Transport Corporation Minister, in fact, the Delhi Transport Minister, I beg your pardon, Kailash Gehlot, announced plans to rope in 200 women bus drivers as part of its effort to empower and employ women. Indian badminton duo Arjun and Kapila advanced to the pre-quarters of the BWF World Championships after defeating Denmark counterpart in the second round. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the annual meeting of Defence Ministers of Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the state funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on the 27th of September. US Treasury Deputy Secretary Wally Adeyemo is all set to start his 3-day India visit to hold talks on economic and security issues between the two countries. Ukrainian President Zelensky has made a rousing address to his nation ahead of the Independence Day and marked 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Ukrainian supporters organized a candlelight vigil for Ukraine on its National Flag Day in New York. People lit candles as a memory of Ukrainians killed during the Russian invasion. China launched a Long March 2D rocket with a satellite into space. Coded Beijing 3B, the satellite lifted off from the Taiwan Satellite Launch Center in the northern province. Flood relief work is going on extensively in Pakistan's Balochistan province as massive rain has triggered floods sweeping across the country and killed 230 people. Chilean President Gabriel Boric has announced that he has resurrected efforts to approve a bill to shorten the nation's working hours. And there's breaking news coming in. Rashid Khan, Congress leader in Telangana, stands in a police station and threatens to burn down Ghosh Mahal. Will KCR, the Chief Minister, act against Owaisi and condemn? Because Ghosh Mahal, as we all know, is the constituency of Raja Singh, the BJP legislator who made those controversial remarks. Of course, after being taken into custody by the police, he was later released on bail by a court. Now, in fact, here come these shocking visuals in which action, of course, is being demanded by various political parties against those threatening to take law into their own hands. Listen in.
हमारे हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में गुस्ताखी कर रहा है और हम खामोश बैठ के तमाशा देख रहे हैं। नहीं, तमाशा हम नहीं देखने वाले। अब हम सड़कों पे उतरेंगे और अल्लाह की कसम मैं बोल रहा हूं, अगर से 23rd के दिन उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे राजा सिंह को, 24th के दिन मैं राशिद खान गोशा महल को अंगार में बदल दूंगा। मैं गोशा महल में दाखिल हो जाऊंगा और मैं किसी की नहीं सुनूंगा। हमारे हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की
also Somit, who's been reporting all night on the story. Somit, you've brought us those scenes of violence, of protests, of unprecedented mobilization that is taking place on ground in Hyderabad. Now take us through this individual, Rashid Khan, who's making these threats. He's a Congress leader. At what level of a leader is he, and on what authority is he saying that he's going to burn down Ghosh Mahal? One can understand his opposition to Raja Singh's comments, but does that give him the right to take law into his own hands?
Well, Madhav, Rashid Khan is a TPCC secretary and has a brother of contested MLA Feroz Khan from Nampally Assembly constituency, and he's very much famous for making derogatory statements, especially against one community, and this is not the first time. He has several times leveled up several allegations and made several derogatory statements against one community, and he was the person who actually, led a campaign at Charminar where he has stated that when puja can be done in the temple, then also namaz should be done offered in the Charminar, and he has compared the temple which was located outside, and he has compared offering namaz prayers inside the Charminar, which was a protected ASI site, and he's very much famous for making derogatory statements, and even it's very unfortunate that several times he has made such statements, and Congress didn't act upon it, and yesterday he has, he went yesterday in the VRs. He went to the cybercrime police station in the Hyderabad city, and after that he has released a video from there itself stating that will burn down complete Goshamal. That means actually Raja Singh, the suspended BJP MLA, comes from Goshamal Assembly constituency, which is also known as very sensitive place in the Hyderabad city, and which also is
yeah. Let's listen in once again. Somit, stay with us. Let's listen in once again before we go to the reactions. What was that controversial statement made by Rashid Khan? Let's listen into that.
हमारे हुजूर सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम की शान में गुस्ताखी कर रहा है और हम खामोश बैठ के तमाशा देख रहे हैं। नहीं, तमाशा हम नहीं देखने वाले। अब हम सड़कों पे उतरेंगे और अल्लाह की कसम मैं बोल रहा हूं, अगर से 23 के दिन उसको अरेस्ट नहीं करेंगे राजा सिंह को, 24 के दिन मैं राशिद खान गोशा महल को अंगार में बदल दूंगा। मैं गोशा महल में दाखिल हो जाऊंगा और मैं किसी की नहीं सुनूंगा।
All right, I'd like to thank Somit for joining us and bringing us all those details as far as this particular story is concerned. It's a story that we're going to continue tracking as far as this particular matter is concerned. But it's a shocking free run that has been given to hate in Hyderabad. In fact, murderous chants of Sartan se juda echo in the old city where hate mobs have been running riot. In fact, videos have shown massive police presence, but scant action was taken by cops to arrest this incitement. Listen into some of these.
रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सजा।
All right, in 2017, Times Now had exposed the Lalu loot diary, and now 5 years later, the CBI heat is mounting on RJD leaders. On a day when Nitish Kumar-led government backed by RJD takes a test of majority on the floor of the House, CBI raids are underway at multiple locations in Delhi, Gurugram, Patna, Katihar and Madhubani. Residences of a slew of RJD leaders have been raided by the Central Probe Agency in connection with a land for jobs scam since morning. RJD MLC Sunil Singh and former MLC Subodh Roy's residences were raided in fact in Patna. Residences of RJD MPs Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmad were raided in Bihar's Katihar and Madhubani. Searches were also conducted in an under-construction mall in Gurugram. The mall, as per sources, belongs to Tejashwi Yadav, his family and aides.
देखिए गाड़ी निकल रही है और यहाँ पर जो समर्थक हैं वो यहाँ पर हंगामा कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ी आप देखिए यहाँ से निकल रहा है, इस जो सुनील सिंह के आवास पर रेड चल रही है वहीं से ये गाड़ी यहाँ से निकल रही है। लेकिन यहाँ पर देखिए जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर विरोध कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर गाड़ी के आगे वो तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता है वो जुट गए हैं। तो यहाँ पर देखिए विरोध प्रदर्शन, हालांकि यहाँ पर जो पुलिस की तैनाती है वो रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को निकालने के लिए। और इसके अंदर आप देखिए जो सीआरपीएफ के कुछ जवान जो है वो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं इस गाड़ी में और ये गाड़ी यहाँ से अब निकल रही है। आप देखिए सीधी तस्वीर किस तरह से ये सीआरपीएफ के जवान आपको दिख पा रहे होंगे गाड़ी के अंदर, वो यहाँ से इस स्विफ्ट गाड़ी में यहाँ से निकले हैं और उन्हीं का विरोध यहाँ पर जो कार्यकर्ता थे वो यहाँ पर कर रहे थे।
जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में सीबीआई की टीम सुबह से ही करीब 24 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। बिहार से लेकर गुरुग्राम तक सीबीआई की टीम लगातार छापेमारी कर रही है। गुरुग्राम में भी 3 जगहों पे ये छापेमारी की जा रही है। एक कंपनी के ऑफिसेस पर छापेमारी जो है वो की जा रही है। इस वक्त हम सेक्टर 65 में मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर ये जो आप इमारत देख रहे हैं, ये बिल्डिंग जो देख रहे हैं वर्ल्ड मार्क, इसमें भी व्हाइट लैंड कॉर्पोरेशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड नाम की कंपनी का दफ्तर है। 10वीं मंजिल पर यह दफ्तर बताया जा रहा है जहां सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो पहुंची थी। तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया। बताया जा रहा है कि तेजस्वी यादव से संबंधित ये कंपनी है और इसी को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो गुरुग्राम में 3 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। सीबीआई की टीम जो है सेक्टर 71 के अर्बन क्यूब्स मॉल पर भी पहुंची थी। दरअसल ये मॉल जो है वो अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। यहाँ पर भी सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची, तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया और जब सीबीआई की टीम वहां से निकली तो कई दस्तावेजों के साथ निकली।
And this case of the CBI, in fact, relates to alleged irregularities in recruitment for railway jobs between 2004 and 2009, when Lalu Yadav was the railways minister. In May this year, the CBI had filed an FIR in the case, naming Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters, among several others, as accused in the case. As per the FIR registered by the CBI, various persons were appointed as substitutes in Group D posts in different zones of the railway in exchange for land. These appointments were allegedly done by unknown public servants of the Indian Railways, and later they were regularized. The FIR also states that out of 7 instances of land transfers, 3 sale deeds were executed in favor of Rabdi Devi, 1 sale deed was executed in the name of Lalu's daughter Misa Bharti, and 1 sale deed was executed in the favor of a firm in which Rabdi Devi was a major shareholder. 2 gift deeds were also executed in favor of Lalu's daughter Hema Yadav. Now, these raids have sparked a war of words, with RJD alleging BJP hand in raids and calling it an attempt to intimidate opposition leaders by misusing central agencies.
जो झारखंड में देखा, अन्य राज्यों में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, क्या देखा हम लोगों ने? मतलब एक ही फॉर्मूला है भाजपा का कि भैया जो डरेगा उसको डराओ अपने जमाइयों से, और जो नहीं डरेगा उसको खरीदो। तो हम तो धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, यहां कोशिश करने का प्रयास किया गया हो। अरे भैया, हम लोग देख रहे थे ना कि आपके राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष लोकतंत्र की जननी में आकर के क्या बयान दे रहे थे कि रीजनल पार्टी को खत्म कर देंगे, ऑपोजिशन को खत्म कर देंगे। इसका मतलब क्या है भाई? रीजनल पार्टी कौन है?
इन जितने लोगों का रीड हो रहा है, ये अधिकांश वो लोग हैं जो लालू की संपत्ति को मैनेज करने वाले लोग हैं। और लालू की पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी जैसी कंपनी है, जिसका एक ही उद्देश्य कि पावर में आओ ताकि पैसा कमाया जा सके। अदरवाइज हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल दैट लालू यादव हिमसेल्फ इज कन्विक्टेड इन मोर देन 5 cases. Rabdi Devi is already charge sheeted. Tejaswi Yadav already charge sheeted. Misa Bharti is already charge sheeted, and she is also on bail. And more than 50 of their properties have been confiscated by the ED or income tax department.
In various cases.
In the various cases.
All right, let's take this across to our guest. Joining us with us is Arvind Kumar Singh of the BJP. He's joining us from Bihar. We also have Subodh Kumar, he's a leader of the JDU. But first and foremost, want to go across to political analyst Abdul Basit, who leans towards the RJD. Abdul Basit, the charge is very clear. जो allegation है वो बहुत साफ है. BJP कह रही है, और आपने अभी सुशील मोदी को भी सुना, और उनका ये कहना है कि अगर 50 से ज्यादा प्रॉपर्टीज जब्त की गई है तो कहीं ना कहीं ये लैंड फॉर जॉब स्कैम में सबूत बनते दिख रहा है. इसमें FIR भी फाइल की गई है, और पूरे जो डिटेल्स है उसमें ऑलरेडी बाहर आ चुके हैं, और डिटेल्स अगर सामने आ रहे हैं तो इस पे ये कानूनी कार्रवाई की जा रही है, जिसके ऊपर कोई पॉलिटिकल आरोप नहीं लगने चाहिए. क्या कहेंगे आप?
देखिए, सुशील मोदी जी के बातों पर इतना बिहार की जनता कभी भी ध्यान नहीं दिया. हाँ, माननीय नीतीश कुमार जी ने पिछले सालों में जो बातें कही हैं उस पर गहन चिंतन का विषय रहा. सुशील मोदी जैसे लोग तो गिरगिट नुमा है, जो कभी किसी प्रकार से कभी एलिगेशन, मतलब ये बिहार को बर्बाद करने के लिए सुशील मोदी ने कसम खाई है कि बीजेपी को बिहार के अंदर लाके और भाजपा बिहार को बर्बाद करने के लिए कसम खाई है. दूसरी बात, सीबीआई एक स्वतंत्र संस्था है, ईडी एक बिल्कुल स्वतंत्र संस्था है. सब लोग सुप्रीम कोर्ट के अंडर एक देश में काम कर रहे हैं. सुप्रीम कोर्ट के आदेश जिस प्रकार से सबकी संस्थाओं को जो पावर दी हुई है उसका पूरा इस्तेमाल वो करेंगे, और उसमें किसी का पॉलिटिकल वो मैं नहीं मानता किसी में पॉलिटिकल वो. मगर इस देश में पिछले 8 साल से अगर संस्था है और सीबीआई अपने आप को कहती है कि मैं हाँ वाकई में स्वस्थ संस्था हूं, तो आपने आज तक किसी भाजपा कार्यकर्ता के ऊपर किसी प्रकार का कोई भी एलिगेशन नहीं लगाया. इससे बिल्कुल साफ हो जाता है कि वाकई में ही मिसयूज हो रहा है. नहीं चाहती कोई संस्था कि हमारा मिसयूज हो. मैं एक बात तो स्पष्ट कर दूं, ना ईडी चाहती, ना सीबीआई, ना रॉ, ना किसी प्रकार की एनआईए, कोई नहीं चाहता. मगर मजबूरी के तहत एक बड़े नेताओं के प्रेशर में आके अधिकारी
लेकिन जो भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप है उनका कौन जवाब देगा? लेट मी बिगिन. अरविंद कुमार सिंह ऑफ द बीजेपी. आरोप ये लग रहा है कि ये जो मिसयूज की जा रही है एजेंसीज को, इसकी टाइमिंग पर भी सवाल उठाए जा रहे हैं. कई लोगों ने सवाल उठाए कि ट्रस्ट वोट के दिन ही क्यों ये रेड्स हो रहे हैं? क्या एक मैसेज दिया जा रहा है?
ये तो पॉलिटिकली मोटिवेटेड लोग लग रहे हैं. देखिए, रेड हो रही है, ईडी अपना काम कर रही है, सीबीआई अपना काम कर रही है. हमें ये लोग क्या बता पाएंगे कि 90 के दशक के पहले लालू जी की क्या स्थिति थी? लालू जी की यही स्थिति थी कि एक छोटे से घर में रहते थे. आज इतने करोड़ों और खरबों की संपत्ति उनके पास, उनके परिवार के साथ, उनके गिरोह के लोगों के साथ कहां से आ गई?
घूमता था रोड पर
कहीं से बताएंगे ना। और सरकारी काम में सरकार अपना काम कर रही है, कानून अपना काम कर रही है। पॉलिटिकल पार्टी का तो अंदर में न सीबीआई काम करती है, न ईडी काम करती है, तो वो अपना काम कर रही है। उनका अपना सोर्स है, अपना इंफॉर्मेशन का एक जरिया है। तो ये तो बौखलाहट में आरजेडी वाले बोल रहे हैं।
सुबोध कुमार जी, ये बौखलाहट दिख रही है सामने आरजेडी की, और साथ में ये कह रहे हैं कि अगर भ्रष्टाचार के आरोप है तो उन आरोपों का जवाब दीजिए, इसका राजनीतिकरण मत कीजिए, ये कहना है बीजेपी का। क्या कहेंगे आप?
नहीं, ये बीजेपी वाले जरूर कह रहे हैं, लेकिन सच्चाई ये है कि इनकी सारी कवायद जो चल रही ईडी और सीबीआई के माध्यम से, वो कवायद केवल 2024 में सत्ता प्राप्त करने के लिए है। जब से यह गठबंधन बना है, बहुत बेचैन है। ये मछली बिना पानी नहीं, और मछली जिस तरह से तड़पड़ाती है, उस तरीके से आजकल बीजेपी वाले इस गठबंधन के बाद डरने और तड़पड़ाने लग गए हैं। कारण केवल एक है कि उनको पता है अगर ये गठबंधन बनेगा और रहेगा तो ये कभी जीतेंगे नहीं। यहाँ सीट सिंगल डिजिट में भी नहीं, सिंगल डिजिट पे 1-2 सीट आ जाए तो आ जाए, नहीं तो इनका सूपड़ा साफ होने वाला है। इनको ग्राउंड रियलिटी मालूम है। और पिछले चुनाव में यहाँ पे जब बीजेपी वालों ने लड़ा था, जब यहाँ के जहां उपचुनाव लड़ी थी, तो 36,000 वोट से हार गए थे। तो एक इनके खिलाफ एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, उसके बाद ये डेडली अलायंस बन गया, और ये सारी इनकी कवायद चल रही है कि 2024 में कैसे इस गठबंधन।
All right, we'll have to leave it there for the moment. In fact, I'd like to thank all our guests for joining us, Abdul Basit as well as Mr. Subodh and other guests who are joining us. It's certainly, of course, an issue that we're going to continue to see in the state of Bihar. Clearly, the political battle isn't over yet. Arvind Kumar Singh of the BJP also would like to thank you for joining us, gentlemen. Slipping into a quick break for now.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हेलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की हॅलो नाही वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई हॅलो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हेलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
Right, breaking news coming in. In fact, there's a flag march that has in fact been reported in Hyderabad at this point of time. That's the information coming in. In fact, we have seen many protests that have taken place. It's a black flag march. In fact, that's the information coming in at this point of time after several protests taking place last night on the streets of Hyderabad. Now a black flag march over there. Police, of course, are present, and in fact, black flags being shown to those security forces which are reportedly trying to take out a flag march. Let's get a better sense from a reporter on ground there in Hyderabad. Somit is with us. Somit, take us through what exactly has happened over there. We can see some men in uniform. Are they attempting to take out a flag march? And who are the persons who are showing them black flags?
Well, Madhav, especially mainly as part of confidence building at the old city, because all the shops remain closed for one day. I know several shops make lots of business there at the Charminar. Several visitors come from different places, and because after the video went viral, the situation has become completely sensitive, and protesters came onto the road, stones pelted and lathi charge, and several things happened there. And to mainly build the confidence in the public, the police, additional forces have been deployed, and including the RAF and armed reserves, and also the local police have started flag marching at the old city. And on the other hand, local public who were protesting till today morning, who were taken into the custody, and again, other public have other Muslims have hit onto the ground now. They are showing the black flags, and they are now protesting again on the same demand to arrest Raja Singh again. And as of now, police are trying to take that situation into control and also move them from that
Alright, Somit, in fact, we can see some of those protesters with black flags talking to the cops who are there taking out a flag march. What exactly is happening at the moment? Because, these black flags being shown to the police, all that the police is doing when it takes out such flag marches is to ensure that there is peace and there is calm in the area. Therefore, these black flags appear to be quite surprising. What is the message that these protesters are trying to convey?
Well, Madhav, already flash protests are happening across several places in the old city of Hyderabad, that we've been seeing, all of a sudden hundreds of Muslims hitting on the ground at several places, and already police have been deployed at sensitive places like Kalibata, Charminar, and Volta Hotel, and even other places like Talabkata and Darussalam and even Napoli. So, all of a sudden, all these Muslims are coming onto the road. They are mobilizing somewhere illegally, and they are all of a sudden coming onto the road and blocking the main road and staging protests against the police, against the state administration, and also against the ruling party, demanding to arrest immediately. However, police, after trying to explain them that already legal battle is on against the suspended BJP MLA, and now the matter is in the court. Already FIR has been filed, and but the mob is in no mood to listen and follow up the protest. That is when finally police have taken a call to take the protesters into preventive custody today morning, and finally all of a sudden now flash protests again happened, and all of a sudden Muslims gathered somewhere in the streets in Chalibata, and they again hit onto the ground and blocking the main road, and now they are showing black flags mainly to oppose the police action, and also their flag march, and they are demanding at the same time slogans are being raised against the BJP MLA, and they are demanding he should be hanged. That is what their demand since the beginning.
That what has transpired, if one can really blame the forces, because they did take Raja Singh into custody, they did take him before a magistrate, but it is that judge who then decided that he should be set free on bail. So one can understand their disappointment with the judicial process, if at all, because they believe that he should be punished, and perhaps rightly so. But many would question the manner in which the protests have taken place. Violence has taken place, arson in fact being reported, and the calls for Sartan Se Juda happening in front of the police, which many would of course raise questions about whether all of that is justified. Certainly one can have an issue or a problem with manner in which things have happened, but is the manner of protest correct is certainly a question that is being asked at this point of time. Somit.
This is what's happening. Actually, public doesn't know what exactly is happening, because Police have immediately taken the complaint. At several police stations, at 7 police stations they have taken the complaint, and more than 7 police stations complaint was filed, and the complaint was received, and after that FIR was lodged in Davidpura police station under all relevant sections of IPC, including 295, 153, 505 and 506 IPC. But however, immediately after that, police have also taken him into the preventive custody. Later, he was arrested, he was shifted to, Southern police have taken him into the custody after he's done, and then they have arrested him. Then he was produced before the court. This has, this episode started yesterday. Yesterday morning at around 4 a.m., the FIR was registered. And after that, 11 a.m., he was taken into the custody. After that, 4 p.m., he was arrested. 5 p.m., he was produced before the Nampally Criminal Court. And after that, after 2 hours of argument between the counsel of Raja Singh and after the APP from the state, Assistant Public Prosecutor from the state and from the police have argued before the judge, 14th ACMM magistrate. And after that, magistrate hearing all the arguments from both the sides has taken a call that, he has noticed that the police...
Right, Shobhan, let me just interrupt you there because we're joined by Mr. Krishna Sagar Rao of the BJP as well for his response to what's been happening. Mr. Rao, there's been criticism over the court's decision to release Mr. Raja Singh on bail, even though your party has now suspended him. But what do you have to say about the protests that have taken place in Hyderabad, including comments such as Sar Tan Se Juda being chanted routinely, including by members of the AMI?
See, the protests are purely political, they are not organic, and these protests are being sponsored by MIM and TRS, and I think people of Telangana have to see through the political trap and scheme to create a very disturbed environment in the Telangana state with an excuse. So I think people have to look into the reasons why this is happening, and Bharatiya Janata Party condemns this kind of unwarranted protest, which is causing a lot of disturbance and disharmony in the community.
Right, thanks for your response there. We're also being joined by Mr. Ratan Sharda as well for his perspective. Mr. Sharda, we're currently witnessing protests in Hyderabad where the protesters are showing black flags to the members of the Rapid Action Force, but serious questions being asked of the dispensation in Telangana, which has not really acted on the sloganeers who chanted Sar Tan Se Juda.
First of all, I would appeal to the central government and every other person who loves the nation to criminalize the words like Sar Tan Se Juda and Kafir. Because these kind of words create hate from the words themselves, and if we allow these words to be not criminalized, then they will be kept on using as political politicization and political weapon. It cannot allow this kind of dangerously violent slogans to be raised routinely that clearly show their intent of not respecting constitution, not respecting the social norms. And these extremist groups need to be tackled very firmly and not politically, the way we people are critics say that political people are saying
right,
that.
Right, Mr. Sharda. In fact, I'd urge you to stay on the line with us because we're also getting a TRS voice on the broadcast. Mr. Khalikur Rahman of the TRS is joining us. Mr. Rahman, why is it that the 4 MIM corporators who said Sar Tan Se Juda have not yet been arrested? Why is your administration not taking any action against them?
See, right now the police is in fact, controlling the law and order situation here, which has been vitiated because of the derogatory comments by the BJP legislature. And you have seen that the police has done a fantastic job since yesterday. They have kept the situation totally under control. No untoward incident was happened. And as far this the slogan is concerned, yes, definitely, because these slogans, in fact, not at all acceptable, and the necessary action will be taken against them.
But why has it not yet been taken, sir? All the 4 operators and members of the AMI have been identified. There are videos of them chanting slogans. What's taking you so long to take any action against them, even file an FIR?
No, no, as I told you, because the police right now, the priority of the police is to maintain the law and order. And then, and whoever is chanting the slogan, so it is not that the police not going to have the record. Police will definitely have the record through the CCTV, and the necessary action will be initiated against them.
How
it is
soon?
Not that
How
anybody
soon
will
will this necessary action be initiated? It's more than 24 hours, almost 35 hours.
There is a system, and the police is following the system actually.
And are you going slow on the AIMIM,
No,
Mr.
we are not at all,
Rahman,
not at
because
all,
you have
not
an
at all,
informal
not at
electoral
all.
understanding with them? Is that a reason why you're not acting against them so far?
Not at all, not at all. You are totally wrong. We don't have any kind of electoral understanding with any party. Let me correct you. We don't have any kind of electoral understanding. And we are not going soft on anybody, because as far as the TRS government is concerned, TRS government is committed to maintaining the law and order, providing the safety and the security to every single citizen of our state, irrespective of whichever religion, caste, creed he or she belongs to. So it is unfortunate that the BJP MLA has made such a derogatory statement, which has led and triggered the Nupur Sharma 2 kind of a controversy actually, which was totally unwarranted, uncalled for. And in spite of the BJP leadership issuing the guidelines, which I feel was a mere eyewash actually, because it wasn't taken seriously by the legislature. The legislature went ahead issuing, such a derogatory statement.
Would you concede that those who chant Sir Tan Se Juda should not also be allowed to walk free? They should also be apprehended.
Absolutely,
so give us a timeline, sir. Give us a timeline for the action against these cooperators.
Absolutely. See, there is a law, there is a system which will take care of it.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Khalikur Rahman, for your response there. The TRS administration claiming that there will be some action taken against those who chanted Sir Tan Se Juda as well. We continue to be joined by Mr. Ratan Sharda. Also, Danish Qureshi, the political analyst, also joins us on the broadcast for his perspective. Mr. Qureshi, do you have faith that the TRS administration will be acting against those who chanted those horrible slogans?
No, this is not about by acting, but the politics of Bharatiya Janata Party to create a hatred in the entire country. First of all, Nupur Sharma and now T. Raja. I didn't get that why they want to do the politics of hate with this derogatory remark. And as I believe that now the blasphemy laws should be reformed much more strict for the people, those who are misusing for the political achievement.
Blasphemy laws, Mr. Qureshi, Sir Tan Se Juda falls foul of Section 153, Section 153A, Section 295, 505 and 506. Why don't you talk about those slogans that have been raised in action against them?
Sir, my reply to your question is that those who are saying that Sir Tan Se Juda is anybody supporting them, no political leader is supporting them, but BJP has welcomed T. Raja. कैसे उनको welcome किया आप देखिए उनको, कैसे नुपुर शर्मा को backup दे रहे हैं वो देखिए आप. Ultimately, what did BJP want to do in the country?
Let me go across to Ratan Sharda as well for his response. Mr. Ratan Sharda, do you buy the arguments being put forward by Mr. Qureshi and previously by Mr. Khalikur Rahman of the TRS?
I pity the people who are trying to justify these violent protests or protests that can lead to violence by normalizing what these people are saying and trying to put the blame again on people who use the same freedom of opinion that people like Manohar Faruqi, Tasleem Rahmani, etc. used. And to compare what Nupur Sharma said in a debate when she was facing the heat of 10 days of continuous abuse of Hindu gods and goddesses is not taken into consideration. So you will talk about Nupur Sharma, but not the provocation to Hindu society, because Hindu gods can be insulted. I am not on that at all. I am saying whatever has happened, as per constitution, people have been arrested, as per constitution, action is being taken. Now to say BJP this, that, blah, blah, but not talk at all about Sir Tan Se Juda. People are saying they are not supporting Sir Tan Se Juda, are actually doing so by putting the blame on the other side. As I said, it is criminal, it is violent, it is hateful. What stops government from immediate action? People are going to the police station and raising the slogan. Yes, I am listening to all this since yesterday. We will take action, we will take action. But have they taken action? No, they are afraid, they are scared. Everybody, ask anybody in Telangana, AIM is a sleeping partner of this TRS. Who doesn't know it? That is the reason no action is taken.
Right, in fact,
Raja is
Mr.
own
Khaliqur
constituency,
Rahman had
Raja is
taken
own
exception
follower,
to that
whether
comment,
BJP
Mr.
likes or
Sharda,
not.
when we said that there's an informal electoral understanding. Just to brief our viewers, in 2021, when it came to appoint a mayor for the GHMC, which is the Greater Hyderabad Municipal Corporation, the AIMIM extended support to the mayor nominee of the TRS. So therefore, to say that there's no electoral understanding would be a mistaken notion. Thank you very much, Mr. Sharda, for your response. Also, Mr. Qureshi. Let me go across to Shomit once again. He's joining us live from the site of some of the protests taking place in the city of Hyderabad. Over to you, Shomit. What explains the inaction so far on the part of the administration there against the chanters?
Well, we are standing right now at this place. As explained earlier, several, people, protesters have been gathering at the streets nearby this place. And because this is a sensitive place, they are gathering and flash protests are on since yesterday. All of a sudden, hundreds of, people are coming and, the Muslims are hitting on the ground and they are staging protests. We can clearly see here huge deployment and the flag march was just conducted. Huge deployment can be seen here. The police officials are standing across all the places. This is the main, circle which leads to the Charminar and also other hand to the Falaknuma. And one of the main circle we can say all of a sudden the protesters are coming and, they are blocking this road. Staging protests, giving slogans and against the police, against the state, against the administration, and also demanding action against the suspended BJP MLA. However, as of now, the protesters who have called for the flash protest, they have been taken into the custody by the police and the forces deployed here, and they have been shifted to the local police station from the spot.
And Shomit, what can you tell us about the action plan of the TRS dispensation, especially with regards to the bail that's been given to Mr. Raja Singh? Will they be challenging it now in a higher court because it's a magistrate's court that's given him bail?
Well, there is actually there is no matter to challenge in that because the 41A CRPC procedure wasn't followed. There are clear Supreme Court guidelines that any case which pertaining to the imprisonment lower than 7 years should be should be followed under 41A CRPC procedure, and that was not followed by the police. Police has requested for the judicial remand, but that remand request was returned by the 14th ACMM magistrate, and then later he has immediately ordered to release him. And also because Supreme Court guidelines are there to follow the 41A CRPC, because all the sections which were including the main sections doesn't exceed the 7 years imprisonment. So that was the reason the court asked to follow 41A CRPC procedure, and after that asked to immediately set him free. So the police have immediately given him the protection, and he was asked to stay in his residence till the situation comes to normalcy. So we can clearly see here. I want to show some visuals. Yes. The protesters came here. They are running on the other road. So immediately police tried to nab them. So, as of now, heavy police deployment can be seen here at this spot, and, they are trying to take the situation into control since morning, and, flash protests are on since yesterday also. Even a small mob, initially has gathered at this spot, and, that number has got, swollen, by minutes, in just minutes we can say. And after that, thousands have gathered, raised slogans openly, and illegally gathered. However, after that, it took many hours for the police to take the situation into control. Even lathi was charged, and after stones were pelted, and even few were injured, even including the few people who were actually in that protest, part of that protest. Even a reporter was injured, and they were shifted to the hospital. However, as of now, no case has been registered. Police are concentrating only to ensure that all the situation will be coming to the normalcy, because at several places protests are happening and back to back, and they are trying to ensure that the situation in the old city comes to normalcy. And on the other hand, the DCP speaking to us has clearly stated that cases will be registered very soon, but as of now no case has been registered.
And give us a perspective, Shomit, of the scenes around you, especially with regards to the deployment of the local police as well as the rapid action force. Are they being thoroughly outnumbered by the mob that's gathered there and showing them black flags, trying to intimidate them? Give us a perspective of the scenes around you as well.
Well, that is what happened. We can clearly see here the deployment by the local police. Additional forces have been called in. RAF can be seen here at the spot. Armed Reserve can be seen here at the spot. And even, the police from the neighboring divisions and also zones have been called here at the spot. But yesterday night we were reporting from the spot this morning. And even in the Bihar, we were reporting from the spot this morning 3 a.m. So even at that time, actually police thought that there will be, the numbers will be very less. But later, the numbers have been increased and police has been completely outnumbered. They tried to explain. A clash broke out between the police and the protesters, and it took many hours for the police to take the situation into control, and they are using buses and other vehicles to take the protesters into custody, preventive custody, and shift them from the spot. So as of now, we can clearly see a huge deployment at this spot. All the additional forces have been called in to take the situation into control. And as of now, we can say that the police are somewhat getting ready, to seek somewhat normalcy in the situation here at the old city.
And since you mentioned the old city, this is where in different pockets of the old city over the last 36 hours or so, there have been protests on the part of those who've objected to what T. Raja Singh had said and even chanted Sar Tan Se Juda. What you're seeing right now, Shomit, is this an isolated part of the old city where these protests are happening around you, or is this also spread out in different parts of old Hyderabad?
Well, this is not just, restricted to this place. Across several places, flash protests were reported, including, in sensitive places like Dabirpura, Darusifa, Talapkata, and even other places, their flash protests have reported. All of a sudden, the mob is gathering in some streets nearby, and they are coming onto the road, and then giving slogans, trying to, somewhat obstruct the law and order situation, and immediately leaving. After police, reach the spot and trying to take the situation into control, they are fleeing away from the spot. So, as of now, we can say that, this is the main spot, one of the main spots, the Salibanda area, where, thousands are gathering since yesterday, and even today morning, after police, tried to explain hundreds of protesters, by the morning to today, they have been, they are finally given a call for the protest. But what happened is after that again, the people have gathered in the nearby lanes, and they have called for the protest, and also protection is being given to the suspended BJP MLA, because already calls have been given for Chalo Gosha Mahal and also Chalo Charminar and also other places like. So mainly we can say that police till yesterday it was like police were outnumbered, but now enough deployment has been done. They wanted to ensure that mainly the youth are participating in these protests, and the police wanted to ensure that no lathi should be charged on them, because they are youth and very young in age. So that was the reason police initially trying to explain them about the situation. When finally, they are not listening, they are, resorting to burn effigies, resorting to some stone pelting, resorting to some other illegal, unlawful activities. At that time, police are taking them into the custody and preventive custody initially. And
right, we joined right now, Shomit. Let me just interrupt you. Mr. Waris Pathan of the AIMIM is joining us on the broadcast. Mr. Pathan, 4 of your cooperators have been identified leading mobs and chanting Sar Tan Se Juda. When is your party intending to sack them, sir?
Well, our party president has also made it clear, and let me make it clear and reiterate it, that violence, we condemn all kind of violence. We condemn the sloganeering of Sar Tan Se Juda also. There should be no call which creates violence or which goes to a crime. Now whosoever has done it, the police is there, and our party will take cognizance of it, and we will do it at the needful. Don't worry about that.
So what will you do? At least the BJP suspended its party member. You've not even issued a show cause notice or a suspension notices yet. What do you plan to do with these 4 cooperators? Give us a bit more detail on that, sir.
The monster who used derogatory remarks against our Prophet Mohammed, peace be upon him, was arrested. We filed a complaint against him, registered an FIR, he was arrested and released on bail within few hours. So what do we demand? We demand justice. We have also written a letter to the Speaker, our party General Secretary, Mr. Pasha Kadri, also to the MLA. We've written a letter to the Speaker asking for his immediate sack Raja Singh, take action against him, because he is a habitual offender.
Yeah, but you're talking about action against Mr. Raja Singh. I'm also asking you about action against your own party members in Hyderabad. What do you plan to do about that? No action has been forthcoming so far.
Whosoever uses such kind of sloganeering which incites violence, whether Sar Tan Se Juda or whether the call to mob lynch Muslims is in the name of cow or whether Jai Shri Ram Nara, which leads to Muslims mob lynching, all those statements, all those sloganings I condemn, and the police and the government machinery must act upon it.
Yeah, the government machinery will act on it, but what about you? Will your party sack them? Because you did not do that with Imtiaz Jalil as well.
Wait. Imtiaz Jalil, did he offended any goddess? Did he
Imtiaz Jalil called for the hanging of Nupur Sharma on the streets of Aurangabad. Mr. Waris Pathan, that is a cognizable offence.
Community. Did his statement hurt the sentiments of any community? And for that, our party president clarified it, that we don't agree with his statement. Our party stand is clear. We want Nupur to be arrested as per law. She should be sent to jail. Like Zubair, he was sent to jail for the same offences, same sections that were applied on his case. And he remained in custody for 1 month.
You simply distanced yourself from the comments made by the Sartan Se Juda sloganeers, your cooperators there and Mr. Imtiaz Jalil. That's not enough. You need to take some punitive action against them. You're not even willing to send them a show cause notice, Mr. Waris Pathan. How is that acceptable?
We will do it. We will do it. Don't worry.
When will you do it?
Don't worry about that. You don't
when will you do it?
Our party will take cognizance of it, and whatever action is required will be taken out by our party. Don't worry about that. You worry about Raja Singh. We want him to be again rearrested by the police and apply stringent sections against him, take his voice samples and send him to jail, because he is an habitual offender. There are more than 50 FIRs registered against him. Why should he roam free? Why should he remain as an MLA? He should be sacked from the assembly as well. And when will Modi get up? When will our Prime Minister, Mr. Modi, speak a word? When Nupur Sharma, for her, when she used some kind of derogatory remarks, she was not sacked immediately. In fact, Qatar, Oman, Kuwait, when the other countries, they called our ambassadors, they were made to apologize. The entire country was shamed. We used to face so much insulting. Then only Prime Minister Modi came and he just suspended her.
Right, one more question to you, Mr. Waris Pathan.
When will we send to jail? Yeah.
One more question to you. Now, when we spoke to the TRS spokesperson, he said that there's no informal electoral understanding between us and the AIMIM. The AIMIM, during the GHMC poll, when it came to the appointment of the mayor, backed the TRS nominee. So why should we not believe that you're trying to exercise influence over the TRS dispensation so that your cooperators cannot be acted against and be arrested?
Law is equal for all. Whether the mob lynchers who mob lynch Clark, Pilu Khan in the name of Ka or in the name of Jai Shri Ram, or so whoever is using the slogan of Tan Se Juda, law is equal for them. Law is also applied to those people who killed the person in Udaipur. That time also we said that no, we condemn this kind of incident. Ultimately they were BJP's men. What action is taken against them? Now even Amravati, we condemn. So all kind of violent statements, slogans leading to violence or crime, we condemn vehemently. That is what I want to say.
Thank you, Mr. Pathan. Condemnation is not enough. We'll wait and see whether or not you actually follow what you've said, which is that you will act against your cooperators. We'll wait and see until and unless whatever you say simply does not convince us. Thank you for your response. Let me in fact go back once again to Shomit from the ground, who's been covering the protests that have been taking place in Hyderabad. But before that, we just saw some protests taking place once again in the old city of Hyderabad, wherein black flags have now been waved by the protesters against members of the Rapid Action Force who've been trying their level best there to keep the peace. We're once again joined by Shomit on the phone line. Shomit, you just spoke to us a short while ago about the deployment of the police on the ground. Give us a perspective of how they're so far at least managing to keep the peace, because despite the intimidation that they've been subjected to through the showing of these black flags, at least for now the violence has not broken out in that part of Hyderabad.
Well, exactly. As of now, the minor forces have been deployed, including Rapid Action Force, Armed Reserve, and also, forces from the neighboring divisions and, from neighboring Hyderabad Commissionerate.
Absolutely. Tall task ahead of the Rapid Action Force there. They're doing their level best to keep the peace in the old city in Hyderabad. Thanks, Shomit. We'll slip into a short break. We'll come back with more on the other side.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Asaduddin Owaisi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to rethink his strategy. Well, these flops didn't dismantle Akshay's hope and strength. He is still in the fame game and has multiple movies in the pipeline. The actor is gearing up for the release of Amit Rai's Oh My God 2, Abhishek Sharma's Ram Setu, Raj Mehta's Selfie and Ranjit Tiwari's Untitled Next. Akshay has already finished shooting for a few of these. However, given the series of flops,
A very good evening. Thanks for tuning in to Times Now. I'm Kritsween Valyan. Before we talk about the big story this evening, first quickly taking you through the top 50 updates across the country. CBI raided multiple locations in Bihar related to the land for job scam. Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters are among the several others named as accused in the 2008-9 case. CBI raided an under construction mall in Gurugram owned by Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejashwi Yadav. Deputy CM also said that raids were politically motivated, while adding that RJD would respond with a timely knockout punch. Tejashwi Yadav's mother and ex-Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi too responded by saying the family is not scared of the CBI raids. CBI meanwhile, remember, carried out search operations at the premises of RJD MLC Sunil Singh, Rajya Sabha MPs Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmad along with former MLC Subodh Rai. RJD MLC Sunil Singh, a close aide of Lalu Yadav, yelled from the balcony of his apartment and said the CBI entered his house without informing the police while alleging vendetta. Sunil Singh's wife also screamed from the balcony and said her husband is being victimized because of his loyalty. She also affirmed that she would sue the agency for defamation. RJD spokesperson Shakti Singh Yadav said ED, CBI and IT were already planning their next operation in the state of Bihar. RJD MP Manoj Jha accused the centre of intimidating RJD legislators with CBI raids on a day when newly formed Bihar government faces the trust vote. Nitish Kumar, though won the floor test in Bihar Assembly, BJP staged a walkout during his address. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi questioned the nexus between those raided and party supremo Lalu Yadav and said all those facing CBI he'd managed Lalu's ill-gotten money. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tarkishore Prasad downplayed the conspiracy charge by opposition and said the CBI was doing its job. Bihar BJP Chief Sanjay Jaiswal meanwhile said the raids were a consequence of the scam Chief Minister Nitish had reported about in a complaint filed by himself. Congress termed CBI raids on Lalu's aides as politically motivated and said the agency suddenly got active after BJP's exit from the government. CPI MLA Mahbuba Alam alleged conspiracy to BJP to destabilize the government in Bihar. ED raids underway in Jharkhand and other states in connection with the illegal mining case related to Prem Prakash and associates of Ranchi. And the Enforcement Directorate recovered 2 AK series assault rifles from CM Soren's close aide Prem Prakash's residence in Ranchi during the raids in the mining case. Apart from Prem Prakash's premises, 16 other locations being searched by the Enforcement Directorate in Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR over the illegal mining case. Upset over release of suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, hundreds of protesters carried out marches across Hyderabad on Tuesday night. Telangana Congress leader Rashid Khan stoked the controversy by saying he would take law into his own hands if Telangana BJP MLA Raja Singh is not arrested for his remarks on Prophet. A clash meanwhile broke out between protesters and police when hundreds gathered at the Shalibanda area to stage protest against Raja Singh. Protesters could be heard chanting Sar Tan Se Juda slogans in presence of AIMM cooperator Said Sohail Qadri in the protests against suspended BJP MLA. And yet another AIMM Moghalpura cooperator Nasreen Sultana along with her followers also staged a protest and raised very same murderous slogans. A police patrol car was vandalized by a mob at Moghalpura to protest against the suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh. Police called additional forces to control hundreds gathered without permission to protest against the BJP MLA. Samajwadi Party MLA Rais Sheikh condemned the sloganeering by AIMM leaders and pinned the blame on BJP for instigating the mob. Hyderabad South Zone DCP Sai Chaitanya promised action against miscreants involved in the stone pelting incidents. A small girl child could also be seen and heard raising Sar Tan Se Juda slogans at Hyderabad's Old City after the suspended BJP MLA's release. Twin Towers D-Day set for 28th of August. The demolition in Noida is among top 3 demolitions in the world. 46 blasters and helpers have been roped in for the demolition of the Twin Towers. Only specially trained blasters have been permitted at the site. 10 foreign blasters and 6 Indian blasters have been allowed. Times Now meanwhile has accessed full CCTV footage of the accident due to the pothole in Bengaluru. CCTV shows how Supreet fell off his bike because of the deadly potholes. 44-year-old Supreet killed by pothole, but FIR registered under sections for rash and negligent riding. Cattlegate accused Anubrata Mondal has been given 14-day judicial custody. Next hearing date has been set for the 7th September. Late Sonali Phogat's family is alleged murder by her PA and his partner have demanded CBI inquiry in the matter. Varanasi District Court has reserved judgment on maintainability issue. The judgment is likely to be pronounced on the 12th of September. Meanwhile, the Shinde faction and the opposition could be seen clashing outside Maharashtra Assembly after Uddhav camp provoked Shinde MLAs by shouting 54K slogans. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan took an aerial survey of flood-affected areas in Vidisha. Meanwhile, Punjab Chief Minister Bhagwant Mann could be seen felicitating Prime Minister Modi at the inauguration of Homi Baba Cancer Hospital and Research Centre in Punjab's Mohali district. In a major blow to Congress's Jaiveer Shergill, the resignation has come in as the party spokesperson, and he wrote, decision-making influenced by self-serving interests. Scuffle broke out between the passengers and officials of SpiceJet at Ahmedabad airport over flight delay. Delhi Transport Minister Kailash Gehlot accused plans to rope in 200 women bus drivers as part of its effort to empower and employ women. Meanwhile, Indian badminton duo Arjun and Kapila advanced to the pre-quarters of BWF World Championships after defeating Denmark counterpart in the second round. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the annual meeting of Defence Ministers of Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan. PM Modi will attend the state funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on the 27th September. Meanwhile, US Treasury Deputy Secretary Wale Ademo is all set to start his 3-day India visit to hold talks on economic and security ties between the two countries. Ukrainian President Zelensky made a rousing address to his nation ahead of the Independence Day and marked 6 months since the start of Russian invasion. The country's supporters organized a candlelight vigil on its National Flag Day in New York. People lit candles as a memory of Ukrainians killed during the Russian invasion. China launched a Long March 2D rocket with a satellite into space coded Beijing 3B. The satellite lifted off from Taiyar Satellite Launch Center in Northern Province. Flood relief work is extensively on in Pakistan's Balochistan province as massive rain triggered floods sweeping across the country and killed 230 people. Chilean President Gabriel Boric announced that he had resurrected efforts to approve a bill to shorten the nation's working hours. And on to the big story we're tracking this evening. Viewers, we're also opening our call-in lines. Well, craters, potholes, raveling thermal cracks, all, you name it, and all of it can be seen in several metro cities. Several metro city roads have these problems written all over them. Viewers, as India is leaping to become a developed nation, civic apathy continues to grip India, with potholes being the reason for hundreds of deaths. This is not just restricted to one city. The apathy is spread pan-India. In a recent incident, an unfortunate incident that we've picked up from Bengaluru, a pothole claimed the life of a 44-year-old man, Supreet, who was on his way to work. In the visuals, you can see the visuals have been caught on CCTV cameras. You can clearly see how Supreet's bike skid and he fell off thereafter from the bike into a 2.5 feet wide pothole. The bystanders thereafter rushed to help him. He was taken to the hospital, but unfortunately succumbed to his injuries. What's bizarre is that the victim, Supreet, has been denied dignity even in death. The police, instead of taking action against BBMP Babus, have registered an FIR under the sections of negligent and rash riding. Yes, that's right, you heard it. When approached by the family of Supreet, the victim, cops refused to rectify it and make any subsequent changes to the FIR. Meanwhile, the BBMP chief just offered, very recently came out with a token condemnation over the life claim by this pothole.
It is not correct on my part to make any comment because the complaint has been lodged. The complaint has not been lodged with me to inquire. The complaint has been lodged with the police and the investigating officer is doing his inquiry. So it is not correct for me to comment. However, based on the news reports, we had asked our chief engineer concerned and they only informed that there had been an incident and there has been a complaint and let the investigating officer then say as to what has happened there and we will work accordingly. Any loss of life is very, very regrettable and it cannot be compensated.
Government and the local authorities have been very bad actually. I'm telling you, this is a something which is going to be seriously taken against the BBMP and the local authorities. In fact, the local engineer who is there, he has to be sacked immediately. I don't know what kind of work they have been doing. They are managing the infrastructure so badly and then people are dying on the streets and dying on the roads. I don't know what is the kind of thing that our BBMP is actually doing, because I see that every now and then there is a road accident because of the potholes. See, now the families is going to suffer. Are these people going to come and do anything for this family?
Alright, we've opened our call-in lines and we want to hear from our viewers. Do the taxpayers really deserve this? Is this what is waiting for them at the end of the road? But before that, quickly opening this up with our guest joining us this evening, we have Channa Mallikarjun B. Patil, BJP Karnataka. We also have Manoj Wadhwa, who's a pothole activist. Also joining us is Director of Pothole, Raja Saurabh Kumar. But my first question is to you, Mr. Patil, because questions are being asked of the Karnataka government as well. Now, the Karnataka High Court on multiple occasions has sought answers from the government, from the civic agencies. Promises have been made, but nothing has been done on ground. Month after month, we are once a month definitely picking up a pothole death story, and it's very, very unfortunate. We do not want to report on these stories.
At the very outset, I would like to offer my deepest condolences to the family of Supreet. Having said that, this is the monsoon season, and this year record rains, and due to this, there are a lot of these road works happening, metro work happening, a lot of other issues related to rains. So the government has taken these issues very seriously, including the incident of Supreet and other incidents which have occurred recently. So, the party was discussing with the government officials, ministers today. So, and there'll be all measures taken to ensure that all these potholes are filled up on an urgent basis.
Mr. Patil, but we've heard of these assurances time and again. We've heard of these promises. We've been told that the government is working on it, that they're going to be focusing on maintaining these roads better. But why are we still coming across these stories? Look at the kind of shoddy job that's been done. Those roads have been left unattended. Even if there is some sort of maintenance work that is going into these potholes, it's a temporary one. One rainfall, one season, and it's all back to square one.
No, the rains in Bengaluru are a continuous phenomena. If you have seen the last month, we had a record rainfall, and the officials, the BBMP is not actually getting a free time to look into the...
And that's exactly why the quality of these roads, Mr. Patil, need to be up to the mark.
Let me complete. And the 5,000 potholes which were identified earlier were filled on a record time. So BPMP is taking all necessary measures. The government, the Honorable Chief Minister himself has intervened in this issue, and he has directed the officials to look into this and close it on a war footing basis. All the potholes in the city will be filled on a war footing basis, on an immediate basis.
You're saying that the BBMP is living up to its promises, something that we don't quite believe in given the kind of incidents that we're witnessing.
No,
but before I take this up with our other guests, sir, hold on, we have our viewers also who've started dialing in, and let's hear it from them. We have a Bengaluruan calling us. Venkatesh is joining us on this broadcast. He's called us here on Times Now. Good evening, Venkatesh. What would you say?
I would say two things. One is BBMP stands for Bar Bar Mara Passenger, and two, bribed babbus mandate mock public, bright babus mock public. You know, a couple of weeks back, Rahul Shivshankar, he had somebody representing the BBMP on Times Now live, and that person had the audacity and the gall to say that this happens in Bangalore because of rains. And he was such shameless comments from the BBMP officials. It's really, really ridiculous. You know, even during the wave 2 of COVID, they were using every trick in the book to mint money from the public, forcing the public to do things, etc. So somebody has to take some drastic action against these corrupt babus. Otherwise, a nice city like Bangalore, we will keep seeing people suffering, keep seeing people dying on the roads, etc. It's complete apathy. They just don't give a damn. They just don't care. And they want taxes to be paid.
And that's the kind of response, unfortunately, Venkatesh, that we've seen come in from the BBMP commissioner as well, who says the complaint has not been lodged with him to inquire. And that's where, you know, those kind of questions really come to light. And that's exactly why the viewers, the common man in Bengaluru, does not want to believe or have faith in the BBMP. Let me go across to Anjali, who's calling us from Delhi. Good evening, Anjali.
You know, one is getting fed up of these absolutely lame excuses put across by politicians, by bureaucrats, by elected officials all over the country. Whether it's in Mumbai, it's in Delhi, it's in Jaipur, it's in Bangalore. I mean, what do they mean by saying the monsoon weather? You give contracts to contractors, you make money there. Even if there is a pothole, according to this gentleman, because of the monsoons, what is to stop the contractor from placing barricades around the pothole to warn motorists or even pedestrians? And what is the engineer doing? Sitting on his, what should I say? They are drawing money from our taxes, but they have no accountability, no responsibility. This pertains to Bangalore. Look at Delhi. You've got these huge cement, so-called, they're planning to, barricade areas, and the contractor has just left them all over the road for the last 4 weeks. Anybody at night will get killed. These are killer roads, and they want to say that it's because of the monsoons.
Yeah. So quick to take the taxpayers' money, but when it comes to accountability, no one has any answers. Anjali, thank you for calling us. Let's go across to Gajendra Kumar, who's dialing from Kunur. Good evening, Gajendra.
Good evening. Madam, I have got something to say on this, that Consumer Act should be applied for people who take up this road work. That if the roads don't sustain, then they have to pay on the consumer forum. It should be brought to the consumer forum where they'll be made to pay from their pockets. And everyone is filling up pot bellies instead of filling the potholes. So the engineers, the ministers, all the concerned authorities have to be made personally liable for such a crime they are committing on the society, and the poor society has to pay for it also, right up to their death. We are paying taxes, betterment charges, all kinds of taxes are levied on the consumer and the citizen. Why is it that they don't have to be responsible to such a honest citizenry? Contractors and engineers must be made to pay. Consumer Act should be applied, and they should not be allowed to go scot-free. And there's a solution to this. Lorries should be put with pre-mixed material to travel on all the roads on a regular routine basis to fill up any pothole that they see during the particular rainy season or before rainy season.
So the contractors concerned, the engineers must be held accountable. They must come out with answers when these kind of unfortunate incidents come to light, and something must be done about it. Just passing the buck is not going to work anymore. Let me go across to Girija Shankar calling us from Bengaluru. Yes, good evening.
Good evening. For this problem of potholes, there is an easy solution. Our courts will have to work very hard on this issue.
Okay.
And when the courts can take strict action against the rulers and the engineers concerned, this problem can stop.
Okay.
Rains, they will be very easily blaming on to heavy rains. Let the representative of the government or BBMP give the number of punishments they have done for the earlier pothole killed people.
Yes, Mr. Shankar, that's a collective view. Everyone who's called in this evening says this kind of an excuse is not going to work anymore. You can't just pin it on the rains or just can't keep saying that the BBMP is doing its job. We need to see it on ground. Thank you for calling us. Let's go across to yet another Bengaluru calling us. We have Mr. Prakash with us. Good evening, Mr. Prakash. All right, we seem to have lost that line. Quickly going across to Mr. Abhijit calling us from Goa. Good evening, sir.
Hello. Yeah, so what I'm trying to say here is that,
yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. So what I'm saying is that, it's a layman excuse saying that, rain is actually spoiling the road. The quality itself is very bad. If you look at the road on the Electronic City, that road never had any potholes. So can they explain why that doesn't have a pothole? It's very clear. That has been done by a very good contractor, very good road. But rest of the roads in Bangalore have got pothole every time. The way they fill the pothole is so shabby. Even a layman can say that this is the way you cannot do the work. I mean, how can these politicians say that everything is great and rain is the culprit? We feel unfortunate, the statement these people giving. So let them take accountability and at least have a basic concern on citizens for giving basic needs of road. Basic needs.
Yes, very, very valid question raised by you, sir, because, that's something that many Bengalurians do opine. Why is it that roads, for example, around the airport are in perfect condition, whereas some of these other roads are so faulty to the extent that people are ending up losing their lives? Let me go across to Saurabh Kumar, Director Pothole Raja. Now, you've taken up this mission, Saurabh, to fix these bad roads. First up, tell us what really inspired you to work for this kind of a mission, and what do you really make of these kind of incidents that keep coming to light one after the other? It's so unfortunate, that instead of addressing the concerns, the police in the FIR has mentioned sections of harsh driving, harsh riding, pinning the blame on the victim instead, who's no more.
Yeah, in fact, I think that's very unfortunate that the case has been filed against the rider who unfortunately lost his life. Answering your first question, what really inspired me are actually accidents like these. There is nothing that happened to me or any of my close relatives that inspired me to do this. I used to be working with HP as a software developer, but such accidents, intrigued me, and the question was there in my head that shall I just be another person sitting behind a laptop, seeing these things to take place in our society, or shall I really jump into this and try to find out a solution for this? It's been 5 years. We have been fixing potholes. Citizens report potholes to us. To everybody's surprise, rain has never played any spoil sport in the fixing pothole activities that we have taken up. We use the most advanced technology that works even in heavy rains and damp condition too. So potholes definitely can be fixed during the monsoon. For sure, if it has been taken up little earlier when the monsoon starts, the roads will have much lesser issues. It will continue to have issues, but it can be tackled in a much faster way.
Saurabh, to validate what you're saying, it was pointed out by a fellow viewer as well. How is it that certain parts of the city have roads in an absolutely perfect condition? It can't be selective, right? So there is certainly a fault that needs to be looked at here. Manoj Vadva, if you could just come in. Mr. Vadva, given the current state of affairs, we've seen people express this kind of outrage on the internet as well. What really can be done? Because these civic bodies really need to pull up their socks. We can't keep losing innocent lives to these killer potholes.
So thank you for inviting me, and I have a condolence for the gentleman who lost his life and for his family. We have two options today. Either we decide today that we have another day paid after somebody dies in future, or today the gentleman sitting from BJP guarantee us that nobody else will die in Bangalore at least, because he is responsible for Bangalore at least, right? So my suggestion is bring a law in Karnataka in which any contractor, any government officials make him liable under 3042, in which anybody dies.
Are you also saying then the elephant in the room is perhaps the logic that bad roads bring good business if we talk about the contractors' interest here?
No. We no need to talk about anything. We need to bring a law. Mr. Gadkari said that he is increasing the penalty for the road safety and all, for helmet and other things. He wants to make sure that लोग डरेंगे तो पेनल्टी की डर से एक्सीडेंट कम होंगे. यही डर कॉन्ट्रैक्टर के दिमाग में क्यों नहीं डालते हम? यही डर ऑफिशियल के दिमाग में हम क्यों नहीं डालते? Why they are not afraid? Because there is no law to punish them. Police is playing with the law only. Why, right?
Yes.
Police has made a wrong case. So again, pointing out on a very straight point, anybody who is earning from the
and that's extremely audacious. How is it that a poor fellow who ended up losing his life while evading the pothole, or perhaps just falling off the bike because of that very pothole, it was indirectly blamed if we go by the FR. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to have to leave it at that. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us. This is absolutely worrisome. It's just one of the cities that we're talking about, but this is a pan-India problem. Unfortunately, just like Bengaluru, several other cities also are now beginning to be synonymous to pothole-ridden roads, and something must be done at the earliest. We need to wrap it up with that.
हटाना है, मोदी को हटाना है.
मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ। आखिर पीछे क्यों रह गया? दोस्तों, अगर इनके भरोसे छोड़ दिया, इन पार्टियों और इन नेताओं के भरोसे छोड़ दिया, तो अगले 75 साल और पीछे रह जाएंगे।
Good evening, hello and welcome. You're tuned into Times Now. This is Blueprint Explosive Exclusive and I'm Poonam Burde. On this story, we're getting you the shocker that has come to the fore from Hyderabad, where there is a free run for hate. Murderous chants of Sar Tan Se Juda are echoing in the old city, where hate mobs are running riot. Videos show massive police presence but scant action that was taken by the police to arrest this incitement. So why did the police watch on as mute spectators while calls were made for extrajudicial murders, especially since this is the same police that was very swift to arrest BJP MLA Raja Singh for allegedly insulting the Prophet? Then why is this Sar Tan Se Juda hate mob being given a free run? Maybe the answer lies in who's leading these mobs. Nasreen Sultana, AIMIM corporator, Mir Sardar Ali, AIMIM leader, Zafar Khan, corporator of the AIMIM, Syed Sohail Qadri, an AIMIM corporator as well. These are just some of the names that are leading these murderous mobs that are raising these chants. While Asaduddin Owaisi admits that these chants are illegal, will he punish his netas that are leading these mobs? Listen in to some of those chants. Unfortunately, an AIMIM leader egged on mobs and even children to join in with these Sar Tan Se Juda chants. Now, the child rights body has taken cognizance, they've stepped in, but unfortunately, children were also exploited by this AIMIM neta in Hyderabad. Now, Times Now confronted AIMIM's Sar Tan Se Juda brigade. Listen in to how they defended themselves. मुद्दा ये सर, ये प्रोवोकेटिव स्लोगन्स है या नहीं, प्रोवोकेटिव नारेबाजी है या नहीं?
कानून से मिले फांसी की सजा, ये भी नहीं बोल सकते हम। अरे जिसको पुलिस अरेस्ट करना चाहिए वो किधर है कि
ऐसा वीडियो नहीं है सर, हम खुद बोल रहे हैं कि कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए, सख्त से सख्त सजा मिलनी चाहिए, लॉ सबके लिए एक है, पर सड़कों पे उतर के सर तन से जुदा की नारेबाजी करना कहां से सही है?
गलत है। फिर आप वही बात कर रहे हैं, आप देख लीजिए, अच्छा सा देख लीजिए, अगर नहीं देखे, अगर आपके पास कोई
मैं आपके लिए चला दूं, ऐसे 2-3 वीडियो है सर, एक वीडियो की बात नहीं कर रहे, आप सुन लीजिए।
सुनिए, गुस्ताखे रसूल की एक ही सजा, कानून से मिले फांसी की सजा, ये स्लोगन लगाए हम लोग। सुनिए आप,
प्रोटेस्ट किस दायरे में रहना चाहिए?
बिल्कुल अमन के दायरे में रहना, बिल्कुल अमन के दायरे में रहना, बिल्कुल अमन के दायरे में रहना, और कानून के दायरे में रह के प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं हम लोग। कानून के दायरे में हमारा मुतालबा है पुलिस से, हमारा मुतालबा है गवर्नमेंट से कि भाई सख्त से सख्त सजा दी जाए, बस और कुछ भी नहीं
जी। तो सख्त से सख्त सजा दी जाए, जिसने कंट्रोवर्शियल रिमार्क बोला है उसके खिलाफ एक्शन लिया जाए, पर जो सरतन से जुदा स्लोगन्स नारेबाजी कर रहे हैं उनके खिलाफ
नहीं लगाए। आप पता नहीं कहां सुन लिया आप, मगर ये नहीं लगाए। देखिए अगर कोई लगा रहा है वो गलत है, बिल्कुल गलत बात है ये। हम कानून के दायरे में हम मांग कर रहे हैं हुकूमत से, पुलिस से, और हमारे को गवर्नमेंट पे, पुलिस पे भरोसा है कि दोबारा उसको अरेस्ट किया जाएगा।
क्या उकसा नहीं करता ये लोगों को?
आप ये पूछना चाहिए, आप पुलिस के कमिश्नर से, आपको पुलिस के आला अहदेदारों से या गवर्नमेंट के लोगों से आप ये सवाल करना चाहिए कि भाई उसको बेल क्यों मिली? वो ये सुबह जाता है, शाम में वापस आ जाता है।
तो क्या आप ये पार्टी तक लेके जाएंगे? क्योंकि मैं आपको नाम बता रही हूँ, एक इंसान नहीं है, मैं एक इंसान की बात नहीं कर रही हूँ MIM से।
अब मैं एक छोटा सा लीडर हूँ, छोटा सा वर्कर हूँ पार्टी का, अब उनसे बात कर रहे हैं आप।
Moving on now, in 2017, Times Now had exposed that Lalu loot diary. Now, 5 years later, CBI heat is mounting on RJD leaders. On a day when Nitish Kumar-led government, backed by the RJD, passed its majority floor test on the floor of the assembly in Bihar, CBI raids were underway. They began right in the morning as first light hit. They were taking place in multiple locations across the state of Bihar, in Delhi and Gurugram as well. The residences of a slew of RJD leaders were raided by Central Probe Agency in connection with a land for jobs scam since morning. RJD MLC Sunil Singh and a former MLC Subodh Roy's residence were raided in Patna, while the residences of RJD MPs Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmed were raided in Bihar's Katihar and Madhubani. Searches were also conducted in an under construction mall in Gurugram. The mall, as per sources, belongs to Tejasvi Yadav, his family and his aides. A charge Tejasvi came out and denied.
जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में सीबीआई की टीम सुबह से ही करीब 24 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। बिहार से लेकर गुरुग्राम तक सीबीआई की टीम लगातार छापेमारी कर रही है। गुरुग्राम में भी 3 जगहों पे ये छापेमारी की जा रही है। एक कंपनी के ऑफिसेस पर छापेमारी जो है वो की जा रही है। इस वक्त हम सेक्टर 65 में मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर ये जो आप इमारत देख रहे हैं, ये बिल्डिंग जो देख रहे हैं वर्ल्ड मार्क, इसमें भी व्हाइटलैंड कॉर्पोरेशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड नाम की कंपनी का दफ्तर है। 10वीं मंजिल पर यह दफ्तर बताया जा रहा है, जहां सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो पहुंची थी। तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया। बताया ये जा रहा है कि तेजस्वी यादव से संबंधित ये कंपनी है और इसी को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो गुरुग्राम में 3 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। सीबीआई की टीम जो है सेक्टर 71 के अर्बन क्यूब्स मॉल पर भी पहुंची थी। दरअसल ये मॉल जो है वो अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। यहाँ पर भी सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची, तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया और जब सीबीआई की टीम वहां से निकली तो कई दस्तावेजों के साथ निकली।
देखिए गाड़ी निकल रही है और यहाँ पर जो समर्थक हैं वो यहाँ पर हंगामा कर रहे हैं। ये गाड़ी आप देखिए यहाँ से निकल रहा है। इस जो सुनील सिंह के आवास पर रेड चल रही है वहीं से ये गाड़ी यहाँ से निकल रही है। लेकिन यहाँ पर देखिए जो कार्यकर्ता हैं वो यहाँ पर विरोध कर रहे हैं। यहाँ पर गाड़ी के आगे वो तमाम जो कार्यकर्ता है वो जुट गए हैं। तो यहाँ पर देखिए विरोध प्रदर्शन। हालांकि यहाँ पर जो पुलिस की तैनाती है वो रास्ता बनाने की कोशिश कर रही है यहाँ से इस गाड़ी को निकालने के लिए। और इसके अंदर आप देखिए जो सीआरपीएफ के कुछ जवान जो है वो यहाँ पर बैठे हुए हैं इस गाड़ी में, और ये गाड़ी यहाँ से अब निकल रही है। आप देखिए सीधी तस्वीर किस तरह से ये सीआरपीएफ के जवान आपको दिख पा रहे होंगे गाड़ी के अंदर, वो यहाँ से इस स्विफ्ट गाड़ी में यहाँ से निकले हैं और उन्हीं का विरोध यहाँ पर जो कार्यकर्ता थे वो यहाँ पर कर रहे थे।
Now, this case relates to alleged irregularities in recruitment for railway jobs between 2004 and 2009 when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railways minister. In May this year, the CBI had filed an FIR in the case, naming Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters, among several others as accused in the case. Now, as per the FIR that has been registered by the CBI, various persons were appointed as substitutes in Group D positions in different zones of the railways in exchange for land. Now, these appointments were allegedly done by unknown public servants of the Indian Railways, and later they were regularized. The FIR states that out of 7 instances of land transfers, 3 sale deeds were executed in favor of Lalu Prasad's wife Rabdi Devi, 1 sale deed was executed in the name of Lalu's daughter Misa Bharti, and 1 was executed in favor of a firm in which Rabdi Devi was a major shareholder. Now, 2 gift deeds were also executed in favor of Lalu's daughter Hema Yadav. The raids have now sparked a massive war of words, with the RJD alleging BJP hand in the raids, calling it an attempt to intimidate opposition leaders by misusing central agencies.
जो झारखंड में देखा, अन्य राज्यों में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, क्या देखा हम लोगों ने? मतलब एक ही फॉर्मूला है भाजपा का कि भैया जो डरेगा उसको डराओ अपने जमाइयों से, और जो नहीं डरेगा उसको खरीदो। तो हम तो धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, यहाँ कोशिश करने का प्रयास किया गया हो। अरे भैया हम लोग देख रहे थे ना कि आपके राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष लोकतंत्र की जननी में आकर के क्या बयान दे रहे थे कि रीजनल पार्टी को खत्म कर देंगे, ऑपोजिशन को खत्म कर देंगे। इसका मतलब क्या है भाई? रीजनल पार्टी कौन है?
क्यों डरेंगे? हम लोग डरने वाला आदमी नहीं। आप लोग टारगेट किया जा रहा है, आज बहुमत सिद्ध करना है, कल आज
जितने लोगों क्या रीड हो रहा है, ये अधिकांश वो लोग हैं जो लालू की संपत्ति को मैनेज करने वाले लोग हैं। और लालू की पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी जैसी कंपनी है जिसका एक ही उद्देश्य कि पावर में आओ ताकि पैसा कमाया जा सके। Otherwise, how it is possible that Lalu Yadav himself is convicted in more than 5 cases? Rabdi Devi is already charge-sheeted, Tejaswi Yadav already charge-sheeted, Misa Bharti is already charge-sheeted and she is also on bail, and more than 50 of their properties have been confiscated by the ED or income tax department.
in various cases.
In the various cases.
जस करनी तस्बरनी, अब बेचैनी क्यों, घबराहट क्यों? ये लालू जी राजद के सुप्रीमो जो भ्रष्टाचार में आखंड डूबे हुए और अपने सहित पूरा परिवार वो जेल जा रहे आ रहे, और अब तो परिवार का भी गेट जोड़ करके और बच्चा बुतरू सहित जेल जाने की तैयारी उन्होंने कर दिया है। इतने लोगों से नौकरियों के नाम पर ठग लिया गया, अब जेल में गए उनके उस्ताद, वो सारी कहानी बता रहे हैं ईडी के सामने, और ईडी छापा मार रहा है, तो बेचैनी बढ़ गई है, बुखलाहट हो गई है।
From one scam to another, and the neighboring state of Bihar and Jharkhand, where the probe into the illegal mining case in the state has even gotten murkier now, with recoveries of AK-47s during one of those raids. Enforcement Directorate recovered 2 AK-47 rifles and 60 cartridges from the residence of Prem Prakash, said to be a close associated of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Rifles were found in a steel shelf in his house. There were 16 other premises that were linked to the scam that were also raided by the central agency today. Now, the BJP has slammed the gun and graft allegations against the Chief Minister's close aides, because this is not the first close aide of Hemant Soren who has been under the scanner of the central agencies. The party has now demanded an NIA investigation into this particular leader.
वेरी सीरियस ना, इससे ज़्यादा सीरियस क्या हो सकता है? जो अरगोड़ा थाना ने अभी स्टेटमेंट दिया है, ये और भी सीरियस है। मैंने कहा कि मैं 2012 से सांसद हूँ, 10 साल में मुझे तो बॉडीगार्ड नहीं है, मैं बिना बॉडीगार्ड के घूम रहा हूँ। AK-47 यदि आप दलाल को दे देते हो, वो दलाल जो DC, SP, सेक्रेटरी सारे लोगों के ट्रांसफ़र करता है, पोस्टिंग करता है, जो बालू माफिया है, जो गिट्टी माफिया है, जो दारू माफिया है, जो सारे डील करता है। एक अंडा बेचने वाला आदमी जो है अचानक लगातार जो है आ जाता है अमित अग्रवाल के साथ, तो लगातार दिखता है, वो हेमंत सोरेन जी के साथ दिखता है, तो स्वाभाविक है कि ये जिस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं उसमें आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद में लिप्त है। हेमंत सोरेन तक सारे तार हेमंत सोरेन तक पहुंच रहे हैं और ये हेमंत सोरेन की बर्खास्तगी तक ये तार जाएंगे।
But that is time for a quick break here on this edition. But lots lined up for you on Times Now. Don't go anywhere.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country. I went when they opened up travel to America in 2021, and my son lives in America, and I asked him, saying, we were going to a restaurant and they wanted to see our COVID vaccine certificate. So I showed them my phone. My son, from his wallet, produced a paper which was folded in thing and said, okay, this is my certificate. And I looked at his paper and I asked myself, okay, this is where they are and this is. The whole idea of the CoWIN platform, that each one of you like me got on your phone that you go to this place on this date and you get this done. Now you must understand, this is not the case with much of the world.
What happens in our neighborhood, any developments which have a bearing on our security obviously is of interest to us. I think our spokesman had said some time ago that we obviously monitor any development which has a bearing on our interests very, very carefully.
Welcome back. Amid the power tussle between Kerala Governor and Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan, the Kerala government today tabled the University Bill 2022 that seeks to give the Kerala government an upper hand in selecting vice chancellors of 13 state universities. Now, the Kerala government called a special 10-day assembly session after the governor refused to sign on requests from the state to re-promulgate 11 executive orders. Among the legislations that lapsed was an ordinance that effectively curtailed the powers of anti-corruption watchdog Lokayukta. Now, the governor recently stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese, wife of Chief Minister's private secretary in Kannur University, on charges of nepotism.
They wanted to withdraw the degree of these students, and the words which were used, for which Vice Chancellor has expressed apologies later, because I took exception. I said, what wrong this, if your system fails and you are calling them, they have received degree, and for this moral delinquency, your system has failed. Your system is not working. You are not working. And even if you wrongly give degree to somebody, what crime that person has committed?
The governor versus government face-off only escalating there in the state of Kerala, and the left's political rivals upping the ante against Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan. Listen in to those reactions.
So what is illegal will be now made legal through an act of the assembly. It's unheard of. It's a shame on the enlightened people of Kerala. Kerala is known to be a state where high literacy is there. The standards of education is high and political awareness is high. So in such a state, if the brute majority in the assembly is being utilized to pass such legislations which will make the appointments of the relatives of the leaders of CPM legal, it's a sad day, it's a shameful day for the state of Kerala.
सर, ये राज्यपाल आरिफ खान ने जो केरला सरकार के जो विधेयक थे उसे मंजूर नहीं किया, क्या कहें?
Because there are fault on both parts. Government is also overdoing, governor is also overdoing.
Kerala Governor Mr. Arif Mohammed Khan must tell Mr. Modi and those who are in the union government, whatever they do, they are all going against the spirit of constitution. What he means by this, he may be governor appointed by the present government, but it doesn't mean he should confront the elected state government in Kerala all the time. They also know constitution. We also know what is the constitution, what is the spirit of constitution. Who is working against the constitution, very constitution? It is BJP. We have been fighting to protect the constitution in order to protect the nation. Mr. Arif Mohammed Khan should know this.
That's all we could pack in for you in this edition of news, but we'll be back with the top headlines on the other side of a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो. आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू. आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम. आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू. महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वागौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला. अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वातंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो.
Good evening, your nation wants to know. I'm Madhav Gopalakrishnan. On the show today, we'll be bringing you an update on the developments in Hyderabad, where slogans of Sartan Se Juda have been chanted. What are the authorities doing about the kind of mobilization that we are seeing? Of course, action on Raja Singh, the BJP MLA, being demanded by all of those protesters. We'll be discussing all that story and more. But first, a quick look at the top 50 stories. CBI has raided multiple locations in Bihar related to land for jobs scam and in other parts of the country as well. Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters are among the several leaders named as accused in the 2008 and 9 case. CBI has raided an under-construction mall in Gurugram that is allegedly owned by Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav. Bihar Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav said the raids were politically motivated, while adding that the RJD would respond with a timely knockout punch. Tejasvi Yadav's mother and ex-Bihar Chief Minister Rabri Devi too responded by saying the family is not scared of CBI raids. CBI also carried out search operations at the premises of RJD MLC Sunil Singh, Rajya Sabha MPs Ashfaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmed and former MLC Subodh Rai. RJD MLC Sunil Singh, a close aide of Lalu Yadav, yelled out from his balcony of the apartment saying that the CBI entered his house without informing the police while alleging vendetta. Sunil Singh's wife also was seen screaming out from the balcony saying her husband's being victimized because of his loyalties. She also affirmed that she would sue the agency for defamation. RJD spokesperson Shakti Singh Yadav said ED, CBI and IT were already planning their next operation in Bihar. RJD MP Manoj Jha accused the center of intimidating RJD legislators with CBI raids on a day when newly formed Bihar government faces a trust vote. Nitish Kumar wins the floor test in the Bihar Assembly. BJP has staged a walkout during the course of his address. Former Bihar Deputy Chief Minister Sushil Modi questioned the nexus between those raided and party supremo Lalu Yadav. He said that all those facing CBI heat manage Lalu's ill-gotten money. Former Bihar Deputy CM Tarakishore Prasad downplayed the conspiracy charged by the opposition, saying that the CBI was just doing its job. Bihar BJP Chief Sanjay Jaiswal said the raids were a consequence of the scam Chief Minister Nitish had reported about in a complaint filed himself. Congress has termed CBI raids on Lalu's aides as politically motivated and said the agency suddenly got active after BJP's exit from the government. CPI MLA Mahbub Alam has alleged conspiracy by BJP to destabilize the government in Bihar. ED raids are underway in Jharkhand and other states in connection with an illegal mining case related to Prem Prakash and associates of Ranchi. The ED recovered 2 AK series assault rifles from Chief Minister Soren's close aide Prem Prakash's residence in Ranchi during raids in Jharkhand illegal mining case. Apart from the premises of Prem Prakash, 16 other premises are being searched by the ED in Bihar, Tamil Nadu and Delhi NCR over the illegal mining case. Upset over the release of suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh, hundreds of protesters carried out a march across Hyderabad on Tuesday night. Telangana Congress leader Rashid Khan stoked controversy by saying that he would take law into his own hands if Telangana BJP MLA Raja Singh is not arrested for his remark on the Prophet Mohammed. A clash broke out between protesters and police when hundreds gathered at the Shail Banda area to stage protest against MLA Raja Singh. Protesters have chanted Sartan Se Juda slogans in the presence of AIMIM co-operator Syed Sohail Qadri in protest against suspended MLA Raja Singh. Yet another MIM leader, Mughalpura co-operator Nasreen Sultana, along with her followers, staged a protest and raised these murderous slogans as well. A police patrol car was vandalized by a mob mobilized at Mughalpura to protest against suspended BJP MLA Raja Singh. Police have called additional forces to control hundreds gathered without permission to protest against Raja Singh. Samajwadi Party MLA Rais Sheikh has condemned the sloganeering by MIM leaders and pinned the blame on BJP for instigating the mob. Hyderabad South Zone DCP Sai Chaitanya has promised action against miscreants involved in store peddling. A small child was seen and heard raising Sartan Se Juda slogans at Hyderabad's Old City after the suspended BJP MLA's release. The Twin Towers D-Day is set for August 28th. The demolition in Noida is amongst the top 3 demolitions in the world. 46 blasters and helpers have roped in for the demolition of the Twin Towers. Only specially arranged trainers are permitted at the site. 10 foreign blasters and 6 Indian blasters are allowed. Times Now's accessed the full CCTV footage of the accident due to the pothole. CCTV shows how Supreet fell off his bike because of the deadly crater. 44-year-old Supreet was killed by a pothole, but the FIR registered under sections for rash and negligent riding, which in effect blamed the victim himself. Cattlegate accused Anubrata Mondal has been given 14 days of judicial custody. Next hearing for this matter has been set for the date of September 7th. Late Sonali Fogart's family has alleged murder by a PA and his partner. Kin have demanded a CBI inquiry into this matter. Varanasi District Court has reserved judgment on maintainability issue. The judgment is likely to be pronounced on the 12th of September. Shinde faction and opposition have clashed outside the Maharashtra Assembly after Uddhav camp has provoked Shinde MLAs by shouting 50 Khoke slogans. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan took an aerial survey of flood-affected areas in Vidisha. Punjab CM Bhagwant Mann has felicitated Prime Minister Modi at the inauguration of the Homi Baba Cancer Hospital and Research Centre in Punjab's Mohali. In a major blow to Congress, the Jaivir Shergill has resigned as the party spokesperson. He's written that the decision-making influenced by self-serving interests was the cause. A scuffle broke out between passengers and officials of SpiceJet at Ahmedabad airport over flight delays. Jacqueline Fernandez has alleged that her fixed deposits attached via the impugned order has no nexus with crime or proceeds of crime. Indian badminton duo Arjun and Kapila have advanced to the pre-quarters of the BWF World Championships after defeating Denmark counterpart in the second round. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the annual meeting of Defence Ministers of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan. Prime Minister Narendra Modi will attend the state funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on the 27th of September. US Treasury Deputy Secretary Wally Adeomo is all set to start his 3-day visit to India to hold talks on economic and security ties between the two countries. Ukrainian President Zelensky has made a rousing address to his nation ahead of the Independence Day and marked 6 months since the start of the Russian invasion. Ukrainian supporters have organized a candlelight vigil on its National Flag Day in New York. People have lit candles in the memory of Ukrainians killed during the Russian invasion. China has launched a Long March 2D rocket with a satellite into space. Coded Beijing 3B, the satellite lifted off from the Taiyuan Satellite Launch Center in the northern province. Flood relief work is going on extensively in Pakistan's Balochistan province as massive rain has triggered floods sweeping across the country, killing 230 people. Chilean President Gabriel Boric has announced that he's resurrected efforts to approve a bill to shorten the nation's working hours. And a complete shutdown in Hyderabad has in fact been announced. The police patrol have announced this in the city of Hyderabad. Shops have been asked to shut down by 8 p.m. today. Now this is following the tense scenes that have been seen in different parts of the city, with many saying it's a free run to hate that has been given in Hyderabad.
अपने अपने दुकानें बंद कर अपने अपने घरों को लौट जाइए। इत्तला दी जाती है कि आज शाम 8 बजे के अंदर आप लोग अपने अपने कारोबार अपने अपने दुकानें बंद कर अपने अपने घरों को लौट जाइए। इत्तला दी जाती है कि आज शाम 8 बजे के अंदर आप लोग अपने अपने कारोबार।
All right, and let me just go across to Shomit, who's joining us for more details on this. Shomit, now a complete shutdown that's being announced there. We can hear the announcements that are taking place as far as that particular police vehicle is concerned, and that patrol vehicle, in fact, announcing that there would be no one allowed on the streets after 8 o'clock. Take us through what exactly are the arrangements being made by the police and what all has transpired through the course of last night and today.
Well, heavy deployment can be seen here at the old city and the sensitive places, and not all the sensitive places, RAF Rapid Action Force has been deployed by the, police, and all the top officials are present at this spot. I'd like to show you all the announcement has been completed, and, we are just meters away from the Charminar, and I'd like to show you some shops here. Madhav, you can clearly see, all the shops are shut here. Already police have asked them to immediately close down all the shops, except few shops, only medical shops and, emergency shops and the hospital, rest all the shops have been asked to close down by 8 o'clock, and already ultimatum has been given, and all the patrol car vehicles, like 4 patrol car vehicles in each police station in the whole city, are announcing to close down all the shops. And I would like to show you, some more visuals here. We are right now, marching towards Charminar. Just meters away, we are just 30 to 40 meters away from the Charminar. Already we can clearly see here, our rapid action force has been already deployed here, along with the armed reserve, and even other forces have been, other additional forces have been asked to stay here. I would like to show you, Madhav, here. You can see all the shops. On the other hand, more than 15 shops in one building has been asked to close down, and several shops across, even top hotels, we can say, very famous hotels in the Hyderabad city, where authentic biryani, you will get it, and very famous for biryani, and even those even those hotels have been asked to close down. I'll show you.
We'll have to leave it there. We'll have to leave it there for the moment. In fact, let's also take a quick look at the ground report sent in by Kundan Singh, our reporter, during the course of the flag march, where in fact some protesters had even shown black flags to the cops who were taking out the that flag march. Black flags were shown by protesters. Let's take a quick look.
हैदराबाद के पुराने इलाके में शांति व्यवस्था कायम करने के लिए पुलिस की तरफ से फ्लैग मार्च किया जा रहा है। आप देखिए किस तरीके से तस्वीरों में लगातार जो पुलिस के अलावे रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के लोग हैं, एक तरह से पूरा एक्शंस फ्लैग मार्च करके इलाके में शांति व्यवस्था कायम करने की कोशिश किया जा रहा है। बीते 2 दिनों से इस पूरे जो बीजेपी के विधायक हैं टी राजा, उनके जो बयान के बाद विवाद मचा था, इसके बाद शांति व्यवस्था कायम करना एक बड़ी चुनौती थी। लगातार प्रोटेस्ट मार्च किया जा रहा है और एक तरह से ये कोशिश है कि कम से कम शांति व्यवस्था बनी रहे और लोगों में एक तरह से कॉन्फिडेंस बना रहे। जो हैदराबाद पुलिस के अधिकारी हैं यहाँ पे और रैपिड एक्शन फोर्स के जवान हैं, ये भी इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि कम से कम शांति व्यवस्था बनी रहे। पुलिस की तरफ से मॉनिटरिंग की जा रही है। हालांकि कई जगहों पे फ्लैश मूव के तौर पे प्रदर्शन जरूर सामने आए, लेकिन कोई भी अप्रिय घटना सामने नहीं आई है।
It's a shocking free run given to hate in Hyderabad, with murderous chants of Sartan Se Juda echo in Old City, where hate mobs have been running riot. Videos have shown massive police presence, but scant action was taken by the cops to arrest this incitement. So why did the police watch as mute spectators while calls were made for extrajudicial murders, especially since this very police was very swift to arrest BJP MLA Raja Singh for allegedly insulting the Prophet? Why is this Sartan Se Juda hate mob given a free run? Maybe the answer lies in who's leading these mobs. Nasreen Sultana, AIMM cooperator, Mir Sardarli, AMM leader, Zafar Khan, MIM cooperator, and Syed Sohail Qadri, AIMM cooperator. These are just some of the names leading the mobs raising these murderous chants. While Asaduddin Owaisi admits that these chants are illegal, will he punish these netas leading these mobs? Listen in to some of the chants.
रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सजा, गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सजा, रसूल की एक सजा।
Unfortunately, AIMM leader egged on mobs, and even children have joined in with these Sartan Se Juda chants. Watch this. Times Now has confronted the MIM chief, whose netas are openly, in fact, baying for blood. Confronted with a video proof, Owaisi agrees that those who raise these slogans will be punished. But will his actions match his words?
हाथ काटना, सर काटना, ये रेडिकलाइज एलिमेंट्स है। ये कानून को अपने हाथ में लेना चाहते हैं। अमन के दुश्मन है ये लोग। इसका मैं कंडेम करता हूं।
Mir Sardar Ali, Zafar Khan and Nasir Sultana, even after you have condemned the slogans, Nasir Sultana came out and sir, will you suspend them?
Listen to me, we will definitely take action against them, you need not worry. The rightful place of this hate monger is in the jail, and a strong legal action should be taken against him, and I hope that the Telangana government will take whatever necessary action that is needed. We are demanding it also.
And while we wait Owaisi's action against his hate mob, the question is, why aren't the Hyderabad police acting? The proof is on tape. The MIM leaders identified, and yet there's no action. Why? Listen in.
As I said, there is no substance judgment. What they are saying is, Fasi is the most important thing. They want the Fasi to be done. Once, on this thing, we'll get to. As of now, we have not registered, but yeah, we'll do it with the time, and we'll update you in the afternoon. If you have heard the slogans till now, that was like, फांसी कानून से मिलेगी फांसी की सजा. That means that they have belief in the legal system. Even the political leaders, even the religious leaders have come and given the statement that we believe in the judicial system and we do it. So this is an way how they are venting out their anger. It's good as long as it is done in a peaceful manner.
One last question, sir. Any pressure from the state government to allow protests to be carried out?
Nothing. Nothing.
All right, let's take this across to our guest. Joining us live is Ratan Sharda, author. We also have with us Rahul Ishwar, activist. Khalikur Rahman is leader of the TRS, and advocate Ehtisham Hashmi is also joining us as a political analyst. Let me come across to you first, Khalikur Rahman. And I think that bite of that policeman who we just spoke to last is the most telling. While the police has taken action, and rightly so, Raja Singh's statement perhaps would not be acceptable to the wider public, and certainly legal action be taken against him. Of course, what the courts did subsequently is something that is within the realm of the judiciary. But why is the police not acting on all of these leaders of the MIM and various other, whichever political party, does not matter, but they are on the streets of Hyderabad chanting these slogans of Satyajudha? We know what's happened in the country in the past, incidents that have taken place following these kind of protests. Do you think that action is not merited on these individuals?
100%. The action is going to be taken, and a very stern action will be taken.
Why are you dragging your feet, sir, since last night then?
No. Let me complete, Madhu, because when you ask me a question, you should also allow me to speak. Otherwise, if you continue talking, then I will not be able to put across my point. I will not be able to answer your question fully. And these people, whoever are chanting, definitely strictest possible action will be taken against them. There will not be any kind of mercy which will be shown in any manner. And these are not the kind of the slogans which we approve of or we will encourage. Because one thing you'll have to remember, the topmost priority in our state is to maintain the law and order situation, which is very important, and our government is fully committed to save and secure every single property, every single life of every single citizen of our state and of our cities. So, but unfortunately, all this got triggered after Raja Singh made a derogatory statement against Prophet Mohammed. He was fully aware that what had happened after, let me complete. He was fully aware what had happened after Nupur Sharma made that statement. The entire country, engulfed into, protest, and these kind of slogans were, chanted, and also we have seen some unfortunate incidents which led to after, these kind of...
Sir, nobody is justifying Raja Singh's statement. I made my opening remarks with the premise. One second, Mr. Khalikur Rahman, now please listen to me. I can see many hands going up, but we have limited time. But my simple question is this. If Raja Singh action can be taken immediately, why not on all these leaders who are being equally responsible?
Absolutely, as I told you, because all this, leaders...
Why hasn't it happened, sir, yet?
All these activists, whoever have chanted, definitely there is a system, there is a law which police will, follow, and police will definitely...
There is a system, there is a law, Rahul Ishwar, but, what is actually happening on ground? So far, nothing. We've seen a curfew being announced post 8 o'clock, but in terms of legal action against these individuals, that does not seem to be happening. Rahul Ishwar.
Just listen to me for a second. Please, sir, just listen to me. Just one point.
Sir, let others also speak, please. Yes, you made your remarks, now let others come in.
Yeah, I'm a Hindu activist who makes it a point to say Prophet Mohammed sallallahu alaihi wasallam. We have the highest of regards for Prophet, who is a peace to mankind. At the same point of time, these Sar Tan Se Juda chants are absolutely unacceptable and horrifying. This is horrifying for any Indian, whether it be Hindu, Muslim or Christian. So it is important that action need to be taken. BJP rightfully, thankfully BJP rightfully threw away Raja Singh, also took action against Nupur Sharma. But on the other side, we need to see equal actions. On the other side, you cannot justify it saying a reaction. Two wrongs cannot make a right. What India is having a culture of respecting and accepting every religion.
Sir, we are saying that what Raja Singh has done is wrong. I think, and if this is equally wrong, the police should take action. Let me quickly bring in fact, other activists on that. Ehtasham Hashmi, can two wrongs ever make a right? One person has acted wrongly, the police has acted on him, the law has acted on him. Why is the law not acting on these individuals? Are they not equally disturbing the peace of the society?
Absolutely correct. Peace and law and order is the most prominent function of a state, and we must make all our efforts to maintain law and order and peace in the society. Any kind of violence should not be tolerated either by any of the community, either by the Muslim or by Hindu brothers and sisters. And one more important thing which I would like to mention, or I would like to tell all the viewers of your channel, that is the sheer incompetence of Modi government and Law Minister of India. In 2017, a proper detailed report on hate speech, that is report number 267, has been tabled at the before Law Minister Ravi Shankar Prasad, and Ravi Shankar Prasad Saab has not taken any action on that Law Commission report on hate speech.
That's a larger issue. That's a larger issue. BJP can respond on that. But sir, over here, the law and order, to the best of my understanding and knowledge, and the past 2 decades that I've been a journalist, is in the hands of the state government. It is for the state government to take immediate decisive action. That immediate decisive action is not to be seen. I wonder why.
My brother, you are partially correct. I agree with you. You are the most prominent and dashing journalist of our nation. But we must be very careful about this fact also, that Law Commission report dedicated on hate speech has been ignored by Narendra Modi government and Law Minister of India. They both, the Law Minister and Prime Minister of India, should be prosecuted for this.
Sir, two wrongs don't make a right. Just as Raja Singh and these AMM leaders, their statements, both wrongs don't justify each other or cancel each other. Similarly, the wrong, if there is any on part of the Modi government, does not justify this action of the TRS government or inaction of the TRS government either. Let me bring in Ratan Sharda, though. Ratan Sharda, questions being raised by Ehtasham as far as this report, he says, which the central government has been sitting on hate speech, and because the center has not taken appropriate action, he says that these kind of situations are being seen on ground. Your response to that?
I am not interested in diverting the debate. Etash is a very smart lawyer, and he will try to deviate the debate. What is the crux of the debate? That the criminal words, Mr. Etash, can I speak?
Okay, sir, let him make his point. He's not yet spoken. Let him speak.
You had your turn. Whatever he might say, ultimately law and order is state subject. Secondly, will all the panelists agree that Sar Tan Se Juda and kafir type of hateful words should be banned from the public lexicon? Nobody should be allowed to raise these slogans. It should be strict criminal action if somebody raises such slogans. Will they agree? No, because they have their own interest in that. Now coming to Hyderabad, I will not repeat what has been said yesterday. I will not even talk about Raja. I have already spoken about all that. Mr. Khaliqur Rahman very gently keeps on saying, "Kaam karenge, kaam karenge." Sir, 2 days and 1 night, when your Congress MLA, your friend, Mr. Rashid Khan, came to the police station, threatened the police, what evidence do you want? Can you please tell me? And you had your MIM friends in front of police station shouting, "Sar Tan Se Juda." What action has been taken? They are on the photos. Nothing, because they are a sleeping partners in Telangana. We know that nothing will happen. It's all Noora Kushti. Mr. All corporators and all. Mr. Owaisi is a big dramatist. He has not taken any action.
What action was taken on Rashid Khan then, sir? What action was taken on Rashid Khan? Who is threatening arson? He is threatening, I'll burn down Gosha Mahal. अंगारा रह जाएगा, गोशा महल बस अंगारे रह जाएंगे.
First of all,
उन पे क्यों नहीं एक्शन लिया गया, ये बताइए.
First of all, let me tell you, Rajasthan is not an MLA, but he will not be spared. Action will be taken. A case is going to be booked against it.
He will come again today. Rahul should explain. He will say the same thing. Yesterday he said in Rahul show in your channel that yes, we will take action 24 hours more. Again today we'll go on the channel, repeat the same. Very nice words, but no action because they are both playing Noora Kushti. They are
कथनी और कर्मी में बहुत फर्क है.
That is very clear.
खलीकुर रहमान साहब, कथनी और कर्मी में बहुत फर्क है. 24 घंटे लगते हैं गिरफ्तारी करने में या 3 गिरफ्तारियां करने में. क्या कर रही है हैदराबाद पुलिस, हो रही है क्या?
माधव साहब, हैदराबाद पुलिस इतना अच्छा काम कर रही है. लेट मी टेल यू, बिकॉज दे हैव मेंटेन्ड द लॉ एंड ऑर्डर सिचुएशन अंडर कंट्रोल. नो अनटूवर्ड इंसिडेंट वाज रिपोर्टेड. यू हैव सीन व्हाट हैपेंड इन राजस्थान.
सर इतना अच्छा काम कर रही है खलीकुर रहमान साहब कि जब उनसे सरतन से जुदा के बारे में पूछा जाता है वो कहते हैं कि नहीं फांसी की बात कर रहे हैं, न्यायिक प्रक्रिया की बात कर रहे हैं. सर कहाँ न्यायिक प्रक्रिया की बात हो रही है? सरतन से जुदा बोला जा रहा है. मॉब जस्टिस, इंसेंट जस्टिस. If you believe in rule of law and the constitution, why not take action against these people who are violating it?
Who said the action is not being taken?
Who has been arrested? Tell us who has been arrested, sir. Please tell us. One second, Ratan Sharda. Khalikur Rahman. One second, I am asking Khalikur Rahman. Tell us who has been arrested in the last 24 hours.
They all
take one name.
The prima facie case will be established against them. They all, because they are all there.
There's video. What more prima facie do you want? There is video, there is name, there is location. What more prima facie do you want, sir?
No, there is a system. The police will follow the system. Police will follow the law, and police will definitely take care of.
So are there double standards here? Ratan Sharda, are there double standards? There was no system or law for Ratan Sharda?
No.
One second, let Ratan Sharda come in now.
They are weak, they are helpless. They can't take action because, as I said, they are sleeping partners of MIM and they will not take action. I can tell you, for 48 hours they are not taken action even against Congress MLA, who was the most vicious, who gave MM competition. So till yesterday Owaisi said they will not say Sartan se juda, and today his own people are saying Sartan se juda, and he will not take action. He has not taken action. His brother, who said that worse things about Hindu gods and goddesses, he has not taken action against his Waris Pathan, nor against his MP from Maharashtra, nor he will not, because that is his game. He has been doing this for years together.
Okay.
Only now the stakes are higher because he didn't get enough engagement in UP, Bihar, etc. So now he's back to his old games, playing through the gallery and making very nice statements. They're barrister after all.
Well, when there are such massive unrest taking place in any city or any part of the country, what one expects, the bare minimum one expects, is that the law cracks down and prevents it from spiraling out of control. Only assurances from Mr. Asaduddin Owaisi, only assurances from the TRS, no action yet. Are there double standards? We leave it for our viewers to judge. We're going to slip into a quick break. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Asaduddin Owaisi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costume, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan. Akshay's dialogue delivery and facial expression fell short of capturing the character's spirit. Akshay Kumar's latest outing, Raksha Bandhan, is yet another movie which faced the audience's wrath much before the film's release. The movie faced a boycott call as the film writer was accused of Hindu-phobic views. The moviegoers also didn't find Akshay sporting his common moustache look very impressive. As Akshay was once again snubbed by the moviegoers, here are the other reasons that could have possibly led to the failure of the movie at the box office. Raksha Bandhan clashed with Amir Khan's Lal Singh Chadda, which amassed rupees 10 to 11 crores on its opening day. Raksha Bandhan, which was made at an approximate budget of over rupees 70 crore, has managed to mint just about rupees 45.83 till date. Needless to say, 2022 is just not Akshay's year, which might prompt our Khilari to rethink his strategy. Well, these flops didn't dismantle Akshay's hope and strength. He is still in the fame game and has multiple movies in the pipeline. The actor is gearing up.
Hello and a very good evening to you. You're watching News Pulse on Times Now with me, Pratibha. First up, the big story from Bengaluru. Craters, potholes, thermal tracks, you name it. And several metro city roads have these problems written all over them. Civic apathy continues to grip India, with potholes being the reason for not one or two but hundreds of deaths. In a recent incident in Bengaluru, a pothole claimed the life of a 44-year-old man named Supreet, who was on his way to work. Now, in these visuals that have been caught on CCTV, we can very clearly see how Supreet's bike skid and he fell off the bike onto a 2.5 feet wide pothole. The bystanders immediately rushed him to the hospital, but unfortunately he succumbed to his injuries. In fact, the victim Supreet has been denied dignity even in death. The police, instead of taking action against the BBMP Babus, have registered an FIR against the victim and booked him for negligent and rash driving. In fact, the police even refused to rectify it. On the other hand, the BBMP chief just offered a token condemnation over the life being claimed by the deadly crater.
It is not correct on my part to make any comment because the complaint has been lodged. The complaint has not been lodged with me to inquire. The complaint has been lodged with the police and the investigating officer is doing his inquiry. So it is not correct for me to comment. However, based on the news reports, we had asked our chief engineer concerned and they only informed that there had been an incident and there has been a complaint and let the investigating officer then say as to what has happened there and we will work accordingly. Any loss of life is very, very regrettable and it cannot be compensated.
Government and the local authorities have been very bad actually. I'm telling you, this is a something which is going to be seriously taken against the BBMP and the local authorities. In fact, the local engineer who is there, he has to be sacked immediately. I don't know what kind of work they have been doing. They are managing the infrastructure so badly and then people are dying on the streets and dying on the roads. I don't know what is the kind of thing that our BBMP is actually doing, because I see that every now and then there is a road accident because of the potholes. See, now the families is going to suffer. Are these people going to come and do anything for this family?
It was on the 18th of August that 44-year-old Supreet was riding his bike on the Sukhantkate road where, he lost control of his bike while riding on top of a pothole and eventually, lost his life because of that particular accident. Now, on that particular stretch of the road, what the BBMP has managed to do days after the incident is just fill it up with mud. I'm standing outside the BBMP office here in Malleshwaram and you can see with little bit of, damage to the road, a lot of, patchwork has been done and it has been done across this stretch of the road leading up to the BBMP office. I'm going to ask my video journalist Sunil to show you. This is the entrance to the BBMP office where regularly several officials of the BBMP, including the commissioner, makes his way here. Now, because officials make their way here, this is the quality, of asphalting and maintenance that's done. The question is, when a person loses his life, when a person, gets injured, now in that particular spot, it's just mud and gravel that Bengalurians really get. Is this what the citizens really deserve? Is this why they're paying their taxes? Is a big question that really comes up. With video journalist Sunil, this is Deepak Bopana for Times Now.
Let's now get you other updates from across the nation. Cattlegate accused Anubrata Mondal given 14-day judicial custody. The next hearing date has been set to September 7th. Late Sonali Fogat's family alleges murder by PA and his partner. Kin demand CBI inquiry in the matter. Varanasi District Court reserves judgment on maintainability issue. The judgment is likely to be pronounced on September 12th. Shinde faction and opposition clash outside Maharashtra Assembly after Uddhav camp provoked Shinde MLAs by shouting 50 Khoka signals. It's a story that has taken the entire nation by complete shock. A shocking free run that was given to hate in Hyderabad. Murderous chants of Sar Tan Se Juda echo in the old city, where hate mobs ran riot last night. Videos show massive police presence, but really no action being taken by the police officials to arrest this open incitement. Nasreen Sultana, AIMIM corporator, Mir Sardar Ali, AIMIM leader. These are some of the AIMIM leaders who were present at the spot leading the mob that was carrying out these protests. These are just some of the names that led the mobs raising these murderous chants. On the other hand, Owaisi has admitted that these chants are illegal, but listen in to some of the chants. Though he claimed it was illegal, what happened on the streets is completely different.
रसूल की एक ही सदा गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सदा गुस्ताख रसूल की एक ही सदा गुस्ताख रसूल से एक ही सदा
In fact, it's not just men and women, even children were seen being completely brainwashed by such provocative slogans. Take a look at what exactly happened.
हाथ काटना, सर काटना, ये रेडिकलाइज एलिमेंट्स है ये कानून को अपने हाथ में लेना चाहते हैं। अमन के दुश्मन है ये लोग, इसका मैं कंडेम करता हूं।
Mir Sardar Ali, Zafar Khan and Nasir Sultana, even after you have condemned the slogans, Nasir Sultana came out and sir, will you suspend them?
Listen to me, we will definitely take action against them, you need not worry. The rightful place of this hate monger is in the jail, and a strong legal action should be taken against him, and I hope that the Telangana government will take whatever necessary action that is needed. We are demanding it also.
Let's quickly get you other updates from across the nation. Jacqueline Fernandez has alleged that the fixed deposits that have been attached by the authorities are not proceeds of crime. Indian badminton duo Arjun and Kapila advanced to the pre-quarters BWF World Championships after defeating Denmark counterpart in the second round. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh attended the annual meeting of Defence Ministers of Shanghai Cooperation Organization in Uzbekistan. Prime Minister Modi will attend the state funeral of former Japanese Prime Minister Shinzo Abe on September 27th. Well, in 2017, Times Now had exposed the Lalu loot diary, and now 5 years later, the CBI heat is mounting on the RJD leaders. On a day when Nitish Kumar-led government, backed by RJD, took the test of majority on the floor of the House, CBI raids were underway at multiple locations in Delhi, Gurugram, Patna, Katihar and Madhubani. Residences of a slew of RJD leaders have been raided by the Central Probe Agency in connection with the Land for Jobs scam since morning. The RJD MLC Sunil Singh and the former MLC Subodh Roy's residences were raided in Patna. The residences of the RJD MPs Ashwaq Karim and Fayaz Ahmed were raided in Bihar's Katihar and Madhubani. In fact, these searches were also conducted in an under-construction mall in Gurugram. As per the info that came in initially, it belonged to Tejashwi Yadav and his family members, which was later denied by him.
जमीन के बदले नौकरी मामले में सीबीआई की टीम सुबह से ही करीब 24 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। बिहार से लेकर गुरुग्राम तक सीबीआई की टीम लगातार छापेमारी कर रही है। गुरुग्राम में भी 3 जगहों पे ये छापेमारी की जा रही है। एक कंपनी के ऑफिसेस पर छापेमारी जो है वो की जा रही है। इस वक्त हम सेक्टर 65 में मौजूद हैं। यहाँ पर ये जो आप इमारत देख रहे हैं, ये बिल्डिंग जो देख रहे हैं वर्ल्ड मार्क, इसमें भी व्हाइटलैंड कॉर्पोरेशन प्राइवेट लिमिटेड नाम की कंपनी का दफ्तर है। 10वीं मंजिल पर यह दफ्तर बताया जा रहा है, जहां सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो पहुंची थी। तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया। बताया जा रहा है कि तेजस्वी यादव से संबंधित ये कंपनी है और इसी को लेकर सीबीआई की टीम जो है वो गुरुग्राम में 3 जगहों पर छापेमारी कर रही है। सीबीआई की टीम जो है सेक्टर 71 के अर्बन क्यूब्स मॉल पर भी पहुंची थी। दरअसल ये मॉल जो है वो अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन है। यहाँ पर भी सीबीआई की टीम पहुंची, तमाम दस्तावेजों को खंगाला गया और जब सीबीआई की टीम वहां से निकली तो कई दस्तावेजों के साथ निकली।
Let's now get you details of the case. The case relates to alleged irregularities in recruitment for railways jobs between 2004 and 2009 when Lalu Yadav was the railways minister. In May this year, the CBI had filed an FIR in the case naming Lalu Yadav, his wife and daughters among several others as an accused in the case. The raids have sparked a war of words with the RJD alleging a BJP hand in the raids and calling it an attempt to intimidate the opposition leaders by misusing the central agencies.
जो झारखंड में देखा, अन्य राज्यों में देखा, मध्य प्रदेश में देखा, क्या देखा हम लोगों ने? मतलब एक ही फॉर्मूला है भाजपा का कि भैया जो डरेगा उसको डराओ अपने जमाइयों से और जो नहीं डरेगा उसको खरीदो। तो हम तो धन्यवाद देना चाहते हैं, यहां कोशिश करने का प्रयास किया गया हो। अरे भैया हम लोग देख रहे थे ना कि आपके राष्ट्र अध्यक्ष लोकतंत्र की जननी में आकर के क्या बयान दे रहे थे कि रीजनल्स पार्टी को खत्म कर देंगे, ऑपोजिशन को खत्म कर देंगे। इसका मतलब क्या है भाई? रीजनल्स पार्टी कौन है?
जितने लोगों का रेड हो रहा है ये अधिकांश वो लोग हैं जो लालू की संपत्ति को मैनेज करने वाले लोग हैं। और लालू की पार्टी एक प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी जैसी कंपनी है जिसका एक ही उद्देश्य कि पावर में आओ ताकि पैसा कमाया जा सके. अदरवाइज हाउ इट इज पॉसिबल दैट लालू यादव हिमसेल्फ इज कन्विक्टेड इन मोर देन 5 cases. Rabdi Devi is already charge sheeted. Tejaswi Yadav already charge sheeted. Misa Bharti is already charge sheeted and she is also on bail. And more than 50 of their properties have been confiscated by the ED or income tax department.
In various cases.
In the various cases.
Lalu's Benami land under scanner.
In a case in which they have alleged that lands were sold and then subsequently that money that was collected was used to get jobs in railways.
Lalu's aides raided by probe agency.
The CBI has been carrying out searches at different locations in Bihar. Ashfaq Karim and Sunil Singh, both members of the RJD.
Times Now exposed scam back in 2017.
Misha Bharti's affidavit is very miserly with the truth. It actually does not give the details. Different companies of which she is a director, all of these companies listed in the Ministry of Corporate Affairs website at the ROC.
Reveals the complete paper trail.
Misha Bharti, the daughter of Lalu Prasad, apart from amassing wealth and land at bonanza rates, has also lied apparently on oath.
No loot goes unnoticed by Times Now. Times Now at forefront of your fight.
Now to details in the neighbouring state. The probe into the illegal mining case in Jharkhand got even more murky with the recovery of AK-47s. The Enforcement Directorate recovered AK-47 rifles and 60 cartridges from the residence of Prem Prakash, said to be a close associate of the Jharkhand Chief Minister. The rifles were found in a steel shelf in the house. 16 other premises linked to the scam were also raided by the central agency. The BJP slammed the gun and graft charges against the Chief Minister's close aides. The party has now demanded an NIA probe into the scam details.
सीरियस ना, इससे ज़्यादा सीरियस क्या हो सकता है? जो अरगोड़ा थाना ने अभी स्टेटमेंट दिया है ये और भी सीरियस है. मैंने कहा कि मैं 2012 से सांसद हूँ. 10 साल में मुझे तो बॉडीगार्ड नहीं है, मैं बिना बॉडीगार्ड के घूम रहा हूँ. AK-47 यदि आप दलाल को दे देते हो, वो दलाल जो DC, SP, सेक्रेटरी सारे लोगों के ट्रांसफ़र करता है, पोस्टिंग करता है, जो बालू माफिया है, जो गिट्टी माफिया है, जो दारू माफिया है, जो सारे डील करता है. एक अंडा बेचने वाला आदमी जो है अचानक लगातार जो है आ जाता है अमित अग्रवाल के साथ, तो लगातार दिखता है, वो हेमंत सोरेन जी के साथ दिखता है. तो स्वाभाविक है कि ये जिस तरह के बयान आ रहे हैं उसमें आतंकवाद और नक्सलवाद में लिप्त है. हेमंत सोरेन तक सारे तार हेमंत सोरेन तक पहुंच रहे हैं और ये हेमंत सोरेन की बर्खास्तगी तक ये तार जाएंगे.
With that, it's time for us to slip into a short break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with the other top stories of the day.
मोदी को हटाना है.
मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ। भारत आखिर पीछे क्यों रह गया? दोस्तों, अगर इनके भरोसे छोड़ दिया, इन पार्टियों और इन नेताओं के भरोसे छोड़ दिया, तो अगले 75 साल और पीछे रह जाएंगे।
Welcome back. Another big setback for the Congress party. Jaiveer Shergill resigned from all posts in the party, and in the resignation letter, Shergill claimed that the vision of the Congress decision makers no longer match the aspirations of the youth. He said that the primary reason for the resignation is that the decision making in the INC is no longer being done keeping the interests of the public in mind. It's purely being influenced by a coterie who merely indulge in sycophancy.
Today, my resignation stems from two facts. Number one, the decision making within the Indian National Congress is now not made in the interest, keeping the interest of the public at large, but only keeping the interest of few people within the coterie and the cabal. Secondly, within the Indian National Congress, the people who indulge in sycophancy, people who have self-serving interest, people whose full-time job is to ensure top leadership stays away from the reality are succeeding, and people who selflessly serve Congress party are taking a back step. So